You can call me Sect Elder Mu. I am in charge of the 11th line in Seven Moons Sect, Mu Zhen, the ancient voice said. The old man's expression was calm when he took a slow step towards Su Ming. There was no shadow beneath him. It was just as he said, the one who appeared was just a shadow figure. 7 Lives art is a cultivation method only the successor disciples in Seven Moons Sect can practice. But in truth, the goal of this art is to gather together a Dao shadow, Dao's figure. When the old man said those words flatly, he looked at Su Ming. And Dao shadow is not something you can understand with your current potential. Sect Elder Wang, you aren't my opponent. I would advise you to give up. The old man had a calm expression, but there was a hint of arrogance in his words, and it lingered in the air, allowing all those who heard him to be able to hear it clearly. His arrogance might seem normal to the disciples of Seven Moons disciple, and they would not feel anything because of it, but when it came to Su Ming, he frowned. Since you are a sect elder as well, I do not want to humiliate you too much. I do it for Sect Elder Lan too. Oh well, I will take the initiative and make the decision. I will not return your attacks. You have 3 chances to attack. As long as you can make me take half a step back, you will be considered to have cleared the formation. But Sect Elder Wang, this will only happen once. If you continue to attempt clearing the 13th formation, don't blame me for being ruthless. From the moment the white-robed old man appeared, he spoke as if he was talking to himself. Each of his words gave others a feeling that he stood supreme above others. His final words also showed incredible arrogance. Su Ming was originally frowning, but at that moment, the frown disappeared from his face. The ghost of a smile appeared in its place. When he cast a glance at the old man, he said, "Then I will have to thank you, Sect Elder Mu. I will obey you. Are you prepared?" "I will not need to prepare myself. You can attack at any time you please," the old man said flatly. His expression might have been calm and gentle, but the pride in his voice remained. In truth, he did indeed have a reason to be proud. With his real body, he had reached the 2nd level of Dao Divinity Realm. Even his shadow figure had the power of those in the later stage of Avakania Realm. His noble status of a sect elder in Seven Moons Sect turned his prideful actions into a habit. He was familiar with his own demeanor, and he did not feel even the slightest bit of discomfort behaving in such a way. Su Ming nodded and swiftly moved forward. When he lifted his right hand, he did not clench his fist. Instead, when he approached, he pointed at Sect Elder Mu. At the instant he did so, the pupils of the white-robed old man shrank. But by then, Su Ming's finger had already touched the air 7 inches away from the white-robed old man. An arch-shaped barrier instantly appeared to block Su Ming's finger. The barrier fluctuated as if it was continuously neutralizing the attack. The old man's pupils, originally shrunken, returned to normal. He smiled faintly, but just as he was about to speak, the barrier crumbled, and Su Ming's right hand shot forward. He tapped the old man's arm. "Go away," Su Ming said faintly. Since he intended to clear the formations, he did not intend to keep too much of his power a secret. Instead, he wanted to show it bit by bit. At that moment, one of his assumptions had been proved right. It was the one about what sort of things had been going on with the great sect elder of the 3rd line, the middle-aged man in the sky-blue Taoist robe, taking Su Ming in as a disciple, causing him to become the 14th sect elder of Seven Moons Sect. The white-robed old man's expression changed drastically. He instinctively wanted to move back, but he forced himself not to do so. His body distorted as if he was about to dissipate, and he could not endure the power from Su Ming's finger. He could not help staggering and taking dozens of footsteps backwards. When he stopped with much difficulty, his expression changed continuously. It was occasionally sullen, occasionally aloof, occasionally shocked. When he looked at Su Ming, there was a complicated expression in his gaze. In the end, he did not say another word and turned around. With a swing of his arm, he disappeared from the feng shui compass. At that moment, all those who saw the proceedings from the different layers of sky beyond the sky in Seven Moons Sect let out cries of surprise. They might have had incredibly high expectations for Su Ming, but none of them had expected that he would so easily clear the 13th formation that could be said to be a barrier that reached the skies. In fact, there were a few who instantly thought that Sect Elder Mu had intentionally done it. Only the disciples who had cleared the 13th formation of the fourth sky beyond the sky had solemn expressions on their faces. The scene when Su Ming had pointed the finger at the sect elder had made their hearts shudder. It was especially so for the head disciples who were in charge of the mountains. At that moment, their expressions were the most solemn. Clearing the 13th formation would mean that Su Ming had similar power to theirs. But the ease at which Su Ming had passed the 13 formations brought them great pressure. It caused them to be even more serious when they stared at Su Ming. In fact, even the head disciple of the second line, Chun Tao, who had already cleared 17 formations, opened his eyes at that moment. When he looked at Su Ming, a grim look that was rarely seen on his face showed up on his face. There was also Yu Yen, Lan Lan's disciple, who was also from the third line. She had cleared 16 formations, but her eyes were burning brightly right then. Su Ming had shocked her time and again. 14th formation, Su Ming called out flatly. He lifted his right foot and stepped down on the feng shui compass. A hint of expectation appeared in his eyes. He was highly expectant of the split he would experience during the 14th formation, which was equivalent to the split of his shadow in the Seven Lives art. Booming sounds shot up into the air and echoed when the 14th formation appeared. The feng shui compass on which Su Ming stood began shining rapidly. As it rotated, the light spread out in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the countless runic symbols squirmed and turned into multiple copies of Su Ming. Countless miniature versions of him had appeared around him at that moment. Soon after, a mighty pressure that caused even Su Ming to feel slightly uncomfortable descended with a bang. That mighty pressure felt as if the sky had collapsed and pressed down on Su Ming's body, causing his soul, his will, and everything in his body to feel as if they were about to be split apart. If it was any other disciple who challenged the 14th formation, they would have long since sat down cross-legged, circulating all his or her their cultivation base to fight back. But Su Ming only lifted his head and looked at the sky where the mighty pressure came from. Then, he swept his gaze across the figures of himself that were formed by the countless runic symbols. The pressure still isn't enough. It can't split another shadow figure from me. Su Ming frowned, and resolution appeared on his face. He lifted his right hand and struck the center of his brow. With it, a loud bang came from his body, and his cultivation base was immediately thrown into chaos. The pressure from the world around him increased, and the shadow under Su Ming's feet instantly started distorting. It's still a little lacking. A contemplative sparkle shone in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and formed a seal before he tapped his chest. A cyclone was formed in his body, and it turned into a seal that sealed off 3/10 of his cultivation base. When he did so, the pressure from the world around him became stronger. It caused the feeling of his body being split to become stronger. One more time. Su Ming did not change the seal on his right hand. He tapped his Dantian region, and the cyclone appeared in him again to turn into a second seal. Su Ming did not stop moving his right hand. When he brought it up, he tapped the center of his brow again. Immediately, the third seal appeared in his mind and soul. With 3 seals, he sealed off about 9/10 of his cultivation base, causing his body to tremble for the first time. The disciples of Seven Moons sect in the area had been keeping a close watch, and practically all of them were stunned by his actions. None of them knew what Su Ming was doing. Only Yu Yan's pupils shrank when she saw his actions. For the first time since the start, she stood up and strode towards the cliff to stare at Su Ming. A hint of shock appeared on her face. Just what level of cultivation does he have? This method is the exact same as the one that Fei Feng used for the 14th formation in the past. He had to seal his own cultivation base to have another shadow figure split from his body. She was not the only one who lost her composure. Even the pupils of Chun Tao of the second line shrank. He stood up swiftly, and while he did not walk out of his cave abode like Yu Yen, a hint of shock appeared on his face. In fact, Feifeng, who was the strongest among the youngest generation of disciples in Seven Moons sect and who had stayed with his eyes closed as he meditated, opened his eyes a bit at that instant. They shone with a brilliant light. "Wang Tao," he murmured. The three of them were not the only ones who reacted like that. The expressions of the 13 sect elders in the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky and the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who were in the same generation as them changed. They began paying close attention to everything that happened to Su Ming. Either this person hid his level of cultivation, or his potential is unimaginable. What level of cultivation does he currently have? Could it be that he has already attained great completion of Avacania realm? The masters of each line sent word before that no one was to interfere or stop Wang Tao when he practices cultivation. A person who is so highly valued by the great sect elders, even if he shows power belonging to those who have attained great completion of Avacania realm, I wouldn't be surprised. But Mu Zhen, you are the first sect elder to have directly engaged in a battle with him. Lay down your judgment. Great completion of Avacania realm. A cold harumph came from the 11th mountain. It belonged to Mu Zhen. At the instant the crowd's voice rose up in Seven Moons sect's fifth layer of sky beyond the sky. Su Ming let out a low growl. As his voice echoed in the air, the shadow beneath him distorted and began overlapping. In an instant, the second shadow appeared under him. It was the shadow figure which Su Ming had separated at the start. But once it appeared, a third showed up the next instant. The third shadow was slightly blurry, but when it appeared, banging sounds came from Su Ming's body. Once all the seals were released, his cultivation base erupted, and the blurry shadow became clear. It instantly became complete. 15th formation. Su Ming's voice echoed and caused the entire region to tremble. At that moment the night seemed to be over, and the first rays of light appeared in the distance. 15th formation. When those two words came out of Su Ming's mouth, the feng shui compass under him began rotating with loud bangs. Light from the runic symbols shone so brilliantly that it spread 100,000 feet right when the sun rose on the horizon. The light was so strong that it instantly reached an astonishing degree, causing Su Ming to become the center of attention in Seven Moons sect. His two shadow figures appeared around him. When they became clear, they turned into his two selves standing beside his true self. At first glance, Su Ming's real self stood at the center, and by his sides were his shadow figures, which had power that did not lose to his real self. One looked at the sky, and the feeling as if it was looking down on the world was very strong. The other looked at the ground, and the spark of arrogance in its eyes was astonishing. The buzz of all the disciples from the first to the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky in Seven Moons sect disappeared at that moment. A dead silence fell upon them. Yet soon, a commotion that was even stronger than before rose up like a loud bang. 14th formation. His second shadow figure has already split from him. This Wang Tao, as expected of the person known as the most prodigious in the past. No wonder he was taken in as a disciple of a great sect elder. No wonder he could become a sect elder. That's right. So that's how it is. This person's potential is so great that it's a rare sight in ancient Zong. He should indeed be a sect elder. Even if eldest senior brother Feifeng and Chun Tao have already cleared more than 17 formations, they have practiced cultivation for years, while this Wang Tao have only joined the sect recently. They just can't compare to him. Just watch. In the future, Wang Tao will definitely single-handedly lead Seven Moons sect to power. Wang Tao. You should be calling him Sect Elder Wang. The discussions rose and fell. Quite a number of inner sect disciples in the fourth layer were already talking about the future, and the Seven Moons sect disciples in the third line were even more ecstatic. Their initial grumbles had long ago turned into excitement. After all, Su Ming was an uncle master of theirs, and he had showed off just how astonishing his potential was. Yu Yen was silent, but when she looked at Su Ming, there was a challenging look in her eyes. She was not the only one who felt that way. Chun Tao had already walked out of his cave abode and stood at the cliff while staring at Su Ming. The threat Su Ming posed to him was incredibly strong, but it did not mean that Su Ming was his enemy, just a competitor in the sect. The path of cultivation is one in which we have to fight for power, he murmured, and the fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger. As for Yi Long, he had already become numb. When he looked at Su Ming and listened to the rise and fall of the discussions in Seven Moons sect as well as witnessed the changes of everyone's expressions, he no longer felt any anguish. He felt as if his blood had already become bitter. Su Ming did not bother about the various changes exhibited by the people around him. At that moment, he stood on the rapidly rotating feng shui compass, and he could sense the benefits it provided. If he worked together with his two shadow figures, his power would increase exponentially, and even though he still could not truly fight against those in Tao spirit realm, he would be able to protect himself. If he had enough time to refine his two shadow figures, he had a vague feeling that just by relying on them, he could perhaps reach Tao spirit realm. If I have 3 shadow figures, then the chances of me reaching Tao spirit realm will be even higher. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. As the feng shui compass under his body let out loud, booming sounds, snow floated down. It was different from the previous one. It did not land on all of ancient Zong, but only appeared above the feng shui compass. When it fell, the chill coming from it was incredibly aggressive. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire area. Starting from the 15th formation, the shadows of the 4 great lines of nature, winter, autumn, summer, and spring will appear. The difficulty of these 4 formations are incredibly high, or else Yu Yen would not have stopped at the 17th formation, and I would not have stopped at the 18th formation. Since ancient times, regardless of whether they were disciples who had disappeared in the passage of time, among those of the same generation in Seven Moons sect, only eldest senior brother Feifeng has ever succeeded in clearing the 18th formation and even cleared the 19th formation, said Chun Tao faintly as he stared at the snow falling from the feng shui compass under Su Ming while he stood on the mountain belonging to the second line. This Wang Tao might have great potential, but if I'm not wrong, he shows signs of coming to a premature end. I wonder how many of the shadows of the 4 great lines of nature will he come to understand. What do you say, Yu Yen? Chun Tao smiled faintly. When he spoke, Yu Yen slowly walked out from behind him to stand by his side and looked at Su Ming. The 4 seasons have shadows, and they are known as the shadows of nature. The real self in 7 lives art is the first life, and that is human life. The second and third are earthen lives. Once they split from you, they can receive earthen aura from the human life and fade away. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th lives are heavenly lives. They must be understood from the 4 seasons. Once the 7 lives are formed, they fuse together to become the first Tao shadow. Only then can we be considered to have completed the first stage of the strongest art in 7 Moons sect, 7 Shadow Tao. Yu Yen said calmly. 7 Shadow Tao, even if just 1 Tao shadow appears, we can already be considered to have entered the first level of Tao divinity realm, and if the real self is already in the first level of Tao divinity realm, we can be considered to have reached the second level. Chun Tao smiled faintly. His words were calm, but when he spoke, he shook his head. I have my reasons for giving him this reminder. What about you? Yu Yen did not speak. While on the feng shui compass, Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the second mountain. Over there, he saw 2 figures that had spoken words at a volume that could reach him. 7 Shadows Tao. A contemplative look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He slowly sat down on the feng shui compass, and the other 2 shadow figures beside him did the same. The 3 of them began to meditate. Time trickled by and more snow floated down. The cold grew stronger while the darkness completely faded away, overtaken by morning light. The sun had begun to rise. For great lines of nature, legends have it that there were 4 great divine abilities during ancient times. We have gained several styles, so I wonder whether this Wang Tao will be able to gain an epiphany of them. Chun Tao smiled, but when he looked at Su Ming, a grim look appeared in his eyes. Yu Yen continued remaining silent. Time passed, and gradually, the sun lifted its head. A new day arrived. Su Ming had intended to end his challenge when dawn came, but right then, he changed his mind. The rune provided quite a great help to him, and since he had already begun challenging it, he might as well challenge it to the limit of his abilities. When noon arrived, more snow appeared on the feng shui compass, and it had already covered half of Su Ming's body. He still did not open his eyes, however. Hidden under his eyelids, his eyes sparkled with the light of deduction. They seemed to be reflecting an epiphany only he understood. Snow has its own shadow. It is faint under the sun, but if anyone looks carefully, they can see it. If I want to clear the 15th formation, it is not difficult. As long as I can find the shadow of the snow and gain an epiphany of it, as well as gain an understanding of all manner of beings having shadows, I will be able to control the shadow in the snow. It would be the same as me gaining an epiphany of the clue hidden in the 15th formation. But I don't like daylight. Dusk gradually came, and at the instant the setting sun was about to disappear, Su Ming opened his eyes. The sun set, and the world fell into darkness at that moment. Su Ming, with his eyes open, slowly brought his right hand up. My life matrix had always been one of moving from midwinter to spring that brings about life, one of moving from death to life. The snow of winter symbolizes death as well as the midwinter of my life matrix. Using winter as the 15th formation? It's something I can easily clear, but I don't want the shadow formed when snow envelopes the ground while it is day. What I want is the shadow when night envelopes winter. This shadow is not the shadow of snow, but the shadow of winter. Judging by the looks of it, this 7 Lives art doesn't really suit me that well. The light from this art is too strong, and it is at its strongest when it is used during day. At night, shadows are hidden, and it is at its weakest. What I need, what would really suit me, will be the 7 Abyss art that I will create after I modify this art. Once I perfect it, the shadow of the land during night will become my shadow. A strong, dark light shone in Su Ming's eyes. At the instant he lifted his right hand. He did not go on to grab the snow floating down. Instead, he swung his arm, and his sleeve seemed to manifest above him, to cover the sky. As booming sounds reverberated through the air, the snow floating down instantly turned black. It was not that its color had changed, but that it was dyed black by the night, and that included all the snow around Su Ming. Once it was dyed black, Su Ming slowly stood up. Shadow of winter. At the instant he spoke, the snow in the area let out a loud bang and spread out from the feng shui compass. It fell from the 4th layer of sky beyond the sky. At the same time, the black snow that existed in the 4th layer also appeared in the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st layers of sky beyond the sky. For the first time ever, black snow floated down in the first 4 layers of sky beyond the sky in 7 Moons sect. Su Ming lifted his head. Right when he looked at the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky, booming sounds shook the sky and earth, and his black snow floated down in the 5th layer too. All of 7 Moons sect was silent at that moment. Chun Tao stared at the black snow floating down before him in a daze. He instinctively brought his hand up, and when the snow landed on his palm, he felt a stab of pain. He lowered his head, and found that he was not looking at snow. It was the shadow of a small portion of the night sky reflected on the snow. Yuyan's face was pale. When she lifted her head, Chun Tao too looked up at the night sky. It seemed to have shattered to pieces and turned an innumerable amount of black snowflakes. They fell on the land of the living, but they were not snow. Instead, they were the shadows of the sky. Fei Feng, the head disciple of the first line in 7 Moons sect who meditated all year long, opened his eyes at that moment and walked out of his cave. He lifted his head calmly and looked at the sky. At that moment, the sect elders in the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky were also staring at the sky. Their expressions were solemn, and a hint of shock appeared in the eyes of some of them. Dao Han, the red-robed man who owned the whole 6th layer of sky beyond the sky, stood at the top of the mountain belonging to the 13th line at that moment. When he looked at the sky, his pupils shrank at the sight of snow falling in the 6th layer. With his level of cultivation, he managed to gain an epiphany of a divine ability belonging to Tao's spirit realm. This person is indeed extraordinary, the red-robed man said softly, and a solemn look appeared on his face. It's a pity that this art is just in Tao's spirit realm. If it can reach the state at which could affect Tao paragons in the 7th layer of sky beyond the sky, this person would reach an incredibly terrifying level. The red-robed man shook his head. At that moment, there was a small region the size of a fingernail no one could see in the sky above the 7th layer of sky beyond the sky, right on top of the rune formed by the 12 great sect elders. It seemed like it was about to start snowing. While standing on the feng shui compass, Su Ming slowly lowered his head. When he swung his right arm, the snow in the 6th layer of sky beyond the sky disappeared without a trace. Even the feng shui compass on which Su Ming stood lost all traces of cold. But for some unknown reason, while Su Ming stood there with a straight back, he gave off a feeling as if he had fused with the night. Seemed like he was the night. The power of this art is somewhat all right. Su Ming closed his eyes. After some time, when he opened them, he used his right hand and pushed down on the feng shui compass beneath him. 16th formation. He had been challenging the rune for a day and a night. The gazes of the disciples of Seven Moons sect had been on him for all that time. He had started from the 1st formation and made his way straight to the 15th formation. This left all of the Seven Moons sect disciples shocked. He had completely crushed the contemptuous gazes directed at him, and the only things remaining was shock. His act of clearing the formations had even caught the attention of the sect elders in the 5th layer of Beyond the Sky. Even Lan Lan had already walked out of the palace where she meditated to look at him. The matter of clearing 15 formations in one go seemed to be something they had not seen for many years. Something similar had happened at some point in time, but those who had seen it had long ago disappeared in the passage of time, and the ones who remained were the people in the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky. Shadow of Autumn. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. At the instant the rune rotated with loud rumbles. He lifted his right hand and swung it against the sky. As the feng shui compass rotated, the dark sky instantly turned red. The red replaced the darkness of night, dyeing the sky the color of fire. But it was not fire. It was the color of autumn, the color of blood. A faint feeling of life withering appeared as well. It was a desolate feeling. At the same time, the feng shui compass seemed to have turned into a huge tree. Its leaves were falling one by one. There was no wind, but each leaf symbolized life force. As they fell, they seemed to show how all manner of being had to walk towards death and nothing could be done to change it. Su Ming was silent. At that moment, he seemed to have turned into the big tree. The falling leaves did not just bring with them his life force, but also his memories and all that encompassed his life. What an art! This art of autumn's shadow, Su Ming said softly. But the autumn I like is not the shadow under the setting sun, but the quiet withering in the night. This is the shadow of autumn that I seek. At the instant Su Ming's eyes sparkled and understanding appeared in his eyes. The red sky was dyed black and turned purple. It grew more prominent until the sky turned black again. The autumn tree Su Ming had manifested was also instantly enveloped by black, as if it was hidden in the dark. No one could see the tree leaves falling, but soon, all the plants and trees in all mountains from the 1st to 6th layers in Seven Moons sect sky beyond the sky started withering. It happened in an instant, so no one was aware of it even a breath before it happened. Unlike how they would notice the autumn leaves under the setting sun slowly floating down to the ground. Autumn at night came in an instant. Night was eternal, and the illusory tree disappeared. Su Ming stood in its place with his purple hair drifting in the wind. At some point in time, he opened his eyes to reveal a darkness in his eyes that the night could not dye black. 17th formation. At the instant Su Ming said those words, Seven Moons sect, which had already been sucked into the situation for a long time, immediately burst into an astonishing uproar. Sect Elder Wang has cleared the 16th formation. He's already reached the same height as eldest senior sister Yu Yan. That's not the main point. Sect Elder Wang's epiphany is clearly different from other people's. The snow from before and the black light now gives off a feeling as if we're swathed in darkness. It's a ghastly feeling, and even if it's not cold, you can still feel chills down your spine. If he can clear the 17th formation, it will mean that he has surpassed eldest senior sister Yu Yan and reached senior brother Chan Tao's number. and only eldest senior brother Feifeng would remain in front of him. The sounds of discussion rose everywhere, but among the expectations of the many people were also some that held envy and jealousy. Those voices were rather different from those of the rest of the crowd. He has clearly reached his limit. The 17th formation might be the highest number he can go. Humph. Even if the 17th formation isn't his limit, it's impossible for him to surpass eldest senior brother Feifeng. The eldest senior brother stopped at the 20th formation, and he is an existence we all look up to. It's impossible for this person to do so. Most of those voices came from the disciples from the first line. They did not want to see Su Ming surpass Feifeng, even if Su Ming had the status of a sect elder. As their voices echoed, the feng shui compass under Su Ming activated the 17th formation. The rumbles as it rotated drowned out all sounds of discussion in the area for the time being, causing the people to gradually stop speaking. Instead, with differing expressions, they looked at Su Ming. This should be the shadow of summer. When Su Ming said those words faintly, the 17th formation's rotation made it seem as if a sea of fire had stirred up in the night sky. It formed a huge sun. That sun did not hang high in the sky, but instead enveloped Su Ming and the feng shui compass within it. While the night sky remained dark, a sun hung high over Seven Moons sect. It was summer's line of nature, and also the summer of the 17th formation that the disciples were required to understand. 2 hours later, the fire turned black. The piercing sun also turned black. The black fire brought with it a powerful presence that could burn everything. It seemed to be burning light and exuding darkness, so the black fire fused with darkness, and the black light penetrated through the 6 layers of sky beyond the sky. When the sun disappeared and Su Ming's figure appeared on the feng shui compass, his voice echoed in Seven Moons sect, and it was as calm as before. The 18th formation. At that moment, Su Ming had already surpassed Yu Yan and reached the same number as Chun Tao, but it was clearly not his limit. He wanted to surpass the 17th formation and head to the 18th formation. Winter, autumn, summer, spring. I have never come to an understanding of it when I was in harmonious Morris Alba. Right now, I have already reached a state where I can gain an epiphany. My life matrix will also be completed at this moment. My 4 shadows of nature will also appear. A sparkle that had not appeared for a long time showed up in Su Ming's eyes. He sucked in a deep breath, and when the feng shui compass rotated and all manner of being was about to be resurrected, he sat down cross-legged on the feng shui compass. The shadow of spring. At the instant Su Ming said those words calmly, the feng shui compass on which he stood filled with thick life force. The abundance of it caused Su Ming to instantly appear a little younger. Spring was the resurrection of all manner of being. The abundant life force was also spring. It was the first season among the 4 seasons, and also the final grid in Su Ming's life matrix. He once strived to gain enlightenment of it for a long time, and at that moment on that rune, Su Ming finally found a hint of spring, but the price he paid for that enlightenment was too great. He had experienced too much anguish and sadness before he understood what was spring. My dark mountain has become an illusion. My 9th summit is buried in the long river of my memories. My berserkers have turned into a mark in the passage of time. My homeland, my true world, the arid triad expanse cosmos to which I belong have now all turned into nothingness, destroyed. I was born in an expanse cosmos formed on a wing of harmonious Morris Alba. But now harmonious Morris Alba has died, and everything has turned into the past. I lost my family, my senior brothers, my elder, and my loved ones. I lost everything. I lost the bald crane and the most precious and valuable things in my life. I feel as if I had lost my soul. While I was in the summer of my life matrix, I never managed to gain an epiphany of spring, and instead, I regressed to midwinter. It is the chill of death, what can send my soul to eternal sleep. It is a morning hidden when I sink into the darkness. I like darkness and am willing to be immersed in it, because only when I am in darkness can I let my sadness melt. Only in darkness can I not see my surroundings, but can be in a daze and remember all the faces in my memories, And I, at this moment, have finally come to understand why spring is so far from my grasp, why my life matrix could never be completed in harmonious Morris Alba's universe. Because the true meaning of spring is a cruelty that can only bloom after I die. Spring is the so-called resurrection of all manner of being. I thought that my life matrix is of walking from death to life, but in truth it encompasses everything. If I don't die, then how can I be resurrected? If I don't have the aura of death, how can I have life force? That is spring, and my spring will be the life force in the dark. It will be the shadow of spring that blooms from my life matrix. At the instant Su Ming's eyes flew open, he lifted his right hand and swung his arm. With it, the world roared. The darkness of night descended and enveloped the feng shui compass, hiding the abundance of life from spring in the darkness, and no one could see it anymore. My spring is hidden in darkness. Be it life force or resurrection, it will all be in darkness. They will either wake up or fall asleep, based on my will. Because regardless of whether it is spring, summer, the red of autumn, or the snow of winter, all of you have to be in my dark night. Su Ming stood up swiftly, and at the instant he did so, besides the two shadow figures by his side, for other indistinct figures appeared around him. They were his spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the four great shadows of nature. I will not clear the 19th formation. When Su Ming got up, his words traveled through Seven Moons Sect. He then flew up from the feng shui compass and charged toward the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky. Behind him, the night sky disappeared. Dawn broke through darkness, and a new day arrived. Su Ming's departure left all of Seven Moons Sect in silence. His figure seemed to have turned into an astonishing wave that crashed into them before the sun broke through the darkness. He disappeared from the crowd's gazes and stepped into the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky. Clearing the first formation straight up to the 18th formation in one go was something rare in the history of Seven Moons Sect. At the very least, most of the Seven Moons Sect disciples had never heard about such a thing before. It could be said that the 1 day and 2 nights was a shock to the Seven Moons Sect disciples, and it etched Wang Tao's name deeply into their minds. As for Yi Long, when Su Ming started clearing the formations, he was a green leaf, and Yi Long was a flower. But once Su Ming cleared more than 10 formations, Yi Long became a background for Su Ming. By the end, however, he did not even deserve to be his background. In the fourth layer of sky beyond the sky, Chan Tao and Yu Yen stood at the edge of the cliff. When Su Ming left into the distance, they gradually turned their heads away. He could have continued, Chen Tao said slowly after a long while. There was a very grim look on his face when he looked at Yu Yen beside him. Fei Feng also had the power to continue once he cleared the 19th formation all those years ago, but he did not, Yu Yen said softly. When she turned around, she walked into the distance with light footsteps. While on the cliff, Chun Tao narrowed his eyes. After a long while, he swung his arm, then turned around and walked back to his cave abode. Fei Feng had walked out of his cave abode and stood outside his door at the top of the mountain belonging to the first line. He moved his gaze away from the disappearing feng shui compass with a thought-provoking smile on his lips. Looks like you've also noticed. I wonder if I will be the one who will be moving into the distance, or you will be the first to gain the epiphany, Sect Elder Wang. As Fei Feng continued smiling, a fierce glare appeared in his eyes. When daylight returned and the sun shone on the ground, Seven Moons Sect welcomed a new day. Su Ming sat outside his house in the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky with his eyes closed. 18 formations were not his limit. If he wanted to, he could have cleared the 19th formation, the 20th formation, and even more. Based on his level of cultivation, he could probably clear up to the 22nd or 23rd formation. But Su Ming did not. After the 18th formation, you must clear the subsequent formations with a Dao shadow. Even if you manage to clear them, you won't be able to get any sort of serendipity. It'll just be an empty name. Only after I form my own Dao shadow will I be able to gain an epiphany from the rune. A dark light shone in Su Ming's eyes. That person called Fei Feng must have also noticed this, which is why he did not continue once he cleared the 19th formation. Clearly, he still hasn't formed his Dao shadow. And 7 Moons Sect's Tao Shadow can only be formed with the fusion of 7 lives art. While he thought about it silently, Su Ming remained with his eyes closed. What he needed to do next was to go through a long period of isolated training. It is necessary to fuse his human life, earthen lives, heavenly lives, and 7 shadows together and attempt to turn them into a Tao shadow. Then, once the Tao shadow was formed, he would see whether it could be used to help him reach a breakthrough in his level of cultivation and reach Tao spirit realm. Time passed and another 10 years went by. During them, Su Ming remained meditating and did not open his eyes. He was immersed in the fusion of his human life, earthen lives, heavenly lives, and 7 shadows. He did not pay any attention to things around him. During the process of gaining his epiphany, he only searched for the key to the fusion. In that time, some not incredibly great events happened in 7 Moons Sect, such as some disciples disappearing without reason and the signs of the sky shattering occasionally appearing above 7 Moons Sect. The cracks might close up quickly, but gradually, they caught the disciples' attention. When 10 more years passed, the frequency at which the sky above 7 Moons Sect shattered increased. Cracks gradually formed high above. There was also a faint rumbling noise that rose and fell, echoing in the air. In fact, the strange events reached the point where they affected the training of the 7 Moons Sect disciples. At that moment, Sect Elder Mu brought many disciples of the sect to venture out of sky beyond the sky to investigate the matter. No one knew what he discovered, but when he returned, he went to the 6th layer of sky beyond the sky, and then, he never went out of the sect again. When another 10 years passed, the cracks above the 7 Moons Sect filled the entire area. Even the ground was covered in them, which meant that mountains in 7 Moons Sect had also cracked. Once it happened, the disciples of 7 Moons Sect began to pay a lot of attention to it. Eventually, when another 10 years passed, the cracks in the world beyond 7 Moons Sect grew so great that all those who saw them were shocked. In fact, the 7 Moons Sect itself and the mountains around it were also covered in cracks, and it looked like they were about to collapse at any moment. The first layer was not the only place that looked like that. Even the 2nd layer of sky beyond the sky had cracks, and once it happened, the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky held a 7 Moons Sect's Council of Elders. It was a major event in which all sect elders were required to participate, and as a sect elder, Su Ming would naturally have to attend it as well. Su Ming had been in isolated training for 40 years, and during them, he had not opened his eyes once. It was the first 7 Moons Sect Council of Elders in over 40 years, and a jade slip was sent to all sect elders in the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky. Once it levitated in front of him, Su Ming still remained with his eyes closed. However, an overlapping shadow seemed to have appeared on his body, and immediately after, a figure moved out of his seated body. That figure was one of Su Ming's shadow figures. It had the exact same appearance as him, and once it stood up, it picked up the jade slip levitating in front of him. Then, as composed as ever, it headed to the mountain belonging to the 13th line. Since Dao Han was in charge of the 13th line, the 13th line was the head of the sect while he was in charge. Su Ming was the last to arrive. At the instant he stepped into the 13th line, he saw several divine senses sweeping towards him from the mountain. They all had the intent to observe. With a calm expression, Su Ming walked to the top of the mountain and stepped into the meeting spot for the Council of Elders in the 13th line. It was a field at the summit of the 13th mountain. Above the clouds surrounding the mountain were 15 huge chairs that formed a ring. One of them was slightly smaller than the other 14 to show the difference in status. At that moment, besides the largest chair, 13 people already occupied 14 chairs. The one remaining was clearly for Su Ming. When he walked forward, 7 pairs of eyes in the silent meeting hall immediately looked at him. Su Ming had seen everyone before when he first stepped into 7 Moons Sect. One of the people was Mu Zhen, and another one was Lan Lan. Su Ming's expression did not change. He treated the gazes as if they did not exist. He slowly sat down and closed his eyes as if he was resting. Soon after, a huge, mighty pressure descended onto the meeting spot. The moment Su Ming opened his eyes slightly, he saw a fire-red figure appear on the largest chair. The fire-red light gradually turned into a long robe wrapped around a middle-aged man. The man's face was cold, and he held a pearl in his right hand. His expression was awe-inspiring. Once he sat down, he swept his gaze past the 14 people around him. When he saw his disciple, a young man in black robes whose face was as cold as his, he nodded slightly, and when his gaze landed on Su Ming, his eyes lingered on him for a moment. I gathered all of you here to attend the Seven Moons Sect Council of Elders because the preordained fate governing the world has become increasingly stronger. There are certain things that all of you will need to prepare beforehand. Sect Elder Mu, tell us what you found 20 years ago when you ventured outside, said the red-robed man while playing with the pearl in his hand. My fellow sect members, 20 years ago, by orders of the great sect elder, I went out to investigate this matter, and in the cracks of the world, I found signs of one Dao sect, Mu Zhen said darkly while he swept his gaze past the group. At the instant one Dao sect's name tumbled out of Mu Zhen's lips, the expressions of 5 changed swiftly. Dao Han and Mu Zhen were not among those. I knew it, it's one Dao sect. Only the unfathomable one Dao sect who can exist in all cracks in the world can show themselves so publicly and arrogantly beyond Seven Moons sect. When the cold voices appeared, Mu Zhen wrapped his fist in his palm towards the red-robed man and stopped speaking. Since you noticed the signs of one Dao sect a long time ago, why did you wait for 20 years before you told us? Lan Lan asked coldly in a faint voice. The moment she spoke, the council members immediately stopped speaking and turned their gazes towards the red-robed man. Because one Dao sect has sent a notice while living in the cracks formed in the world outside, or rather, instead of saying that it's a notice, it would be apt to say that it's a threat, the red-robed man said calmly while toying with the pearl in his hand. Then he glanced at Su Ming. In their notice, they very clearly told Seven Moons sect to hand over all the disciples they took in the last 2 cycles of 60 years. If we don't, they will launch a war against us. At the instant the red-robed man said those words, besides Su Ming, all the people's expressions changed drastically. One Dao sect has gone overboard. What a joke. How can we hand over our disciples? Those people are nothing, but Seven Moons sect is one of the 7 sections. If they want to use this to threaten us, how are we supposed to face the other sects in the future? One Dao sect might be the strongest sect among the 7 sects, but they can't force us like this either. Cold chuckles from the sect elders in the area appeared at that moment, and the red-robed man spoke slowly. Of course, if we agree to their request, one Dao sect will reimburse us, such as providing us the experience of those who have stepped into Dao spirit realm from the 2nd level of Dao divinity realm, and a chance to gain an epiphany to become a great Dao paragon. Once that sentence was said, the expressions of all the sect elders changed due to the temptation. They did not say another and instead sank into silence. The entire council of Seven Moons sect became quiet. If that's the case, then it's not as if we can't agree to it. After all, one Dao sect is incredibly powerful, and it's said they have a great Dao paragon. In fact, I even heard that one Dao sect's creator is one of the 3 great Dao gods. The 3 great Dao gods are just a legend. Besides the emperor of ancient Zong, no one has seen a second one, but even though it's just a legend, it's impossible for it to have sprung out of nowhere. Forget whether there is truly anyone in the 9th level of Dao divinity realm, since there is less than 30 people in the whole of ancient Zong, the 7 sects, the 12 clans, and the royal capital who have reached the 8th level of Dao divinity realm. Compared to the near 67th level Dao paragons, great Dao paragons are an existence akin to heaven itself. Great Dao paragon, if the great sect elder of Seven Moons sect's first line had not been injured in the past, he might have already become a great Dao paragon. Su Ming did not speak, but as he listened to the sighs of the sect elders around him, he came to realize that there was no great Dao paragons in Seven Moons sect, and there were less than 30 great Dao paragons in ancient Zong. Then the blue-robed cultivator in the 7th layer of Sky Beyond the Sky is clearly in the 7th level of Dao Paragon realm. Su Ming was deep in thought, but he knew exactly why the leader of the 7 sects would want the disciples of the last 2 cycles of 60 years. They might be looking for me. A barely noticeable glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. This matter has already exceeded the scope that we as the sect elders can discuss. Great Sect Elder Dao Han, I wonder if you have already made your decision, Lan Lan said after being silent for a long while. She was not the only one who thought like that. In truth, all the sect elders were old monsters who had practiced cultivation for many years and were very calculative people. They had intentionally said the words before to affect others. They would not voice out their own true thoughts. The red-robed man was silent for a moment before a fierce glare shone in his eyes. At the instant the sect elders noticed it, their expressions became stern. One Dao sect has given us the terms for the exchange. No matter what their goal is, it's not like we can't do it. But there are two people involved who cause me a bit of trouble. One of them is my disciple, Yilong. He has extraordinary potential. After coming under my tutelage, he will soon become someone outstanding. As for the second, it's Sect Elder Wang Tao. When the red-robed man said those words, most of the elders in the area looked at Su Ming. In truth, all of them had thought of this problem before, but the matter involved a sect elder, and since Su Ming did not seem like he was sometime kind-hearted, it was only natural that no one said anything about it. Su Ming remained as composed as ever. His face was very calm, and he did not speak. If that is the case, then we cannot relent in this matter. Besides Sect Elder Wang, all other sect elders, I order you to leave the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky. Bring your disciples along and guard the 13 corners of 7 Moons sect. Only call for the members of the same line as you. They might not be sect elders, but they have extraordinary power as well. They can serve to defend our sect. Notify the disciples from the 4th layer of sky beyond the sky that they are to patrol our sect. As for those in the 1st sect, the outer sect will be sealed off. I will personally act as garrison and activate the 7 Moons Snow sect. This is not child's play. All of you, take care of yourselves. If you run into any danger you cannot fight against outside, immediately hide on the rune. As for Sect Elder Wang, since there is a possibility that you are the person one Dao sect seeks, please continue to remain in the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky. Unless it is absolutely necessary, please do not go out. Su Ming was stunned. He lifted his head and cast a deep glance at the red-robed man. In silence, he remembered the person dressed in the sky-blue Taoist robe. That person had decided to take him in as a disciple right after seeing him and given him the status of a sect elder. Then, even after being under one Dao sect's pressure, the red-robed man had made the decision to fight. No matter what their goals were, their actions still made Su Ming slowly get up in silence. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to the red-robed man. The red-robed man remained calm after seeing it. His expression did not change in the slightest. He only nodded before he shifted his gaze to the pearl on his palm. He remembered his conversations with the 13 great sect elders on his trip back to the 7th layer of sky beyond the sky. All orders are to be executed immediately. The red-robed man stood up while saying that and swung his arm, which broke the seal covering the field they used for the meeting. When the group, including Su Ming, turned into long arcs and flew out, only the red-robed man and the cold, black-robed young man by his side remained. Master, I do not understand. It's highly unlikely that one Dao sect came for junior brother Yilong. Chances are high that they came for sect Elder Wang. The young man frowned and looked at the red-robed man. I know, the red-robed man said after staying silent for a while. Then why? The young man asked, feeling rather worried, while looking at his master. He still remembered that sect Elder Lan Lan had mentioned that his master and Wang Tao's life matrices clashed against each other, and the form showed signs of death. This is a decision all the 13 great sect elders, including me, made together. This person is the most valuable person in 7 Moons sect. The red-robed man was calm as ever. When he spoke, no one could tell how he felt from his expression. The young man fell silent. He sighed in his heart, then wrapped his fist in his palm, bowed to the red-robed man, and left respectfully. Once he was gone, the red-robed man stood alone on the mountain and quietly stared into the distance. 7 Moons sect can fall, but nothing must happen to him. These are the words of the great sect elder of the first line. He is the key for him and the other great sect elders to become great Tao paragons. He is also the key for me to become a Tao paragon. The red-robed man had expectation in his eyes. When he turned around, he disappeared into the hall. Once the sect elder flew out of the mountain belonging to the 13th line, they turned into long arcs and returned to their own mountains in the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky to carry out the orders from great sect elder Dao Han. As for Su Ming, he traveled with Lan Lan and returned to the mountain in the 3rd line. They never spoke to each other. However, when they were about to return to their cave abodes, Lan Lan came to a stop. Do you want me to tell a fortune in regards to your survival? I don't believe in destiny. Su Ming turned around and walked to his house on the cliff. When he returned to his real body sitting in the house, he overlapped with his real self. Lan Lan fell silent. When she turned around, she went back to the palace on the mountain. Soon after, as all of Seven Moons sect roared, snow fell down and covered Seven Moons sect. Then, a sun made of ice appeared above. Within the icy sun, a figure could be seen. It was the red-robed man. Once he rose with the sun, snow filled with a grim air enveloped Seven Moons sect. At the same time, a loud bang shot up from within the 1st layer of sky beyond the sky. The entire outer sect was instantly encased by ice and snow, sealing the mountain. The Seven Moons sect in the basin was covered in a layer of snow, without a single hint of what was within being able to be seen. Soon after, 13 long arcs flew out from the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky. They left the mountains and walked out of the sky beyond the sky, spreading into 13 directions within Seven Moons sect. Those 13 directions were the areas where there were the most cracks in the world. Similarly, a large number of inner sect disciples ventured out of the 4th layer of sky beyond the sky and started to patrol Seven Moons sect as if they were preparing for something. Only Su Ming remained sitting in his house, immersed in fusing with his 7 shadows. He could already sense the signs of fusion. With just a little more time, he would be able to fuse his 7 shadows together and turn them into his Tao shadow. Time passed, but even after bringing out a tight defense for 3 years, more cracks appeared beyond Seven Moons sect. On one rainy day in summer, while snow fell in Seven Moons sect, a sound that was even louder than the average volume of a thunderclap rang out. As it echoed in the air, countless cracks appeared in the sky beyond Seven Moons sect, and it looked as if the sky was about to collapse. The cracks immediately formed a huge picture in the sky. It was the outline of a statue. Needless to say, it was one of the 3 statues belonging to one Tao sect. Once its outline appeared, loud bangs came from the ground. As huge ravines rose and fell, it seemed like Seven Moons sect was surrounded by all the cracks in the world. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed in the world. 1. The voice only uttered a single word, but astonishing howls came from the ravines. As the howls rose and fell, multiple figures shot out of the cracks. At first glance, they seemed to have flown out of the ground, but in truth, they had come from the cracks. Those figures had cold expressions on their faces, which gave them a grim and murderous appearance. The moment they showed up, they charged at Seven Moons sect. Tao! When the second word came, the sky tumbled about. A dozen figures instantly descended from the crack that formed the outline of the statue. Each of those figures exuded an ancient presence. After they appeared, they charged at Seven Moons sect. At the same time, the 13 sect elders who defended Seven Moons sect opened their eyes. Their bodies vanished, and when they reappeared, they were in front of the dozen-something figures. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and they kept those people back. Immediately after, the Seven Moons snow rune was activated. If anyone looked at all of Seven Moons sect at that moment, they would find that it looked as if it no longer existed. It was enveloped by a huge layer of ice, snow, and whirlwinds that shot into the clouds. From a distance, it looked like an ice dragon was roaring at the world. Sect! The voice echoed in the world again. When it said the third word, booming sounds from the air in front of Seven Moons sect being torn apart rang out, and a huge ravine which was millions of feet long appeared in the air. That ravine looked to have been torn apart by invisible hands. At the instant it was torn, a black wind dragon filled with cracks charged at the ice, snow, and whirlwinds. Hand over all the inner sect disciples from the last 100 years, or we will fight. If you want to fight, then we will fight. In the whirlwind, a face showed up at that moment, and it belonged to the red-robed man. The war between the two great sects erupted at that instant. To many people, the event was rather sudden, but usually wars, especially those between cultivators, happened in a blink of an eye. The black wind dragon roared and rammed straight into the ice, snow, and whirlwind. It let out a shocking roar while it crumbled. The endless black wind tumbled back, then gathered together in the ice, snow, and whirlwind to turn into a black-robed old man. He had a staff in his hand, and his cultivation base surged into the air, revealing that he was a powerful warrior in Dao spirit realm. Dao Han, why must your Seven Moons sect do this for the inner sect disciples who joined the sect within the last 100 years? I am with the first batch of people who will come forth. There will be more after me. If you don't hand over your people, you will only be destroyed. How ludicrous! Sect destructions have been incredibly rare since the ancient times. If you dare to set an example, then forget whether the other sects will attack you. Even the ancient Zong royal family will absolutely not allow it to happen, the red-robed man said in a flat voice while his face protruded from the whirlwind. Dao Han, you have practiced cultivation for the shortest amount of time among the 13 great sect elders of Seven Moons sect, and you are known as a chosen, the hope for the future of Seven Moons sect. Could you have forgotten that this is the final 3,000 years before the imperial power is handed to another person? During them, the royal family won't participate in any fights between sects. The black-robed old man laughed loudly. At the instant the red-robed man's expression changed slightly, the black-robed old man rushed at the whirlwind again. At the same time, multiple figures flew out from the huge ravines in the air within Seven Moons sect. There were also many ferocious-looking war chariots that shot out after them. The cultivators from One Dao sect had completely surrounded Seven Moons sect, and the 13 sect elders engaged their enemies in a battle to the death amid loud banging sounds. Nothing mattered in the battle but their sects. When more cultivators appeared beyond Seven Moons sect, the red-robed man in the ice, snow, and whirlwind chuckled coldly. With the rune around, he was not worried that the black-robed old man would be able to break through their defenses within a short period of time. A loud bang shot up when the black-robed old man was pushed back, and Dao Han's voice came from within the whirlwind. The chill of 7 moons is the snow that goes against the heavens. This is the season of heat. There is a shadow in the burning sun, and now we will have the shadow of 7 moons descend. As he said those words, a loud bang came from the ice, snow, and whirlwind. They quickly spread outwards to instantly cover an area that surpassed 7 Moons sect, enveloping the entire region. In the blink of an eye, they covered an area of nearly 1 million feet beyond 7 Moons sect and all the cultivators from One Dao sect. The wind was fierce, and the snow was like sharp blades. As it spun in the area, shrill screams of pain traveled outwards, and 7 Moons sect began to distort. The disciples from the second, third, and fourth layers of 7 Moons sect instantly rushed out, clearly having prepared themselves for that moment. They were completely unharmed in the wind and snow. In fact, their speed was much faster than that of the people from One Dao sect. Their divine abilities were also somewhat stronger than normally. This snow and wind was their protection. While helping them, it also brought great harm to those from One Dao sect. The protection provided for the 13 sect elders was especially great. Snowflakes covered them completely, and their cultivation bases instantly increased exponentially. They erupted with power that shook the sky and earth. At the instant the black-robed old man's expression changed. A red-robed figure walked out of the ice and snow. Needless to say, that person was the red-robed man, but it was not his real self. His real body served as a garrison for the rune and ensured that it remained in operation. What appeared at that moment was his Dao shadow. Dao shadow! A glint appeared in the black-robed old man's eyes. He took a few steps back in the wind and snow that seemed to be able to blind people. At the instant killing intent appeared in his eyes, Dao Han's Dao shadow moved towards him expressionlessly. Perhaps when it came to the levels of cultivation, they were near each other's level, but in the rune, the black-robed old man was at a complete disadvantage. But in truth, even if the rune was not around, when Dao Han had the sixth layer of Sky Beyond of Sky in his hand, their supreme treasure, the black-robed old man could not win against him. Even though the amount of time the black-robed old man had spent practicing cultivation was much longer, his potential and affinity could not compare to those of Dao Han, who was an existence akin to a prodigy and a chosen. In the sky above Seven Moons sect that was ravaged by ice and snow, there was the outline of the statue formed by the cracks. Another world was in its right eye. A lake was in that world. There were ripples on its surface, and they continued without end while it rained. Beside that lake was a pavilion. 3 people were standing in it at that moment while watching the ripples created by the rain falling in the lake. They reflected the battle in Seven Moons sect. The 3 people were dressed as scholars. One of them had a rather solemn expression when he said calmly, "This battle is something the eldest prince personally ordered. We cannot underestimate Seven Moons sect." I didn't expect that Seven Moons sect would fight back regardless of the cost. One of the 2 others might also be dressed as a scholar, but he had dashing eyebrows, and it caused him to exude a fearsome air. That's how they should be acting. This is a fight for imperial power. If Seven Moons sect did not know how to seize the chance in their hands and just handed over what we demanded, I would be surprised. The final scholar looked incredibly thin. He held a feather fan in his hand and chuckled lightly after speaking. His eyes looked as if they contained stars and wisdom. But Seven Moons sect has indeed activated the Seven Moons snow rune, as Senior Brother Feng expected, and the 3rd prince was indeed asked to not appear. Instead, he is still inside the 5th layer of Sky Beyond the Sky. The scholar with the rather solemn expression smiled at that moment. It's not difficult. Based on Senior Dao Han's personality, it's not difficult to predict that he would choose to use the Seven Moons Snow sect among the 7 great sect runes of Seven Moons sect after being oppressed for 40 years. And the 3rd prince, as long as Seven Moons sect does not hand him over, he will definitely not show his face, the scholar said with the ghost of a smile on his lips and the sparkle of wisdom in his eyes. Then, perhaps before the eldest prince arrives, we will have a chance to capture the 3rd prince. The scholar with the angled eyebrows had an expectant look in his eyes. Clearly, the status of the 3rd prince they spoke of created a stimulation that made him want to release his cultivation base. It was the power of those who were in the 2nd level of Dao Divinity Realm. Oh well, based on the eldest prince's predictions, the 3rd prince's level of cultivation should be around the 1st level of Dao Divinity Realm. You should be fine if you go to capture him. I will help you suppress the powerful warriors in the 5th layer of Sky Beyond the Sky. As for the great sect elders in Seven Moons sect, our powerhouses are limiting their movements from a distance. They'll pose no problem for you. The only thing you will need to pay attention to is that you must tread down the path I laid out for you once you enter the Seven Moons Snow Rune. For only then will you be able to get into Seven Moons sect and fool everyone. After all, your actions are the key to our operation. The people at the periphery are just decorations we laid out to help divert Seven Moons sect's attention. And you will only have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In that period of time, you must capture him alive. I don't need the time for an incense stick. I'll be done when half of an incense stick finishes burning. The man with the angled eyebrows laughed loudly. At the instant a brilliant sparkle appeared in his eyes. He walked to the lake beyond the pavilion. His body turned into a long arc, and he instantly disappeared into a drop of rain, then seeped into Seven Moons sect through the ripple formed when it landed on the lake. Once the scholar with the angled eyebrows disappeared, the person with the solemn expression frowned. Junior Brother Sun is rather conceited and arrogant. I only hope that no accidents occur. This rune can at most withstand the presence of cultivators in the 2nd level of Dao Divinity Realm, and this is its weakness. If not for it, I wouldn't have chosen Junior Brother Sunday. He is only the strongest among all those in the 2nd level of Dao Divinity Realm in our sect. Don't worry. Based on my calculations, no problems will occur. I've already considered all possible variables and encompassed everything into my plan to make sure my calculations are accurate. The scholar with the sagely eyes said. Oh. Wind and snow howled in Seven Moons Sect. The sound resounded through the entire world while the filled up the entire region. At that moment, another layer of snowflakes swiftly appeared in the snow and wind. If anyone took a closer look at them, they would be able to see that they had come from the right eye of the statue's outline in the sky. At that moment, when they floated out, they fused with the snow in the area and could not be differentiated anymore. The snowflakes moved with the wind and drifted about. While battles raged in the wind and snow, the snowflakes entered Seven Moons Sect. Neither the rune nor other barriers could stop the snowflakes' movements. They might have seemed to be moving in a seemingly unsystematic method, but they drifted about in a certain trajectory. Without being noticed, they seeped through the rune until they reached the second layer of sky beyond the sky, then the third layer, the fourth, and in the end, the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky. As they floated down, the snowflakes melted into a young man with dashing eyebrows and who wore a scholar's robe, but he did not immediately act. Instead, he closed his eyes and levitated in the air as if waiting for something. The fifth layer let out a bang, and an invisible hand appeared in the sky. No one knew how it appeared, but it went to swiftly push at the ground. The entire fifth layer roared loudly, and a huge pressure enveloped the area, shaking the hearts of all cultivators in the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky. Their bodies instantly tensed up, and they could not move a single inch. Cracks also instantly appeared in the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky. They filled the entire area and sealed up the whole area. The cracks seemed to have found the edge of the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky. Once they sealed it up, the red-robed man and the other sect elders immediately noticed it, but it was impossible for them to go back in time to prevent it. Even if they rushed back, it was impossible for them to break the seal over the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The person who placed the seal over the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky and suppressed the cultivators inside was someone they could not fight in terms of their power. That person slowly lifted his hand after he sealed the fifth layer from the seventh layer of sky beyond the sky. Then, with a smile, he looked at the 12 aloof-looking great sect elders of Seven Moons Sect before him. My fellow Taoists, it's been many years since we last met. How are you? Su Ming's master in Seven Moons Sect, the middle-aged man dressed in the sky-blue Taoist robe, looked at a person who had the appearance of a handsome teenager dressed in a white robe. Great Tao Paragon Sen Mu. The white-robed teenager was a great Tao Paragon. He was Great Tao Paragon Sen Mu, an existence which stood among the strongest, which was one of the 30 most powerful warriors in all of ancient Zong. He might have seemed young, but in truth, he had walked the path of cultivation for much longer than the great sect elders of Seven Moons Sect, except for the great sect elder of the first line of Seven Moons Sect. The other great sect elders could not hope to compare to him in terms of their age. Su Zhongfan, fellow Taoist Su, it's been many years since we last met. I didn't expect you to be able to gather together the ring of great Tao. The white-robed teenager smiled faintly. His smile was very sincere, and not a single hint of falsehood could be detected in it. He even gave off a feeling that he was bathing in the light of spring. The white-robed teenager cast a scrutinizing glance at Su Ming's master in Seven Moons Sect, then said with a smile, I haven't congratulated you for taking in such a good disciple that your own life matrix will gain a noble status, so you would have hope of completing your Tao. Su Ming's master in Seven Moons Sect, the middle-aged man in the sky-blue Taoist robe, had a sullen expression on his face. The other great sect elders beside him also had grim and murderous looks. They stared at the white-robed teenager coldly. Only one person did not do so. He was an old man with a head full of white hair and his eyes closed. He might have been standing among the great sect elders, but there was a faint feeling that made it seem like he was different from the others. Great Tao Paragon Sen Mu has come to visit us, and your presence is like that of a friend. However, you have not come to us with grace and you did not wait for us to welcome you. Instead, you stepped into sky beyond the sky on your own without our permission. Does one Tao sect underestimate us so much? Su Ming's master in Seven Moons sect said while looking at San Mu. I am already here. The white-robed teenager's expression remained the same. He continued smiling while looking at the great sect elders of Seven Moons sect. When his eyes landed on the old man who still had his eyes closed, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He was silent for a moment before he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to the old man, who still had his eyes shut. I have been discourteous. Greetings, Senior Gu Tai. You broke into our sky beyond the sky without authorization, then sealed our sect's fifth layer. You also sent pressure against our disciples. Don't you think that you degraded your status, Great Tao Paragon? You're just going to say that you were discourteous? Where would Seven Moons sect's dignity be then? Su Ming's master in Seven Moons sect took a step forward at that moment. There was a dark look in his eyes when he spoke. I apologize for this matter. I have been practicing cultivation for a long time, and all these codes of conduct in the world outside are rather unclear to me. I have indeed come to this place without careful consideration, and I should not have sealed your fifth layer. Such an act is indeed below my status, and the matter of using pressure to bind those of the younger generation. If I have offended you today, how about you hit me, you ingrate? The white-robed teenager looked at Su Zhongfan with a smile. Aside from his last sentence, all his words were incredibly sincere. If it was the first time they came into contact with him, the sect elders would be unable to help themselves and relax slightly in his presence. But once he said the last sentence, the entire tone of his speech changed completely, causing the gazes of the 11 great sect elders of Seven Moons sect to turn even colder and darker. But they did not show any hint of surprise. Clearly, they knew of Great Tao Paragon San Mu's personality. Enough! The old man who had his eyes shut opened them slowly at that moment. He had no pupils, just whites, which made him a bizarre sight. San Mu, we will not hand him over. If you want to fight, then Seven Moons sect will fight. If you can come here for the eldest prince, then we, Seven Moons sect, can also face the risk of our sect's destruction for the third prince. But I heard that Azura clan, where the second prince is, has also showed signs of gaining power. The old man's words were calm, and not a hint of happiness or anger could be felt. But when he spoke, the other great sect elders immediately took a step back, allowing the old man to be at the center. Clearly, he was the leader. Even the white-robed teenager no longer had a smile on his face. His expression became solemn. Senior Gu Tai, you are still the same as before. When I gained enlightenment and completed my Tao, you were still happily prancing about on your master's knees. Will you fight or will you not fight? I only need one word for your answer. Cut all your pleasantries, they're just noise. The old man said flatly, and a strong, domineering air spread out from him with a bang. San Mu was silent while casting a few scrutinizing glances at Gu Tai. His eyes sparkled slightly before he sighed. I heard from my master that there were 3 Tao gods in the 9th level in ancient Zong, and after them it was said that all those who become great Tao paragons will definitely become Tao gods in the 9th level of Tao divinity realm, but only one succeeded, and that is you, Senior Gu Tai. After all, you are the only one who once fought against the imperishable cultivators with the 3 Tao gods in the 9th level of Tao divinity realm. But a pity you had a burden in your heart, and that caused you to suffer an injury in your heart, and it also resulted in you being unable to become a great Tao paragon. But I will admit that you are still my senior. If you truly want to fight, I do not have the confidence to win against you, San Mu said slowly. While looking at Gu Tai, he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to him again. I have come here today to make a bet with Seven Moons sect. The bet will last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Regardless of whether I win or lose, I will apologize and leave. And if you lose? The old man asked flatly. I will give you 100,000 Tao scrolls as well as 300 slips containing different epiphanies to enter Tao's spirit realm. San Mu answered without any hesitation. Not necessary. If you win, we will no longer need to talk about anything else. But if you lose, then all the invaders from one Tao sect within an area of 1 million feet must remain in this place. Once Gu Tai said, and San Mu's pupils shrank. Very well. Resolution appeared on his face. After all, while the old man was just a Dao paragon, forget San Mu himself, even his master was slightly wary of him, and they would not easily provoke him. The old man's reputation was so great in the past that his name had traveled through all of ancient Zong, and he surely still had some secrets up his sleeves. Legends had it that he could copy one of the divine abilities belonging to the three Dao gods in the 9th level of Dao divinity realm. Including those in the sky, the old man said flatly. This time, San Mu went silent, but soon, he nodded and sat down. He swung his right arm, and an incense stick appeared in front of them. It swayed and was instantly lit. Sect Master, this matter. Next to the old man, Su Zhongfan had a hint of worry on his face. But just when he was about to continue speaking, Gu Tai cast him a glance. I can't help him in this matter either. If he fails, then it is his destiny, and it also means that he is not a person who can fight to be the heir. If he wins, then why is it wrong for Seven Moons sect to face the risk of destruction for him? There was a firm tone in the old man's words, causing the other great sect elders to choose not to speak. When all of them cast their gazes on the lit incense stick and a wisp of smoke floated up, the young man with the angled eyebrows in the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky opened his eyes. He remained still, but a hint of killing intent and excitement appeared in his eyes. The game has started. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Huh? I will only need half of that time. At the instant the young man opened his eyes, cracking sounds came from his body. While he seemed to have appeared in the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky, right then, as the cracking sounds appeared, he seemed to have descended in the 5th layer once more. He took a step forward and, his body turned into a long arc that charged towards the mountain belonging to the 3rd line, where Su Ming was. Capturing the 3rd prince alive? I won't do that. I will kill him. Haha. I will become the first cultivator to ever kill a member of the royal family. Once I kill him, then perhaps I will have the chance to snatch his life matrix. And my level of cultivation will definitely increase. Besides, even if I kill him, I will not have violated the rules of ancient Zong, because it'll be done during the 3,000 years. As for 3,000 years later, if I can't reach the 9th level of Dao divinity realm, it's pointless for me to continue living. And if I can reach the 9th level of Dao divinity realm, then no one will be able to do anything to me. The young man's laughter echoed in the air. He instantly appeared on the mountain belonging to the 3rd line. He did not step on the cliff where Su Ming was, but instead, once he showed up at the foot of the mountain, his laughter echoed in the air, and he started walking up the mountain. With each step he took, the mountain trembled, and powerful, mighty pressure descended every single time his foot landed. It grew stronger and filled the young man's voice with confidence and excitement. 3rd prince, the person who will kill you, is Tian He. Su Ming sat in the mountain in the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky. Be it the seal in the world or the intimidating suppression, they seemed to not be very effective on him. They seemed to avoid the region where he stayed. It was also because of it that Seven Moons sect had agreed to gamble with San Mu, or else it would have been a different story. Clearly, everything had been planned to the very last detail by one Dao sect. At that moment, while meditating with his eyes closed, Su Ming sensed the seal outside. He sensed a terrifying wave of mighty pressure enveloping the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky, which turned it into a prison. The aura of other people caught inside had become chaotic, and they were all fighting against it arduously. Su Ming had also sensed an unfamiliar presence in the prison-like 5th layer of sky beyond the sky. That presence was strong, and it was full of killing intent as well as madness so great that it caused the mountain to tremble. Then the voice of that person reached his ears. Su Ming sighed in his heart. He knew that it was a battle he could not avoid. He could only sigh regrettably, however, because he had already found a sign serving as a guide for him to fuse his shadow figures together. But in the end, he was forced to stop due to an invisible bottleneck. It felt as if he lacked some sort of key to reach a breakthrough. At the moment he was about to open his eyes, Su Ming suddenly froze, as if he was listening to something. After a long while, his face became calm again, and he gave up on the thought to open his eyes. The mountain trembled even more violently. The sounds of footsteps gradually grew louder, coming closer. Low chuckles reached his ears, and a presence filled with killing intent, as well as excitement, covered the entire mountain belonging to the third line. A dozen-something breaths later, Tianhe appeared hundreds of feet away from Su Ming. His aura instantly reached its peak. Honorable Third Prince, you have already missed the best chance to counterattack. The young man with the dashing eyebrows saw Su Ming meditating outside his house at first glance, and a smile appeared on his face. Needless to say, there were no fools among people who had reached his level of cultivation. He might be arrogant, but he was also conniving. He had walked over instead of flying to give pressure to Su Ming, but also because after moving through the Rune of Seven Moons sect, he needed some time for his power to return to its peak. And it was the pinnacle of the second level of Tao Divinity Realm. It's still early, so allow me to introduce myself. You should know the person who killed you, Your Highness. The young man with the angled eyebrows walked up the stairs towards Su Ming. I am Tianhe, the seventh disciple under Jiao Men, who is in the second Tao in One Tao sect. I am the envoy of battle in One Tao sect, and I am in the second level of Tao Divinity Realm. As for my hometown, it's also in ancient Zong. It's not too far away from the royal capital. As the young man spoke, he walked closer to Su Ming. Now, I've finished making my introductions. Your Highness, you can now die. A moment ago, the young man was still smiling, but in the next breath, his expression turned ferocious. The killing intent in his eyes burned along with excitement. As he spoke, he lifted his right hand and swiftly pointed at Su Ming. With it, the world roared. A large number of cracks appeared in the mountain belonging to the third line, and sword shadows manifested in the air before the young man. They immediately reached over 1 million in number and charged at Su Ming while covering the sky and earth. Each sword shadow held a terrifying power that could tear through the world. When they charged at Su Ming, his eyes remained closed, but he lifted his hands and formed a seal. Immediately, his hair danced about, and his robes fluttered. A gentle light enveloped his body and turned into a layer of protection. Loud booming sounds echoed through the world at a volume that shook the sky and earth. The 1 million sword shadows instantly submerged Su Ming, and the booming sounds grew even louder. The sword shadows crumbled and turned into glittering light that spread through the area. Su Ming remained seated on the cliff with his eyes closed. The protective screen of light around him had become much darker and fainter, but it did not crack. Quite interesting, as expected of the third prince. Do you still have some other enchanted treasures to protect yourself? The young man smiled, but the killing intent in his eyes became stronger. When he took a step forward, he instantly closed in on Su Ming and lifted his right hand with 2 fingers pressed together to resemble the tip of a sword. He sliced it through the air, and a white flame lit up. It surrounded his fingers, and he tapped the screen of light around Su Ming. At the instant his fingers touched the screen, it shuddered. Cracking sounds could be heard, and cracks spread through the screen. Shatter! When the young man spoke with a cold sneer, a loud bang shot up, and the screen of light around Su Ming shattered as a response. It crumbled to pieces. A string of conceited laughter came from Tianhe, who did not stop moving his right hand. Once he crushed the screen of light, he reached for the center of Su Ming's brow. Third Prince, I won't be sending you off, the young man said while his laughter still echoing in the air. At that moment, Su Zhongfan was the one who appeared to be the most nervous and worried in the 7th layer of Sky Beyond the Sky. He was Su Ming's master. Even though he was only master in name and had forced Su Ming to be his disciple, his worry at that moment was sincere. It did not matter whether his worries were related to things concerning himself, but without a doubt, at that moment he was worried about Su Ming. Sect Master! He could clearly see Su Ming and Tianhe's figures in the 5th layer of Sky Beyond the Sky. In fact, all the people in the 7th layer could see the 2 of them in the 5th layer. He is in the 2nd level of Tao Divinity Realm. This is unfair. Su Zhongfan looked at Great Sect Elder Gu Tai of the first line. Continue watching. Gu Tai's expression was calm, but a bright sparkle had appeared in his eyes. The screen of light around Su Ming in the 5th layer shattered. When Tianhe's finger was about to tap the center of his brow, Su Ming still remained with his eyes closed. He did not dodge, but overlapping shadows appeared around his body. A figure shot out and turned into a long arc that touched Tianhe's approaching finger. As booming sounds echoed in the air, Tianhe's finger paused for a moment, and he took a few steps back. When he lifted his head, the figure which blocked his finger tumbled backwards while taking on Su Ming's form, but his face was pale. His body was faint and resembled an illusion, as if he was about to dissipate at any moment. Clearly, Su Ming's shadow figure had a hard time withstanding the attack. A shadow figure? Not bad. Tianhe grinned. Suddenly, his body vanished, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of Su Ming. However, Su Ming's shadow figure also disappeared and reappeared between the young man and his real self. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth while fog filled the area. Tianhe lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky. Sky sword. When he said those words, a huge crack appeared in the sealed fifth layer. It immediately turned into an asymmetrical sword that looked like a crack and which instantly charged towards the ground, straight for Su Ming. Loud booming spread in every direction. Su Ming's shadow figure was instantly pierced through by the sword and reduced to black fragments in front of his real self. When they tumbled backwards, they were absorbed back into Su Ming's meditating body. Overlapping shadows appeared around Su Ming's body again. This time, he did not just send out one shadow figure, but two, and one of them was the shadow of winter. It was formed when Su Ming had gained an epiphany of winter from the 4 seasons. Once the 2 shadow figures appeared, they charged at Tianhe. An arrogant look appeared in his eyes when they drew close. He lifted his right foot and stomped on the ground. A loud bang shot up, and numerous cracks appeared under his feet. The moment they showed up, they turned into contorted swords that charged at Su Ming's 2 shadow figures. A mere child's play. You overestimate yourself, third prince. You can't run from this disaster. As he spoke, Tianhe lifted his hands and pushed his palms together before pushing forward. With it, his hair immediately danced in the air, as if a gust of violent wind had crashed into his face. The mountain under his feet trembled, and the world behind him distorted. Loud booms shot out from the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky, and from every direction, contorted swords appeared around him. If anyone looked over, they would find that swords were endless. The air had been replaced by sword glints. 1/Sever Dao. The moment the young man attacked, Su Ming's 2 shadow figures shot out. One of them instantly turned into a layer of black fog. When it tumbled out, a huge black palm manifested and charged at Tianhe. At the same time, Su Ming's other shadow figure, the shadow of winter, opened its eyes, and snow began to fall. The entire sky seemed to have become dark. A blizzard rose up, and a pair of eyes that seemed to be on the verge of opening appeared in the sky, causing the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky to seem to be enveloped by shadow. Not a bad art, but a pity. It's too weak. The young man laughed arrogantly and pulled his hands apart. The world roared. Countless sword glints instantly charged forward and crashed against Su Ming's palm of black fog, tore at the blizzard around him, and caused loud bangs. The eyes in the sky were torn, the snow in the area fell apart, and Su Ming's shadow of winter shattered. The palm of black fog also disintegrated and turned into wisps of black smoke. When they tumbled backwards, they charged at Su Ming's seated real self and were absorbed back into his body. Now then, what other tricks do you have? Third Prince 7 Moons Sect has their 7 lives art. Excluding your real self, you should still have 3 more shadow figures. Only 3/10 of the time it takes for an incense stick to burn have passed. Come, I'll play with you. An excited look appeared on Tianhe's face. He would definitely not do something like that if he attacked someone else, but right then, he liked the feeling of fighting Su Ming. He liked being able to toy with him. The person before him was part of the royal family of ancient Zong. The royal family whose status was so great that no one was allowed to show even a single hint of disrespect. Su Ming was the 3rd prince, and the chance to kill and humiliate a member of the royal family excited Tianhe, which was why he wanted it to last. He wanted to make the third prince afraid. He wanted to see his fear. With ruthless ferociousness and excitement, he took a step forward. He lifted his right hand and cut down swiftly. Third prince, send out your remaining 3 shadow figures so I can kill them. When he spoke, overlapping shadows appeared around Su Ming's body once more. The final 3 figures appeared and turned into his shadows of autumn, summer, and spring. Together they charged out. Tianhe's conceited laughter echoed in the air of the 7th layer of sky beyond the sky. At that moment, powerful killing intent appeared in Su Zhongfang's eyes. He glared at Tianhe. Across from the great sect elders of Seven Moons sect, the white-robed teenager continued smiling, but there was anger in his heart. He was not angry about Tianhe wanting to kill instead of capturing the third prince, but about how slow he was in regards to it. If he continued toying with him and some accident happened, this is his disaster. Continue watching, Gutai said faintly again. Tianhe's laughter echoed in the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky again, and he cast a scornful look at the 3 shadow figures that had overlapped with Su Ming's body and appeared while sparkling. Once he saw the 3 shadow figures take Su Ming's form, he once again felt the excitement of killing a prince. We should end the game now. The time it takes for half an incense stick to burn is almost up. As Tianhe smiled, a contemptuous look appeared on his face. He lifted his right hand and pushed his palm against the ground. With a bang, the ground shuddered, and even the mountain belonging to the 3rd line seemed to want to collapse. In truth, all of the 13 mountains in the area started trembling. Once cracks appeared, they instantly turned into swords. They immediately surrounded Tianhe, and the moment he lifted his right hand from the ground, they gathered together to turn into a big sword of 1,000 feet in length. While sweeping sideways, it charged at Su Ming. Booming sounds echoed in the air. With supreme strength and Tianhe's power in the 2nd level of Tao Divinity Realm, the big sword cut through the shadow of autumn, the body of summer, and the mark of spring. At the instant Su Ming's 3 shadow figures shattered and tumbled back into his real self. The sword drew close to Su Ming's head, about to cut into his body. The game should indeed end now. At that moment, the meditating Su Ming opened his eyes. It was the first time Su Ming had opened his eyes in over 40 years he spent meditating. They had been closed since he had cleared the 18th formation. Even when he went to the Council of Elders, he had only sent his shadow figure over. Even if Tianhe had humiliated him many times just then, Su Ming did not open his eyes. Even when all his shadow figures were destroyed, he still did not open his eyes. Only at that moment did he open his eyes for the first time. A dark light was in his pupils, and the moment he opened his eyes, he met Tianhe's gaze. Tianhe's expression suddenly changed. He felt as if millions of thunderous claps had erupted at the same time in his heart. They rumbled in his mind, and his heart thumped for an unknown reason. A powerful sense of danger, one that screamed of a threat to his life, instantly filled his heart. The sense of danger had appeared incredibly suddenly, and before Tianhe could react to the situation, Su Ming had already stood up. When the big sword was 7 inches away from cutting into his head, it looked like it had been blocked off by some unseen force and could no longer sink further. Explode! As a powerful warrior in the 2nd level of Tao Divinity Realm, Tianhe had great battle experience. At that moment, without any hesitation, he let out a low growl, then took a step forward and charged at Su Ming. A loud bang shook the sky. The big sword collapsed and exploded, turning into countless fragments that instantly submerged Su Ming. At the same time, Tianhe charged into the distortions in the air formed by the fragments. But the moment he rushed in, an astonished cry tumbled out of his lips, and he instantly fell out of the distortions. When he was 1,000 feet away from the distortion, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and disbelief appeared on his face. The distortions formed by the fragments from the shattered sword seemed to have been frozen in time. They floated in the air and did not move. Amid them, Su Ming stood with a calm expression. When he walked out, he stopped outside the distortions without a single hint of a shadow under his body. An aura that brought trepidation to Tianhe's heart was gathering together around Su Ming's body at a maddening pace. I have to thank you. It's because of your appearance that I could fuse with my 7 shadows and form my Dao shadow. The feeling of fusing with my Dao shadow is pretty good. Su Ming cast a glance at his body. While smiling faintly, he suddenly took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Tianhe. He lifted his right hand and casually swung it. Tianhe's expression swiftly changed. He brought his hands up to form a seal, and countless sword glints appeared behind him. When there were more than 1,000,000 of them, they charged at Su Ming. A mere child's play. You overestimate yourself. You can't run from this disaster, Su Ming said flatly, and his words were naturally the words Tianhe had said a bit earlier. In the face of the incoming 1,000,000 sword glints, Su Ming only swung his right arm. The world immediately roared, and the sword glints instantly stopped in the air as if they had been frozen. By then, Su Ming already had his right hand charging at Tianhe, who was about to retreat with shock written all over his face. At the instant Su Ming's palm drew close, a screen of light with more than 1,000 overlapping layers appeared around the young man. But when Su Ming's palm touched them, they shattered one by one. In the blink of an eye, they had all crumbled, allowing Su Ming's palm to land on the young man's chest. When booming sounds rang out, the young man let out a shrill scream of pain. His body fell back like a kite with its string snapped. When he was thousands of feet away, light shone on his chest and gathered together into a fragmented crystal. It was reduced to powder the next moment, having withstood the attack just then. Disbelief appeared on Tianhe's face. He found his predicament hard to accept. He had humiliated the third prince with the intention to torture and kill him, but right then, the third prince had become so strong that it was difficult for Tianhe to believe it. Everything had happened too quickly, and the contrast was so great that Tianhe was caught in a slight daze. He felt as if he was dreaming, but the shattering of his life protection reminded him that it was all true. He sucked in a sharp breath, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. You, just what level of cultivation do you have? My level of cultivation? Su Ming's expression was calm. His eyes fell shut for a moment. Then when he opened them again, his hair danced in the air without wind and his robes fluttered violently. His aura erupted at an astonishing speed that caused Tianhe's breathing to practically stop due to shock. The third prince was not in the first level of Dao Divinity Realm, and neither was he in the second level of Dao Divinity Realm. He was in the third level of Dao Divinity Realm, Dao Spirit Realm. All of the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky trembled at that instant. The sky tumbled about, the ground roared, and the 13 mountains trembled. At that moment, Su Ming seemed to have become the most eye-catching sun in the fifth layer. At the instant his aura and his cultivation base spread out, he seemed to want to freeze all the laws operating in the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky. In fact, among the new rules there was even a wisp of power that could reverse time. This scene had not only caused Tianhe's expression to change drastically, but the pupils of all the people in the seventh layer of sky beyond the sky to instantly shrink. When laughter tumbled out of Su Zhongfan's lips, great sect elder Gu Tai of the first line had a hint of a smile appear at the corner of his lips. San Mu continued sitting across them, but his expression had become rather unpleasant. There was even a hint of shock in his eyes. What stunned him was that Su Ming was in the third level of Dao Spirit Realm, and it seemed like he had just reached a breakthrough not too long ago. He had not stabilized his power, or rather, he had not even reached a breakthrough by then. Instead, when his Dao shadow gathered together, he had forcibly pushed himself into quasi-Dao Spirit Realm. He still needed to get through Dao Spirit Realm's voice to heaven, for only then could he truly be considered to have reached Dao Spirit Realm, which was supposed to let him be one with the spirit of the world. But no matter what, the power erupting from his body was a strength that Tianhe simply could not withstand. On top of that, what caused San Mu's pupils to shrink was that when the presence of Su Ming's cultivation base spread out, the signs of time freezing and even reversing had appeared in the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky. San Mu did not care about the element of time freezing. What he cared about was the hint of power to reverse time. If San Mu had reacted so strongly, Then Tianhe, who was directly facing Su Ming, was in an even greater state of shock. At the instant Su Ming revealed his true power, he was completely shocked, and astonishment filled his heart. Tianhe had not expected that the seemingly simple slaughter in his mind would have a change of tides that he could not accept. He should have been a powerful warrior and been able to kill the third prince so that he could perfect his own kismet. That was how things should have gone. But they had progressed in a different manner. The person he originally wanted to kill had become an existence whose strength surpassed his, and Tianhe had fallen from a powerful warrior to a weakling. Tianhe felt like all his words, excitement, and arrogance had turned into a childish, indescribable practical joke. He had actually thought that he was strong enough to kill the third prince. He had actually acted in an arrogant and conceited manner before a powerful warrior in Tao spirit realm. The thought of all that turned into chill down his spine, and madness appeared on Tianhe's face. He charged backwards while roaring. When he brought his hand up, he struck the center of his brow, and immediately, veins popped up and cracks appeared on his body. Origin Tao sword! Tianhe screamed hoarsely, and booming sounds shot out of his body. Red swords instantly charged out of the cracks on his body to form a huge red sword before him. It stirred up a monstrous ocean of blood and instantly charged towards Su Ming. Tianhe had decided to give it his all. Not a bad art, but a pity. It's too weak. A hint of derision appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he repeated Tianhe's words. At the moment he spoke, he lifted his right hand and pointed at the sky. Shadow of Winter. Su Ming had had his shadow figure cast that art previously, and Tianhe had mocked him with those words. But right then, when Su Ming executed the art himself, Tianhe's face turned pale. The entire sky went black. The whole sky looked as if it had shattered and was falling down. Countless snowflakes floated down. However, they were not white, but the color of the night. When black snow fell in the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky, Su Ming brought down his lifted right hand and pointed at Tianhe. This is the disaster of winter I give to you. At the instant Su Ming said those words, all the black snow that filled the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky paused, then charged at Tianhe with a sharp howl. Anyone who saw this scene would feel as if the shadow of heaven was descending on Tianhe, intending to make him assimilate with it so that he would become part of the shadow of night. Progenitor, save me. Tianhe let out a shrill scream of pain. The blood-red sword in front of him swiftly grew in size, and blood-red light spread out and surged into the sky, which made the sea of blood behind it roar. He also formed a seal with his left hand and struck his chest. When he coughed up blood, the 13 mountains around him roared, and 13 blood-red swords instantly appeared to crash against the black snow sweeping towards him. The next moment, Tianhe grabbed one blood-red sword and charged towards Su Ming. When he rushed over with the 13 blood-red swords fusing into the sword in his hand, his power of the second level of Tao divinity realm erupted from him, causing his speed to increase with each passing moment. But the sea of blood behind him was instantly covered by black snow and frozen. The black blizzard submerged Tianhe with a howl, and even his shrill cries gradually disappeared in the moans of the wind and snow. Su Ming remained as composed as ever. He did not move and, with a cold glare, only watched Tianhe close in on him. When the tip of the sword was only 10 inches away from the center of his brow, Tianhe's body froze, and his eyes went wide. He stared at Su Ming with an unfocused gaze. Cracking sounds came from his body, which was covered by black snow. When even his unfocused eyes, the last thing of him that was exposed to the world, was covered by the black snow, he seemed to fuse with the darkness. With an indifferent expression, Su Ming lifted his head. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky. He looked at the seventh layer, wrapped his fist in his palm, and bowed. Without destruction, you cannot create anything new. Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master. In the seventh layer of sky beyond the sky, the white-robed teenagers did not look sullen. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. However, once he let out a soft sigh, a faint smile appeared on his face. He stood up slowly and cast a glance at the incense stick, which only had 3/10 of its original size. When he lifted his head, his gaze landed on Gutai, and he wrapped his fist in his palm to bow slightly to the old man. I've lost this gamble, but senior, you are an elder. Using such methods in this gamble is just a little, but I am still impressed. I didn't think that you would use our arrival as the key for the third prince to reach a breakthrough. If we didn't come here, he would have needed several more centuries before he could reach a breakthrough, the white-robed teenager said with a smile. When he spoke, there were not many changes in emotions in his words, but a dark light did flash in his eyes. He might not have needed several centuries, but he would indeed not have reached a breakthrough so soon. We would have to thank you for helping us this time. One Tao sect, Gutai said flatly, and his expression was as calm as ever. No changes of emotion could be detected. But right then, as he stood there, he made San Mu become even more wary of him. He knew that he had not just lost the gamble with Su Ming, but the entire battle. From the moment they had made first contact, One Tao sect had completely lost. One Tao sect had schemed and plotted everything. They had located Su Ming, predicted that Dao Han would use the 7 Moons Snow Rune, and had Tian He use the weakness of the rune to sneak into the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky. In fact, they had even planned for Sen Mu's arrival in 7 Moons sect and the sealing of the 5th layer. When he looked at them right then, however, they still seemed perfect at first glance, but there were flaws hidden inside. Their plans had deceived almost every single person in all of 7 Moons sect. The old Gutai had not been among them. However, Gutai had not tried to stop them. Instead, he had used the opportunity to achieve his goals and make Su Ming's process of gaining his Dao shadow even smoother. He used One Tao sect's strength to help Su Ming reach a breakthrough and fuse with his 7 lives art and reach Dao spirit realm. San Mu could not say anything about it. If they could plot against 7 Moons sect, then 7 Moons sect could naturally plot against them, and the agreement they had made. When San Mu looked back and examined it again, he found that it was not an agreement at all, but a trap. I'm impressed, truly impressed. The white-robed teenager cast a deep glance at the old Gutai before him. The old man had made a name for himself many years ago. His reputation in ancient Zhong was great, and with his own strength, he had brought 7 Moons sect to power. Now, San Mu finally understood why some of the people in the sect regarded 7 Moons sect so seriously. Who they paid attention to was not 7 Moons sect, but Gutai. Since you lost, then I will make you pay for your loss, as per our agreement. At the instant Gutai said those words flatly, he lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky. With it, the entire 7th layer trembled. All the seals in the 5th layer were instantly dissolved. At the same instant, a huge hand manifested in the snow and wind formed by the 7 Moons Snow Rune Dao Han controlled. The hand did not try to seize anything in any direction, but just clenched its fist. The wind and snow instantly looked as if they had become still, but the next moment, when the hand unfurled, an even more violent and stronger wave of ice and snow compared to the one before instantly stirred up an unprecedented wave of madness. Howls resounded through the air. Wherever the snow and wind went, all the cultivators from One Tao sect were instantly frozen. Their life force was immediately extinguished, and they turned into ice statues. If anyone looked over, they would find that the ice statues numbered to tens of thousands. As the blizzard swirled in the area, cracking sounds rang out in the air. Cries of surprise and shrill, panicked screams shot up as One Tao sect cultivators cast their divine abilities. Some of them had pure terror on their faces, some of them were about to retreat, and some of them charged forward ferociously. But no matter what they did, their actions became relics of the past, because at that moment their bodies were all frozen into ice statues. From a distance, it looked like the ground had become a world of snow and ice. All the cultivators in it who were not from 7 Moons sect turned into ice statues at that moment. There were nearly 100,000 of them. The sight of it was so shocking that anyone who saw it would feel their hearts tremble. Only the black-robed old man who had fought against Dao Han previously watched everything in shock. Without any hesitation, he retreated through the blizzard. The sense of death being close instantly filled his heart, but as he moved back, cracking sounds came from his body. Frost covered him. Before he could even take 1,000 feet, he was frozen and became an ice statue. Still, he was a cultivator in Tao spirit realm. He screamed shrilly and formed a seal with his hands, which made black smoke surround him. With a bang, one crack was formed in the layer of ice. However, it was enough for the black-robed old man to move and vanish. Yet the moment he disappeared, a red flash shot out of the blizzard. It was a drop of blood, Dao Han's blood. The long arc trailing behind the drop of blood instantly crystallized into a sharp shard of ice. The moment the black-robed old man vanished, it followed him, and a muffled groan could be heard from the crack in the ice. That groan was very faint, but it sounded like the owner had been injured badly. Clearly, even though the black-robed old man had managed to escape, he had paid a devastating price for it. But it had not ended just yet. Once all the One Dao sect cultivators on the ground turned into ice statues, the cracks on the ground and all the shattered regions in the area were covered by snow and wind. Ice that looked like a mirror covered the ground. If anyone looked from a distance, they would not see any cracks beyond Seven Moons sect. Moments later, the blizzard shot up towards the sky. The outline of One Dao sect's statues formed by the cracks in the sky was swiftly dissipating, wanting to leave before the blizzard could touch it. But it was still a step too slow. At the moment it was about to disappear, cracking sounds shot out from it, and the outline formed by the cracks was instantly frozen in the sky. The ice swiftly spread out, and before long, it turned the outline into an ice statue. Progenitor San Mu, save me! An anxious cry of surprise rang out in the air, but the white-robed teenager's face remained as calm as ever while he was in the seventh layer of sky beyond the sky. He remained smiling as he stared at the old Gutai before him, but an icy look had appeared in his dark glare. He did not move, however. It was part of their bet. With his status and his level of cultivation, he could do shameless acts, but he could not break his promises. The incense stick continued burning, but there were only 2/10 of it left. However, after Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to the seventh layer while he was in the fifth layer, he spoke slowly. Sect Elder, please don't freeze all of them. These people schemed against me, but I only managed to kill one of them. It'll be difficult for me to be at peace with myself if that happens. While saying that, Su Ming took a step forward and left the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky to arrive in the blizzard-ridden world in the first layer of sky beyond the sky. He swept his gaze across the ground and saw the near 100,000 ice statues. Then, he lifted his head and looked at the outline of the statue being frozen. With a single move, he turned into a black long arc that charged at the right eye of the statue's outline. Oh! In the seventh layer of sky beyond the sky, the old Gutai's eyes brightened up. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and there was a hint of praise in his gaze. The old Gutai had not expected that Su Ming would make such a decision. At that moment, when he shook his head with a smile, an aggressive and overbearing look appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the white-robed teenager. San Mu remained silent. He did not speak. Instead, he turned around, and his gaze seemed to see through Seven Moons sect at where Su Ming was moving. His pupils shrank slightly. Indeed, the members of the royal family are not people whom we can humiliate at will. While the white-robed teenager spoke softly, Su Ming charged into the right eye of the statue's outline in a long black arc. At the instant he stepped inside, he appeared above the lake in the world within the right eye. The lake had already turned into ice by then. In truth, the entire world had already been covered by ice and snow. Only, the pavilion at the center of the lake remained untouched, and it was the only other color besides the slew of white in the world. There were 2 middle-aged scholars sitting and meditating in the pavilion right then. It looked like they were using all of their cultivation base to fight against being frozen. If any outsider saw it right then, they would definitely find the scene somewhat familiar. It was similar to when Tianhe had approached Su Ming, who had been meditating at that time. However, right then, their positions had been reversed. The 2 scholars were meditating, and Su Ming had come with the intent to kill. Su Ming would naturally not waste time with nonsense and idle chit-chat, like Tianhe. The moment he appeared, he closed in on the 2 scholars. The middle-aged men opened their eyes together, revealing their eyes that were nearly frozen. To others, those two people would be incredibly powerful, but Su Ming could tell that one of them was in the second level of Tao Divinity Realm, and the other was in the first level of Tao Divinity Realm. By the time they opened their eyes, Su Ming had closed in on them, lifted his right hand, and pointed forward. The scholar who was in the second level of Tao Divinity Realm immediately growled. He coughed up blood, and his blood instantly turned into a blood-red screen of light. It should have blocked Su Ming, but the moment his body touched the blood-red screen of light, it disappeared. The pupils of the scholar in the second level of Tao Divinity Realm shrank. The moment he wanted to dodge the attack, Su Ming's right index finger penetrated the back of his head, and the scholar jolted. He instantly turned black, and his body and soul were destroyed. You were the one who orchestrated this plot? Su Ming pulled his right hand back. When he turned around, he looked at the other scholar. That scholar's face was pale. He remained seated, but when he looked at Su Ming coldly, his face turned red. The power of self-destruction spread out of his body with a bang. An arrogant sneer appeared on his lips, and it held the pride of someone who would rather die by their own hand instead of being killed by someone else. It's not that easy seeking death, Su Ming said faintly. Before Abyss Builders, seeking death was not something their targets had in their own hands, because among the innate talents of the Abyss Builders, one was to reverse time. Su Ming used it right then. At the moment the scholar wanted to self-destruct while holding himself nobly and arrogantly. Su Ming lifted his right hand and tapped the center of the scholar's brow lightly. With it, the time on the scholar instantly reversed, and the signs of explosion in his body disappeared without a trace. His expression changed swiftly. That change was not voluntary, but had appeared when time reversed. In the man's heart, a monstrous storm rose up, and unprecedented terror as well as shock filled him. In ancient Zong, arts to reverse time like that had never appeared before. Su Ming straightened his palm and patted the middle-aged scholar's forehead. A huge wave of power instantly surged into the scholar's body. Once it sealed his movements, Su Ming grabbed the person's hair, lifted him up, and left the world of ice and snow. Beneath him, the pavilion instantly turned into ice. Su Ming returned to Seven Moons Sect sky. With the middle-aged scholar in hand, he charged to the fifth layer of sky beyond the sky. In the seventh layer of sky beyond the sky, the white-robed teenager moved his gaze away from Su Ming and spoke flatly. Don't you think you're going rather overboard? You can kill our people from one Tao sect. This is our bet, but capturing them alive is going overboard. That is his prize for victory. Gu Tai smiled faintly. He cast a glance at the white-robed teenager. Then, after a period of contemplation, he shook his head. All right, since Great Tao Paragon San Mu asked, I promise you that the man will not live for more than a month. There is no running away from this battle between One Tao sect and Seven Moons sect anymore. You will have to make preparations for war now, the white-robed teenager said faintly and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Gu Tai. He turned around and stepped into the air to instantly leave Seven Moons sect. When he reappeared in the world outside, a freezing glare and killing intent were in his eyes. The battle between One Tao sect and Seven Moons sect was just a brief scuffle. One Tao sect had lost, but the damage to it was insignificant. When the white-robed teenager left, the blizzard beyond Seven Moons sect gradually disappeared. Only the nearly 100,000 ice statues on the ground served as testimony to the devastating battle. The Seven Moons disciples did not let out any cheers. Instead, they began cleaning up the battlefield and searching for the corpses of their sect members. Once they made offerings for all of them, another team of people specially put together began carving runes on the ice statues. One Tao sect disciples in the ice statues looked like they were still alive. Their bodies and the ice statues they turned into were the best materials to create ice puppets. What concerned the disciples from the fourth layer of sky beyond the sky, most of them patrolled the periphery of the sect in search of anyone who might have escaped. They also made sure the defenses of their sect were tight to prevent One Tao sect from suddenly invading them again. All of Seven Moons sect began organizing themselves in perfect order. When Dao Han returned to the 7th layer of sky beyond the sky, the 13 great sect elders held a secret meeting. As for Su Ming, he sat in the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky, right outside his house. Placed before him was a huge kiln, which was the former chief attendant of the outer sect. Right then, he no longer had a physical body, and only a fragment of his soul remained. He was continuously letting out faint and shrill screams of pain. Besides the kiln, there was the scholar Su Ming had captured alive. At that moment, the scholar's eyes were closed, as if he was deep asleep or unconscious. While the cultivators in all layers of 7 Moons sect were busy with their own tasks, Su Ming stared at the middle-aged scholar, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. After a long while, a glint shone in his eyes, and determination filled his gaze. "I do indeed have to check. Just who wants to kill me?" Once Su Ming made his decision, he no longer hesitated. At the instant he closed his eyes, he lifted his left hand and pushed down on his chest, and the center of his brow cracked open. When his third eye appeared, 3 Tao divinities were revealed within. However, the third Tao divinity was rather indistinct, as if it had not yet gained full corporeal form, but they all opened their eyes at that moment. A brilliant light shone in them, and Su Ming lifted his right hand, pointing at the spot between the middle-aged scholar's brow. At the instant his finger touched his forehead, the scholar's body lurched. It instantly flew open, and a dazed look appeared on his face. His pupils spread out, as if they wanted to replace the white in his eyes. During that instant, the scholar felt as if a sharp blade had pierced his consciousness. When it swept past his mind, all his barriers instantly disappeared, and Su Ming could see all his memories at will. If it was a simple search through his memories, Su Ming would not hesitate nor activate his power of the 3rd level of Tao Divinity Realm. What he wanted to do was not just search through the scholar's memories, but with the time reversal art, to use the scholar's memories and his body as a lead to form a connection with all of the people and objects in his own memories so that he could form a tunnel. Not only would he use the scholar's mind to have a look at who the so-called eldest prince was, but he would also see just how great was that person's power. That was the reason why Su Ming wanted to enter the world within the right eye of the statue's outline but had not immediately killed the scholar. When the scholar trembled and a dazed look appeared on his face, Su Ming shook violently as well. A vortex appeared at the spot where his finger touched the center of the middle-aged man's brow. That vortex was like a tunnel. When Su Ming's consciousness was pulled in, a loud rumble immediately rang out in his mind. Amid the noise, he felt like a lone ship drifting in a raging sea that was the scholar's memories. Time was an unknown entity in there, but at some point, Su Ming's mind jolted. "Wu Kuan, what's wrong?" A hesitant voice spoke by his ears. When Su Ming opened his eyes, he saw a person looking at him. It was the scholar in the 2nd level of Tao Divinity Realm who he had killed in the pavilion. They seemed to be in a volcano that was about to erupt. Su Ming was sitting in the depths, right at the edge of magma. Waves of hot air crashed into his face, and smoke tumbled out from the magma, charging upwards. When he lifted his head to look, he found that there was no exit to the volcano. It seemed like a normal mountain. However, there were numerous cracks on it. If anyone looked at the mountain from the outside, they would definitely find that it was a strange mountain covered in cracks, and red light shone from each of them. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. When he lowered his head, he saw himself dressed in a scholar's long robe. He even held a fan in his hand. At that moment, he was the person he captured and whose memories he had fused with after occupying their mind and body with the time reversal art. "It's nothing," Su Ming smiled faintly, while speaking to the scholar in the 2nd level of Tao Divinity Realm beside him. "Oh well, the eldest prince should be egressing soon. Every single day he walks out of the flame swamp around this time. Tell him your plan then. If the eldest prince agrees with it, we will bring it to the sect and let them make the final decision." When the scholar beside Su Ming said those words, the magma in the volcano suddenly began tumbling violently. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and magma surged up as if it had imploded. From within the magma, a figure flew out. Magma fell from the air like rain while a person landed on a huge stone. His back was turned to Su Ming, and between them was the falling magma rain. "Greetings, Your Highness." The scholar next to Su Ming immediately wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to the figure respectfully. He was surprised when Su Ming did not do the same. At that moment, when the magma rain completely fell, the figure with its back facing Su Ming slowly turned around to reveal a handsome face. It belonged to a young man in white robes. At the instant the young man turned around and looked at Su Ming, he frowned slightly. When Su Ming saw him clearly, a loud bang shot up in his head. At first glance, the so-called eldest prince appeared rather familiar, and once Su Ming observed him closely, he quickly remembered that he was rather similar to Old Man Extermination. In fact, it could be said he was Extermination when he was young. Su Ming even sensed a hint of Lei Chen's presence. "Wu Kuan, how dare you not greet His Highness?" When the scholar next to Su Ming saw that there was something off about Su Ming, he quickly spoke and wrapped his fist in his palm towards the eldest prince. "Eldest prince, please forgive him. Since Wu Kuan has been strategizing lately, he is rather absent-minded. It's fine. I'm not a person who cares much about the rules anyway. Wu Kuan, how are the plans?" The eldest prince smiled faintly and looked at Su Ming. Su Ming smiled. He stared at the eldest prince, at the much younger Extermination, and remembered the words that Old Man Extermination had said when he lost against Su Ming and was absorbed by Xianxia. "Is it about to start?" Su Ming smiled and lifted his right foot. With a step forward, he instantly leapt over the magma and charged towards the eldest prince. The moment he moved, the eldest prince narrowed his eyes and brought up his right hand without any hesitation, then threw it upwards. With a bang, the lava instantly imploded and formed an indescribable heat wave that went charging towards Su Ming. An astonishing bang rang out from it. Su Ming lifted his right hand. With a swing of his arm, a chilling wind swept past him. At the instant it touched the magma and booming sounds shot up. The magma froze and turned into mountain rock. "You're not Wu Kuan. Who are you?" A surprised glint appeared in the eldest prince's eyes. While he spoke, a grim look instantly appeared on his face. "I know who you are." Su Ming did not continue onward, but instead began moving backwards. The sparkle in his eyes disappeared, and the whole world before his eyes shattered to pieces at that moment. When he opened his eyes again, they sparkled brilliantly. Before him was Wu Kuan, who had already died. Blood had poured out from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth while he was seated on the mountain of the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky in 7 Moons sect. The moment Su Ming's consciousness returned to his body, a jade slip shot through the air from the 7th layer of sky beyond the sky and appeared directly in front of Su Ming. Light shone from within the jade slip, and an old voice came from inside it. "Third Prince, I am Gutai. Please come to the 7th layer of sky beyond the sky. We would like to meet you." Su Ming lifted his head and cast his gaze on the jade slip. A contemplative look appeared on his face. After some time he stood up and swung his arm. The physical body of the dead middle-aged scholar shattered into pieces and turned into ash. The strongest person in 7 Moons sect, the great sect elder of the first line, Gutai, who is also known as the sect master. Su Ming was not unfamiliar with that person. After all, he had been in 7 Moons sect for about 50 years, and when he first woke up in the New World, the man who resembled Xianxia had given him pointers along their travels. Because of that, Su Ming had quite some knowledge regarding ancient Zong. "He's the person who reminded me that if I want to fuse with the 7 Lives art, I would have to break to succeed." Su Ming's eyes sparkled. The pensive look in his eyes disappeared, and when his gaze returned to normal, he lifted his right hand and picked up the jade slip before taking a step into the air. With it, the jade slip in his hand exuded a dazzling light that turned into a vortex. It submerged Su Ming, taking him away from the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky. At that moment, in the 7th layer of sky beyond the sky, the 13 great sect elders, including Dao Han, sat at the center of a towering altar located right at the first piece of land in the world. Right then, a vortex appeared out of nowhere at the center of the altar. When it disappeared and the 13 people looked over, Su Ming gradually appeared. "Greetings, great sect elders." Su Ming swept his gaze across the area, then wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed. While he did not quite feel as if he belonged to the sect and had joined it with a goal in mind, the sect had defended him while facing the threat of one Dao sect. Such an action moved Su Ming. It was the reason why he had bowed to them right then. The 13 great sect elders all cast their gazes on Su Ming. Most of them were seeing him for the first time. The middle-aged man in the sky-blue Taoist robe, Su Ming's master in Seven Moons sect, smiled. "My dear disciple, don't be so reserved. We've known of your status since the start, and it's precisely because of it that I was in such a hurry in the past to become your master. I do hope that you will not blame me for this." When Su Ming heard it, his expression remained calm, but he was surprised that this master of his would admit the matter just like that. His action won him respect from Su Ming. "Third Prince, please sit down," Gutai said. A smile was on his lips, and there was praise on his face. When he offered to sit, Su Ming did not reject and sat down cross-legged. "Third Prince, with the blood of the royal family coursing through your veins, your level of cultivation, and your intellect, you must have surely found clues from our levels of cultivation. Over here, aside from Dao Han, who only became a great sect elder later on and is in the 3rd level of Dao Spirit Realm, there are 8 of us who are in the 7th level of Dao Immortal Realm, and the other 4 are in the 5th or 6th level of Dao Spirit Realm. We are the pillars of Seven Moons sect. With us around, Seven Moons sect will continue to exist. If we die, then Seven Moons sect will cease to exist," Gutai said flatly. Su Ming did not speak. He simply sat there and listened calmly. Don't hold a grudge against Su Zhongfan. He was in a little too much of a hurry to become your master, because only by doing so could he form a connection with your life matrix and have a chance to become a great Dao Paragon. But you should know that he needed determination for such a gamble. It was absolutely necessary at the moment he said he would become your master. From then on, your survival was destined to become the thing he would care about the most. Your success and failure will be a challenge he cannot avoid. If you fail, then he will have to give up his cultivation base, his remaining years of life as well as his destiny. The stakes of this gamble are so great that I hope you won't come to understand the full extent of it. In fact, would you believe me if I said that if I attacked you right now, your master would grit his teeth and turn against me? No matter what, he would save you, because he has already formed a connection he cannot sever with your life matrix. Gutai explained slowly before casting a deep glance at Su Ming. It's also because of this that I made my decision to bring Seven Moons sect into the battle of the successors. We will help you with our full strength, because, be it Su Zhongfan or the other 11 great sect elders, in truth, they are all my disciples. Su Ming's expression changed at that moment. It was something he had not known. Once they completed their Dao, I asked them to stop calling me master. One of my disciples formed a connection with your life matrix, and as his master I was also dragged along. That is why from now on, Seven Moons sect, the 13 of us, and the tens of thousands of disciples in the sect will help you with everything we have. Gutai's voice echoed in the air, causing Su Ming to fall into silence. He turned his head and cast a glance at his master. At that moment, there was a slightly regretful look on Su Zhongfang's face, but Su Ming could not tell whether Su Zhongfan was feeling guilty towards Su Ming or his own master. In the end, Su Ming cast his gaze at Gutai. "What do I need to do?" he asked calmly. His tone was no longer one he would use as a disciple of Seven Moons sect, but as an equal to the people around him. The eldest prince has one Dao sect helping him, and it is so strong that it stands atop the 7 sects. The second prince has Azura clan. It is an external clan, and its strength is unfathomable. In fact, in some sense, it even surpasses one Dao sect. Azura clan has one of the 3 9th-level Dao gods in ancient Zong, Tian Xiu Luo. When Gutai said those words, the expressions of the 12 great sect elders changed. Clearly, it was the first time they heard of this matter. But Senior Tian Xiu Luo has been in isolated training for a long time. Unless Azura clan runs into something that threatens their existence, he will not egress, and neither will he join the battle of the successors. Because if he joins, the first person he will have to face is your father, who is also the emperor of ancient Zong and one of the 3 9th-level Dao gods. One Dao sect and Azura clan. These are the 2 great enemies you will have to face now, because these 2 sects' kismet is already the same as that of 7 Moons sect. They already have a connection they cannot sever with one of the 3 princes. The other sects and clans will gradually gather to the 3 of us in the subsequent years, and our 3 sects and clans will become the core. 3,000 years later, a great war to determine the successor will erupt. But the prerequisite is that you will not die before the war arrives. This is something you must remember. If you die, then 7 Moons sect will be eliminated from the battle of the successors. This is the first thing. The second thing is that while you are in Dao spirit realm, you have not stabilized your cultivation base. You will need to sound the Dao spirit voice that belongs to you. This is a major event. 7 Moons sect will make detailed preparations so that all the sects and clans in ancient Zong will bear witness when you sound your Dao spirit voice. Then, we will also help you build your influence. Third, you are still not strong enough. In terms of level of cultivation, we cannot help you by much, but the phala of Dao verification that appears once every 10,000 eons is about to ripen, and there will be a competition in all of ancient Zong for it. Phala of Dao verification only bloom once every 5,000 eons, and after the flower blooms, 5,000 eons later, it will bear fruit. Each time, it only bears 2 fruit, and one of them is big while the other small. The big one can be refined into a supreme treasure which can contain all manner of beings in the world. It is an enigmatic and amazing existence. The small fruit is the most precious, however. Once you swallow it and enter isolated training for 3 months, you will be able to make your level of cultivation increase from 1 to 3 levels of Dao Divinity Realm, but you must be in Dao Spirit Realm when you swallow it. Once it takes effect, you will reach a level anywhere below Dao Paragon. We have records saying that it will be the 8th time the phala grows fruit. Fourth, you are lacking in enchanted treasures. The treasures in 7 Moons sect no longer suit you, however. Sect Elder Lan Lan might have summoned Guru Xingqian by herself, but it is also in accordance to our wishes. Judging by the looks of it, you should have gained some clues. We will utilize all our strength to find that whip that can affect planets. Fifth, once you finish doing all these things, you must move to the top. Once you eventually become the Emperor, 7 Moons sect will reach the peak, and since the 13 of us have your kismet on us, we can also become great Dao Paragons, and I will have hope to become a 9th-level Dao God. Gu Tai said while looking at Su Ming. Since ancient times, did all great Dao Paragons reach that realm by doing what you did? Su Ming asked after a moment of silence. No. This is a shortcut. Or else why would one Dao sect and Azura clan be so enthusiastic about this matter? Gu Tai answered calmly. I can do all the other things, but there is an enchanted treasure I need in 7 Moons sect, Su Ming suddenly said. A smile appeared at the corners of Gu Tai's lips after he spoke. Tell us. I knew that you must have set your eyes on something for choosing to enter 7 Moons sect under a disguise. I want the pearl in his hand. Su Ming did not hesitate, and neither did he continue to hide. As he spoke, he looked at Dao Han. At the instant Su Ming spoke, a light crease appeared between Dao Han's eyebrows. This isn't a pearl. This is... Gu Tai fell silent for a while. Clearly, he had not expected that Su Ming would want that item. When he lifted his right hand, Dao Han unfurled his fist. Immediately, the pearl that had always been on his palm flew out and charged towards Gu Tai, who caught it. This is a phala. The phala I told you just now comes in 2 sizes, one of them is big, and the other small. When I was at the peak of my form during a battle for the phala of Dao verification, I snatched this phala after having a close brush with death. This item is known as a reversed spirit pearl, and I refined it into a supreme treasure, a legacy used to protect 7 Moons sect, Gu Tai whispered, as if he was thinking about something. I don't need to be in possession of this item for long. I just need to borrow it and use it once, Su Ming said while looking at the pearl in Gu Tai's hand. Oh! Gu Tai lifted his head and cast a glance at Su Ming before he smiled. He swung his right hand, and the pearl charged to Su Ming. If 7 Moons sect can stake our kismet on you, then why should we hesitate on giving you an external object? Su Ming lifted his hand and took the pearl. At the instant he touched it with his hand, a powerful light erupted from the pearl. It alternated in degrees of brightness as if there were roars coming out of it. They were filled with cheers as well as a call that caused Su Ming's heart to tremble. When the roars appeared and the pearl shone, the 13 great sect elders around Su Ming instantly focused on the pearl. Even Gu Tai narrowed his eyes slightly. Clearly, he had not expected that this sort of change would happen when the pearl entered Su Ming's hands. After all, he had personally acquired the pearl, and it had never showed this sort reaction before. Su Ming's expression was calm. He did not show any happiness or anger. Once he held the pearl in his right hand, his divine sense surged inside it. He could immediately sense the soul of the illusory harmonious Morris Alba in the universe within the pearl. He also sensed that the soul of the harmonious Morris Alba seemed to have lost sentience. At that moment, it was only a vessel spirit, but Su Ming did not care about it. What he cared about were his wills from the 4 great true worlds. The moment he sensed the soul of harmonious Morris Alba, he felt as if he had touched his own will. Immediately after, the 4 wills belonging to Su Ming instantly charged towards his divine sense and fused with it. Once they came into contact, the first will Su Ming sensed was true Morning Tao World's will. It had always belonged to Su Ming. Once it fused with his divine sense, a presence that had distinct differences from cultivation bases erupted from Su Ming, and it was enough to make the expressions of the 13 great sect elders change. The presence had no form, but it caused Su Ming's long hair to dance, his robes to flutter, and Gu Tai's expression to become much more solemn. Gu Tai focused his attention on Su Ming. He had a vague feeling that the invisible force surrounding Su Ming seemed rather familiar. As for the others, they could only sense the invisible power. They had never heard of it before, but they could sense that it seemed to contain a powerful force, which caused their hearts to tremble. The next moment, the power of Su Ming's will increased again. Soundless roars shot up. No one could hear them, but Su Ming felt as if there was thunder roaring in his heart. Amid its rumbles, he sensed true Immortal sect world's will. The 2 great wills fused together, causing the invisible presence to become thicker, and the great sect elders around Su Ming paid even more attention to him. As Su Ming's will grew stronger, the faint feeling of danger he brought made their expressions change. This is. Gu Tai's expression suddenly changed drastically. Shock even appeared in his eyes at that moment, which was an expression that had been absent from his face for many years. Even when San Mu had come, Gu Tai had not behaved in this manner. Gu Tai even stood up swiftly, with incredulity and astonishment in his eyes. At that moment, Su Ming sensed the Emperor of Abyss True World's will from the pearl. When it returned to him, he shuddered slightly, and his will erupted with a bang. The return of his wills and the feeling of having them back was something that Su Ming had not sensed for quite some time. At that moment, he even gained the feeling that he had when he was in harmonious Morris Alba's universe. It was the feeling that the strength of his will was so great that he could control the universe around him at will. The sky in the 7th layer of sky beyond the sky instantly became murky. The ground trembled, and the air around him seemed to be quivering. It began tumbling about violently. This scene caused all of the great sect elders to stand up. They saw Gu Tai's shock and also sensed the terrifying presence that was rapidly increasing about Su Ming. There seemed to be a power that did not belong to ancient Zong on Su Ming, and it was waking up with a roar. This is the presence of a 9th-level Tao god. Once Gu Tai's expression changed rapidly a few times, he did not say anything aloud. He just exclaimed in disbelief in his heart. He was the only person who had fought against the 3 great 9th-level Tao gods before and did not die, which was why his understanding towards 9th-level Tao gods was much greater than of other people. The other great sect elders in the land would not know the invisible presence, but Gu Tai could clearly sense that it was the power of a 9th-level Tao god. This isn't Tian Xiao Luo's presence nor Emperor of Ancient Zhang's presence. much less old monster Feng Lai's presence. This is the fourth presence of a ninth-level Dao god that has appeared for the first time in ancient Zong. At that moment, a different light lit up in Gu Tai's eyes. At that moment, Su Ming sensed true Sky Hill World's will in the pearl. When it fused with him and all four great wills returned to him, Su Ming opened his eyes, and his will erupted from him with a bang. It swept through the area and made the great sect elder's eyes shine brilliantly. It also caused Gu Tai to be even more certain that he had not made a wrong judgment. Su Ming's wills gradually faded away. Once they returned to his body, the pearl in his hand became slightly duller. Su Ming did not return it, however. Since Gu Tai had said that he could gift him with external objects, Su Ming flipped his right hand over and put the pearl into his storage bag. While his level of cultivation remained at Dao Spirit Realm and his appearance did not change, the current Su Ming seemed to have become a different man in the eyes of the great sect elders. The change in his temperament formed a presence that was born once a person's heart had become powerful, and was one Su Ming himself did not notice. Gu Tai stared at Su Ming. Once his eyes became brighter, he suddenly laughed loudly. "Third Prince, you gave me a great, pleasant surprise. Something I never expected. This surprise is completely worth me giving everything of mine to you." When Gu Tai's laughter echoed in the air, Su Ming smiled faintly. "Please call me Su Ming." "Su Ming. Su Ming. All right, Su Ming. I was originally worried about our chances of snatching the Phala, but now we can change our plans a little. We of Seven Moons Sect will first prepare the event of you sounding your Dao spirit voice, and then I will bring you to meet a senior. If this senior will acknowledge you, your chances of success in the competition over the Phala will become much greater. And before you snatch the Phala, I will make arrangements to search for the Space Whip. I will need you to work with us on this, though. If we manage to find the Space Whip, then with Seven Moons Sect's full strength, you will have 7/10 of a chance to obtain the Phala. Once you obtain the Phala and step into Dao Immortal Realm, you will rise to power in ancient Zong. When Gu Tai's laughter echoed in the air, all the great sect elders could sense the delight radiating from him. "Su Ming, you don't need to return to the 5th layer of Sky Beyond the Sky. With the reverse spirit pearl, you can go to the 6th layer of Sky Beyond the Sky to train. If we are quick, we will only need half a month, and if we are slow, we will need a full month to finish our preparations for you to sound your Dao spirit voice. Then, all of ancient Zong will know of your existence." As Gu Tai laughed, Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to him, then looked at Su Zhongfan, who was standing close by with delight on his face. Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to him as well. Su Zhongfan's smile grew even wider. He nodded repeatedly. Then, as if he had remembered something, he brought out a jade slip and handed it to Su Ming. "My epiphanies when I sounded my Dao spirit voice are in this slip. Take it and try to understand them." Su Ming took the jade slip, then gazed at Su Zhongfan for a while before shifting his gaze away and nodded at him. When he bowed at him again, he turned around and took a step into the air before disappearing without a trace. When he reappeared, he had already stepped into the 6th layer of Sky Beyond of Sky through the reversed spirit pearl. There was not a single person there. Without the reversed spirit pearl, even Dao Han could not enter, so at Su Ming's cave abode. He did not go to any other place. He went to the mountain belonging to the 3rd line in the 6th layer of Sky Beyond the Sky and sat down in front of the house on the cliff. A brilliant sparkle appeared in his eyes. It was a look of confidence that he gained in the unfamiliar ancient Zong after he obtained the 4 great wills. The power of the wills was like Su Ming's time reversal art. They were both things that had never appeared in ancient Zong. It was something he could tell from the reactions of the great sect elders of Seven Moons Sect. Only, Sect Elder Gu Tai seems to have noticed something. Su Ming pondered over it for a while. Gu Tai might not have said anything, but he had to have understood some things. Even if that was the case, Su Ming would not continue thinking about the matter. Instead, he brought out the jade slip Su Zhongfan had given him. Once he scanned it with his divine sense, his eyes fell shut. He became immersed in his meditation to stabilize his power of Dao Spirit Realm. He could sense that his cultivation base was not stable. After all, He had forcefully reached this realm after fusing with the Seven Lives art and formed his Tao shadow, which was why Su Ming also had some form of understanding towards the sounding of the Tao spirit voice. Su Zhongfang's Jade Slip had a lot of records regarding this, so Su Ming's understanding towards sounding the Tao spirit voice increased. In truth, the first and second levels of the 9 levels of Tao divinity realm are there to form the Tao body. After the third level, the Tao spirit is formed. After the 7th level, the spirit will turn into a paragon. When the 8th level is achieved, the Tao paragon will reach his peak and will be known as the Great Tao Paragon. If I want to stabilize my cultivation base of Tao spirit realm, I have to turn into a spirit and fuse with the world to become a spirit of the world. Only then will I be able to completely step into Tao spirit realm. This is a process of turning the Tao body into a Tao spirit. It will involve me sounding the Tao spirit voice. With my voice, I will verify my Tao and will fuse with the world. Su Ming closed his eyes. 1 is the beginning, 3 is greatness, 6 is power, and 9 is the peak. The sounding of Tao spirit voice can allow others to see a person's potential and affinity. Since ancient times, those who have reached Tao spirit realm sound from 1 to 6 voices. There are few who do it 7 and even fewer 8 times. 9 is extremely rare. All those who sounded 9 voices have already become great Tao paragons. I wonder how many voices I will be able to sound. Su Ming opened his eyes, and a dark glint showed up within them. With the jade slip in his hand, Su Ming closed his eyes again, then began stabilizing his power of Tao spirit realm in the 6th layer of sky beyond the sky, while meditating and waiting for 7 Moons sect to make preparations for him to sound his Tao spirit voice. Su Ming had never been interested in ancient Zhang's competition of the successors. Be it to become a successor or to kill, all of this was just a method for him to increase his level of cultivation and were part of his path leading to him possessing Xianxia in the end. No matter who tried to block him, Su Ming would kill them. He would kill all the people who got in his way and crush all the obstructions. He wanted to stand above the sky and look down on the universe. That was why he agreed to Gu Tai's plan to join the competition of the successors. But in Su Ming's heart, this was not a competition between successors. It was his cultivation path. It was the path to possess Xianxia. No matter how real the world was, his 9th summit was not in it, nor were his berserkers or the woman he had loved. Even if he saw some familiar faces among the people around him, Su Ming believed that what he saw did not belong to him. His home had always been in the 9th summit. His home was always in arid triad. That feeling became especially strong after the wills of the 4 great true worlds returned to him. It grew to the point that it made his future path clearer. It became his motivation to continue walking down his path. The rise and fall of those thoughts only appeared in the depths of Su Ming's heart. He had already learned not to show a single hint of his emotion on his face. Only when he closed his eyes would they burn with a madness from the culmination of everything in his life. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye a month went by. On the morning after that, the 6th layer of sky beyond the sky looked as if it had started burning. It had gained a brilliant shade of red, and with an ancient tone, Gu Tai's voice resounded in the air. Su Ming, it is time. Sound your Tao spirit voice. Su Ming's eyes flew open. Not many changes could be seen on his face. Only the dark light shining in his eyes at that moment showed how strong his determination was, since the eyes are the windows to the soul. When Su Ming stood up, the dark light coming from his eyes looked like a sea of fire spilling out around him, forming a contrast with the fiery red in the sky. At the instant he turned into a long arc that charged upwards. The sky roared, and a huge vortex appeared out of nowhere. The moment Su Ming rushed out of it, he stood above the skies of 7 Moons sect. Clouds tumbled about around him. The rising sun was in the sky, and when he cast his gaze over the land, the entire world was within his field of vision. 7 Moons sect seemed to have become insignificantly smaller beneath him. Wind howled, blowing up Su Ming's long hair and making his robes flutter, but it did not blow away his cultivation base and his determination to make himself stronger. Sounding your Tao spirit voice. You might need to make it sound, but you do not need to strike it like you would do to a bell. Instead, you need to shout in your own voice, a voice that belongs to you in Tao spirit realm. Make it fuse with the world and the sky, and it will become a guide. Turn it into ripples. When you change the world, your Tao spirit will go through a metamorphosis and become a spirit by the end of you shout. Gu Tai's voice echoed in the air from every direction. It lingered around Su Ming like the voice of the world. You don't actually have to prepare anything to sound your Tao spirit voice, nor do you have to notify the other sections. In the past, when other people sounded their Tao spirit voices, they would only do so in their sects. There is a special forbidden area that can prevent Tao spirit voice from traveling outwards. But for you, this is not suitable. What we want is for all of ancient Zong to know that the third prince is in Seven Moons sect. That is why we need you to sound your Tao spirit voice in the air. Over the past month, Seven Moons sect has made complete preparations. We set up a large number of runes in the area, and all the sect elders have gone out to act as Dharma protectors for you. The 13 great sect elders will personally act as garrisons for you. We will not allow anyone or any sect to disturb you. What I want is for you to bring out all of your power. Don't hide even the slightest bit of it. Don't worry about Seven Moons sect attacking you in the present or in the future. Don't worry. I have practiced cultivation for an unknown number of eons. With me being the sect master of one of the 7 sects of ancient Zong, my promise is also Seven Moons sect's promise. I promise you that regardless of the present or the future, you will forever be a part of Seven Moons sect. No matter where you go, no matter how great your achievements are in the future, you will be part of Seven Moons sect. Similarly, even if you make other choices in the future, you must remember that there is a sect in ancient Zong called Seven Moons sect. This is Seven Moons sect. You will never forget it because it is the Seven Moons sect you will bring to power. And now what I need is for you to rise to power in Seven Moons sect. Shout in the Tao spirit voice that belongs to you. Let the whole world and the whole ancient Zong know you. Let no one not know who their ruler is. Su Ming, can do you it? There was excitement and eagerness in Gu Tai's voice. As his voice echoed in the air, Su Ming fell silent. He slowly brought his head up and looked at the sky. If the competition of successors is a part of my life, even if there is a possibility that I am fake, will you and Seven Moons sect still retain your attitude? Su Ming asked softly. We have been quiet for far too long. Why should there be a problem for Seven Moons sect to fight against the whole world by your side? We will either live or die. What is there to be afraid of death? Gu Tai's laughter echoed in the air. At the instant it shook the sky and earth. The most brilliant sparkle since Su Ming had come to ancient Zong appeared in his eyes. I can do it. When Su Ming's voice rang out in the air calmly, his expression was no longer one of calm. There was a blazing fighting spirit in his eyes. His life seemed to have been lit at that moment, and his excitement seemed to have become the most eye-catching thing in the sky at that moment. Tao spirit voice. Once Gu Tai spoke, drum rolls appeared in a circular area of 1 million lis around Seven Moons sect. The loud thuds spread in every direction and rose into the sky, causing the ground to tremble. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators from Seven Moons sect roared at the same time amid the drum rolls. Tao spirit voice. Su Ming swung his arm and lifted his head. His power exploded from him at full force, without anything being held back. Then, he let out a long roar at the sky, one that notified ancient Zong of his presence. That long roar was the loudest and strongest sound Su Ming had let out once he had woken up in ancient Zong. It was a wave of madness and an outburst towards his past. It was the first voice that belonged truly to him, and let it out in Seven Moons sect. At the instant his voice appeared, the world rumbled. The clouds in the sky tumbled about as if there was a violent gust of wind blowing against them. Moments later they were torn to pieces. 1,000 lis, 10,000 lis, 100,000 lis. Su Ming's voice spread out until it reached 1 million lis, 10 million lis, and even 100 million lis. Powerful ripples stirred up in the sky around Su Ming. They contorted as if they were about to turn into his face. The ground roared loudly while trembling. The mountains shivered in a chaotic manner. Lakes howled. All the cultivators within 100 million lis of 7 moons sect felt their hearts tremble at that instant, no matter what they were doing. Their ears rang. They were shaken by Su Ming's first Tao spirit voice. This is the first voice. There's still the second and the third voice. Su Ming, continue letting out your Tao spirit voice. Push it and make it spread further away. Fill up the 7 sects and 12 clans with your voice. Make it ring through all of ancient Zong. Send it to the palace. Let all the cultivators in the world hear your voice. As Gu Tai's growl resounded through the air, Su Ming instantly felt his cultivation base boil. Even his soul, blood, and all his memories started boiling together with it. All of them began tumbling about violently, which resulted in his cultivation base erupting in full power. An indescribable feeling rose in Su Ming's heart at that moment. It was an urge calling out to him to roar the second time. It was just as Gu Tai had said. Su Ming wanted the whole world to know. He wanted to rise to power. He wanted the whole world to bear witness. Because of that, the sparkle in his eyes burned with a powerful fighting spirit that he had not felt for a long time. At that moment, when Su Ming's first Tao spirit voice echoed in the sky 100 million lis around him, all the regions within this area were filled with his presence. The world there seemed to have acknowledged his voice, and his cultivation base of Tao spirit realm became much more stabilized. Then, Su Ming lifted his head. As his cultivation base boiled, he let out his second Tao spirit voice. It was no longer a long roar, but a loud one that shook the world. When Su Ming's second Tao spirit voice appeared, not a single cloud could be seen 100 million lis around him. The ground trembled as if there were countless earth dragons tumbling about in it. His first Tao spirit voice still lingered in the air when his second voice spread out to cover the 100 million lis. Once the two voices fused, they created an indescribably vast power that shook the skies and spread violently through an even larger area with loud rumbles. 100 million lis, 200 million lis. Once the voices reached 300 million lis, they became the only sound within them. The merged voice contained Su Ming's indignation, madness, determination to meet all the people in harmonious Morris Alba again, and his past confusion towards the unfamiliar ancient Zong. All of those emotions seemed to have spilled out in that roar. He needed to let it out. The weather changed, and the ground looked like it was about to shatter. Thunder was forced away. During that moment, as Su Ming's voice echoed, the hearts of all the lives within the 300 million lis trembled, and the source of it was their souls. With his Tao spirit voice, Su Ming replaced every single sound within the 300 million lis in ancient Zong. The ripples in the sky contained his voice, and the rumbles on the ground contained his presence. If my voice can fill all of ancient Zong, then can it travel out of Xianxia's body? A brilliant sparkle appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he let out his third Tao spirit voice. 1 is the beginning, 3 is greatness, 6 is power, and 9 is the peak. When Su Ming let out his third Tao spirit voice, he already reached greatness. As his voice echoed in the air, the madness in the third roar crashed into the second Tao spirit voice still echoing in the 300 million lis. Once it fused with the lingering sounds of the two previous voices, it instantly swept out in every direction. The distance his voice covered kept on expanding. 300 million lis, 400 million lis, 500 million lis. When the first 3 Tao spirit voices overlapped with each other and reached a terrifying 1,000 million lis, the entire sky and earth in that area rumbled and roared. When Su Ming's voice spread out, it looked like it became the king of every region it passed through. 7 Moons sect was located to the west of ancient Zong. At that moment, Su Ming's third Tao spirit voice did not envelop the entire western region, but most of it had been affected. Besides 7 Moons sect, there was another sect and 2 clans located in the west of ancient Zong. 5 Directions sect, Flying Feathers clan, and Sky River clan. They were equal to 7 Moons sect in terms of fame and were nearly on equal footing in terms of power. At the instant Su Ming's third Tao spirit voice enveloped their regions, The cultivators in the sect and two clans immediately felt it clearly. They snapped out of their meditation and opened their eyes during their morning training. Their expressions differed. The lower-leveled cultivators were mostly confused, not understanding what had happened. Only those who had practiced cultivation for years knew more, or more accurately speaking, those who had already reached Avacania realm or were already in Tao divinity realm knew what the roars that caused the world to rumble signified. When they cast their gazes upwards, they found the sky filled with ripples, and Su Ming's divine sense was contained in them. His face could be vaguely seen within the ripples. When the ground trembled, Su Ming's presence could be detected. All of that bore testimony to his Tao spirit voice. This is someone sounding his Tao spirit voice. He is using his voice to fuse with the world so that he can transform his Tao body into a Tao spirit. Judging by the direction, it should be 7 Moons sect, but all cultivators from ancient Zhang's 7 sects and 12 clans always sound their Tao spirit voices in their respective sect or clan's forbidden grounds. They won't let others know about it, because Tao spirit voices are incredibly important and cannot be interrupted. 7 Moons sect actually allowed this cultivator to sound his Tao spirit voice like this. They're definitely planning something. Divine senses were sent among the cultivators, who had been shaken by what they heard. Su Ming's full cultivation base continuously spread out while he was above 7 Moons sect, and the distance he could cover had already reached its farthest point. With his cultivation base, he had already managed to sound 3 Tao spirit voices, but Su Ming's eyes sparkled at that moment. He could sense that with his current cultivation base, he could let out another Tao spirit voice. Since ancient times, most of those in Tao spirit realm can let out from 1 to 3 Tao spirit voices. Only a few can let out more than 3 roars, and only a handful can let out 6 roars. Even rarer are those who can let out 9 roars. But all those who had managed to do so and are yet to die have become great Tao paragons. Su Ming's eyes sparkled when the descriptions of Tao spirit voice from the jade slip Su Zhongfan had given him rose in his mind. He sucked in a deep breath and circulated his cultivation base to the max. As it continuously erupted from him, his third eye at the center of his brow opened. The 3 Tao bodies in that eye all shone with glittering light, their power activated to the limit. At that moment, Su Ming opened his mouth and let out his 4th Tao spirit voice. The 4th Tao spirit voice instantly covered 100 million lis in every direction, then tumbled even further into the distance. Wherever it went, the world roared. The ripples in the sky and the tremors on the ground seemed to form an illusory face, and it swept through everything while the roar echoed in the air. It fused with the previous 3 Tao spirit voices and shook the sect and 2 clans in the western side of ancient Zhang. As it continuously spread out, the entire western region was finally filled up with his voice. His roar was clearly heard by every living being in the west, but it was clearly still far from enough to shake all of ancient Zhang, as what Gutai intended. There were quite a number of people among the powerful warriors in Tao spirit realm of ancient Zhang who had let out 4 Tao spirit voices. For voices could not cause any sort of shock. At most, they would make the ears of the cultivators in the western side ring. Su Ming was still far from being able to shock anyone. However, at that moment, Su Ming's cultivation base had already reached its limit. If he just relied on the power of his cultivation base alone, he would not be able to let out a 5th Tao spirit voice. After all, it was not a simple roar. It was him letting out a voice that could almost be said to be the voice of his life after fusing all his cultivation base with his soul, his life, and everything that made him who he was. And only that voice alone could shake the world. Only it could serve as a brand that would make the world remember him. When the world remembered his voice, the ripples would baptize him. The tremors on the ground would transform his Tao body. When it reached its peak and Su Ming retrieved everything back into himself, he would be able to truly reach Tao spirit realm. In truth, if he had retrieved his will and presence after he let out 4 Tao spirit voices, he would also step into Tao spirit realm, but his future if he settled for that would be limited. So it was not the path Su Ming wanted. To grow stronger and be able to open his eyes once he fully possessed Xianxia, he had to become much stronger. His goal was the 9th level Tao God. His goal was boundless Tao. While the four Tao spirit voices echoed in the air, a powerful determination appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had already emptied his cultivation base, and there was the taste of blood in his mouth. His body had begun trembling amid the ripples in the western sky and the tremors on the ground. Aside from the difficulty of letting out the Tao spirit voices, he had to gather together everything in his life. When he forced it all out of his throat, it was the same as draining his body. He would recover his full strength once he retrieved everything back into himself, but until he did so, the drain would only become more severe as he continued letting out these Tao spirit voices. When the world changed, the ripples in the sky appeared and the ground trembled, the drain would become even stronger. That was why there were few cultivators who could sound more than 6 Tao spirit voices. My potential is normal. I knew this when I was in Dark Mountain. After all, even abyss builders have different potentials aside from their innate talents. So, with my potential, for roars are my limit. A cold sneer appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. No anguish could be seen within it, because since the destruction of Harmonious Morris Alba, he no longer felt any anguish. As he slaughtered people from St. Defire and Dark Dawn during the later stages in Harmonious Morris Alba, he had already sunk into a state of madness. At that moment, his understanding of his own potential only brought a strong refusal to admit defeat to Su Ming's heart. I might only have this much potential, but I will let out more Tao spirit voices, because, aside from my cultivation base, I still have my wills. Su Ming swung his arm, and his will of true morning Tao world erupted from his body with a bang. Once it appeared, the invisible power that was clearly different from what existed in ancient Zong instantly surrounded Su Ming's body, and his hair flew up. Su Ming lifted his head, and with his will, he let out his 5th Tao spirit voice. At the instant he let out that voice, the western side of ancient Zong trembled. Excitement appeared on the faces of cultivators in Seven Moons sect. They stared at Su Ming, remembering how he had cleared the Tao Divinity Shadow Dissension rune 40 years ago. At the same time, a rarely seen excitement appeared in Gu Tai's eyes too. He watched Su Ming while feeling incredibly certain that he had not made the wrong call. That presence was the unique presence belonging to the 9th level Tao gods. When the 5th Tao spirit voice echoed in the air, it instantly filled the entire western region of ancient Zong as well as the sects and clans in it. At the moment they were shaken, the voice spread out even further. This time, Su Ming's Tao spirit voice spread to the central region of ancient Zong, as well as the north and south. If there was someone who could stand at a spot where he could overlook all of ancient Zong, they would definitely see a powerful wave of sound spreading out from the west with loud rumbles. In that arc was Su Ming's nearly invisible face. In the northern region there was a golden stand, and Azura clan stood tall atop it. At that moment, they were affected by Su Ming's Tao spirit voice. The young man who was sitting on the huge, ferocious beast within the world in Azura clan opened his eyes at that moment. His eyes shone when he lifted his head. Su Ming's Tao spirit voice reached his ears in a faint murmur. The appearance of that voice immediately caused the young man's expression to change. At the same time, Di Tian, which had originally been buried in his right eye, manifested once more. "It's Su Ming. This is Su Ming." Di Tian laughed. His laughter held a wave of excitement and exhilaration, because Su Ming's appearance made him even more certain of his beliefs, that everything around him was fake. "Shut up." The second prince's expression was dark. He lifted his right hand and tapped his right eye. Immediately, the laughing Di Tian disappeared from his pupil, but the second prince's expression only became even darker. The second prince, however, was not the only one to notice what was happening. All of Azura clan heard Su Ming's Tao spirit voice. The echoing voice, the rippling sky, and the trembling ground made the expressions of almost everyone there change. When Su Ming's 5th Tao spirit voice fused with the previous 4 and turned into a majestic sound, it reached the northern and southern regions, as well as the central region. Soon, though, the 5th Tao spirit voice lost its power to continue spreading. It turned into a lingering note that continued echoing in the air. At that moment, an even greater madness appeared on Su Ming's face while he was above Seven Moons Sect. Sixth sound. Blood trickled out of the corner of his lips, and blood capillaries appeared in his eyes. It was the damage dealt to him after he drained his body and was injured by the ripples in the world. Due to his potential, it should have been impossible for him to let out the fifth Tao spirit voice, which was why when the voice appeared, he seemed to have broken some sort of law. Because of it, his body was drained at a level that far exceeded what a normal cultivator would feel after they let out their fifth Tao spirit voice. However, it also meant that when Su Ming retrieved his cultivation base, soul, life, and everything about him back, his potential would also change. He had already let out the fifth Tao spirit voice, and he needed to have the potential for doing that. If he did not, then the laws of ancient Zong would make sure that he had it. This matter might sound abstruse, but the logic behind it was not difficult to understand. However, for it to happen, Su Ming had to bear more devastating consequences than anyone else. But since he had already went that far, he would definitely not give up. As his voice echoed in the air, his true immortal sect worlds will erupted from him with a bang, and a part of his body instantly withered. Most of his life force seemed to surge out of his body with his will through his open mouth as he let out his sixth Tao spirit voice. 1 is the beginning, 3 is greatness, 6 is power. At that moment, when Su Ming let out his sixth Tao spirit voice, he had already become one of the strong. At the instant the sixth Tao spirit voice shot through the air, Gu Tai's voice swiftly traveled into every single cultivator's ears in Seven Moons Sect. Be even more alert. Absolutely do not let anyone who might interrupt the third prince approach. The sixth Tao spirit voice is enough to cause a commotion, and there will surely be people who will come and try to interrupt His Highness. Gu Tai's voice echoed in the ears of every single cultivator of Seven Moons Sect. A brilliant sparkle appeared in all their eyes, and they became even more guard, defending the entirety of the 1 million lease of Seven Moons Sect like an unbreakable wall. At the same time, a commotion arose in all the sects and clans that heard Su Ming's sixth Tao voice. Many people had let out cries of surprise at the same time due to their shock. When the sixth Tao spirit voice fused with the previous 5 voices, the sound formed was like an explosive bang. The world became dark. When the ground trembled violently, Su Ming's Tao spirit voice enveloped most of the northern, southern, and central regions. There were a total of 3 sects and 6 clans in there. At that moment, all the cultivators there were shocked by Su Ming's Tao spirit voice, especially the powerful warriors. They could tell how many Tao spirit voices a cultivator had let out based on the volume of the Tao spirit voice they heard. Caused them a great shock. That's the sixth Tao spirit voice. He came from Seven Moons Sect. Looks like another sect elder in Tao spirit realm is about to appear in Seven Moons Sect, and judging by how majestic this Tao spirit voice is, he might have a possibility of reaching Tao Immortal realm. But does Seven Moons Sect have some sort of plan? He's not sounding his Tao spirit voices in the sect's forbidden grounds, but instead is doing it in such an arrogant manner. When Su Ming's sixth Tao spirit voice resounded through the air and lost its power to continue spreading out, Gu Tai's ancient and excited voice shot up again in Seven Moons Sect. Su Ming, if you can sound the 7th voice, you will shock everyone. If you can sound the 8th voice, you will astonishment all sections. If you can truly sound the 9th voice, your voice will cover all of ancient Zong, and even the Emperor will be able to hear you. Su Ming's body had withered to a point where he looked like an old man at that moment. There was more blood in his mouth, and a large amount of red in his eyes. As if he did not hear Gu Tai's voice, he sucked in a deep breath, and without any hesitation, while Gu Tai's voice echoed in the air, he activated his will from the Emperor of Abyss True World. 7th voice. Su Ming threw his head back and let out his 7th Tao spirit voice. At the instant his voice spread out, it drowned out Gu Tai's voice. This did not mean that Su Ming's power had surpassed Gu Tai's, but because the Tao spirit voice that traveled out at that moment had covered nearly 6/10 of ancient Zong and had caused a resonance. As Su Ming let out his voice, his body shuddered and became even more withered, up to the point where he nearly became a mummy. His hair went gray, and his blood was practically all drained. His life force also seemed about to dissipate. But his seventh Tao spirit voice rumbled in the air persistently. It spread through the entire western region, covered all the areas in the north, south, and the central region, filling nearly 8/10 of ancient Zong, with Su Ming's roar. Due to the mysteries surrounding it, Su Ming's roar could not enter the royal capital in the central region. Only it remained unaffected. All the buildings, sects, clans, and cultivators in all the other areas could sense Su Ming's seventh Tao spirit voice at that moment, and they also sensed the madness and determination contained in it. At the same time, when Su Ming's seventh Tao spirit voice resounded through the air, in the north, a large number of cultivators from Azura clan stepped into the rune in Azura world. At the instant the rune shone, they appeared in the northern region of ancient Zong and charged towards Seven Moons sect. There were quite a large number of them, but they were not the trump cards of the clan and were not the strong old monsters. When they appeared beyond Seven Moons sect with howling winds from their charge, all the runes in Seven Moons sect were activated. Gutai watched the newcomers with a cold glare. The 12 great sect elders beside him had already turned into long arcs and flown out with the sect elders. We can sacrifice the people in Seven Moons sect, but not a single person is allowed to step in and interrupt the third prince's Tao spirit voice. Gutai was well aware that as Su Ming continued letting out his Tao spirit voices, there would definitely be people who would come and try to interfere with him, but there would not be many who would do so. Aside from Azura clan, the only other group who would attack would be one Tao sect. As for the other sects and clans, they would definitely watch, which would reveal the sect to which the third prince belonged. This could also be said to be a show of his strength, so that the other sects and clans could think about which faction to join once all three princes proved themselves. Gutai had made full preparations for this. Even if a great Tao paragon arrived, they would only be able to dream about breaking all the runes Seven Moons sect had activated. San Mu's arrival in the past had been an accident, but Gutai had not missed his arrival. He had instead chosen to use San Mu's plan against him. Right then, since he had decided to personally formulate the plan, such accidents would definitely not happen again. As booming sounds reverberated through the air, a huge battle broke out beyond Seven Moons sect, and countless runes appeared in the air around Su Ming. From the distance, multiple figures could be seen continuously approaching him, but they could not break the runes, and since Gutai was around, the place became a ravine that no one could not cross for a short period of time. At that moment, Su Ming's seventh Tao spirit voice had already turned into echoes. As his body shuddered, blood poured out of his ears, nose, eyes, and mouth. The blood was sticky, like the last drops of his life. His face was pale, and his eyes were dull and lusterless, but the determination in them like a ball of bright flames. 7 voices, huh? I can still let out the 8th voice. There was madness in Su Ming's bones. Be it when he was in Dark Mountain during his earliest years, or when he slaughtered everyone in St. Defire and Dark Dawn in harmonious Morris Alba, madness had always accompanied him and was fully shown in his actions. It was a madness born from his resolution, and right then he was determined to become strong. Even if he was already drained and half a foot into his grave, he still had true Sky Hill worlds will fuse into his withered body to let out the 8th Tao spirit voice that shook ancient Zong and astonished everyone. As Su Ming roared, the 8th Tao spirit voice traveled outwards, and it immediately caused ancient Zhang's sky to tremble and rumble. The ripples in the sky were endless. The ground shook so much that it looked as if it was about to shatter, causing all the sects and clans to be able to sense it clearly. The 8th Tao spirit voice covered the entire eastern region of ancient Zong, causing the incredibly huge world of ancient Zong to be completely filled with Su Ming's Tao spirit voice during that instant. All but the royal capital. His voice fused with the sky, sank deep into the ground, and the sky of ancient Zong seemed to almost completely form Su Ming's face as the ripples spread out. But there was still a little something lacking. The face looked a little chaotic, and it could not take form. The ground trembled, and it was especially prominent in the eastern region. The one sect and 2 clans over there heard Su Ming's Tao spirit voice very clearly. One Tao sect was there too. The ancient temple with the 3 statues in it was enveloped by Su Ming's Tao spirit voice at that moment, and it shook the temple so much that it looked like it was about to collapse. There seemed to be more cracks on the 3 statues. In one of the cracks was the world of the volcano. The eldest prince was sitting on a huge rock in the magma. As he breathed, the entire volcano rumbled, but at that moment, those rumbles were instantly drowned out by Su Ming's 8th Tao spirit voice, which came from the world outside. This is... The eldest prince's eyes flew open, and a hint of shock appeared on his face. Tao spirit voice. This is the 8th Tao spirit voice. Even if he has royal blood coursing through his veins, it's impossible for him to let out the 8th Tao spirit voice, because even I, with the purest blood, can only let out the 8th voice. How could he reach the same level as me? That's the 8th voice. Someone actually managed to let out the 8th Tao spirit voice in Seven Moons sect? No wonder Seven Moons sect would so arrogantly let this person sound his Tao spirit voice. 8 voices should be his limit. It's already set in stone that if this person doesn't die, he will definitely become a great Tao paragon. But there's something strange about this. All the sects and clans in ancient Zong could sense the astonishing presence in Su Ming's Tao spirit voice at that moment. At the same time, they could also see his face in the ripples in the sky. As the ground trembled, they also sensed his presence. Perhaps average cultivators would only feel their hearts tremble when they witnessed the fusion of the face and the presence, but those in Avicania realm were left shocked. The old monsters in Tao divinity realm could sense a sort of signal from the face and the presence. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? The same words echoed in all the sects and clans at that moment, and it was the effect Seven Moons sect wanted. If they could see Su Ming and sense what was different about him, then the other old monsters in the other sects could clearly sense it as well. It was especially so when Su Ming's face and presence spread through most of ancient Zong with his Tao spirit voice without any reservation. Gradually, cries of surprise rang out in the sects and clans. This is the presence of a royal prince. Seven Moons sect is telling all sects and clans that they are participating in the competition of the successors. Which prince is this? Most people don't know which sects or clans the 3 princes belong to. Seven Moons sect is the first to notify the others about this matter so arrogantly. This Seven Moons sect sure is crazy. Right now, there surely must be a war outside Seven Moons sect, and those who join the fight will certainly be the other 2 sects or clans who have joined the competition of successors. If we want to know, we just need to take a look. Such speeches existed practically in all the sects and clans. Runes shone and figures disappeared. During that instant, the world around Seven Moons sect immediately became incredibly lively. By then, Su Ming's consciousness had practically faded away while he was in Seven Moons sect's sky, but his body continued levitating. With his cultivation base, he had sounded 4 Tao spirit voices. With his 4 great wills, he had sounded 4 more Tao spirit voices, and he had managed to reach 8 Tao spirit voices. But even so, Su Ming still refused to give up. He wanted to sound the 9th voice. He wanted all of ancient Zong to be filled with his Tao spirit voice. He wanted to reach his limit, because his goal was not to become a great Tao paragon. His goal was to become a 9th level Tao god and reach boundless Tao. Deep in his heart, he also had a desire. He wanted to let this voice enter Xianzang's body, which would be a strike back amid the many jumbled attacks and illusions Xianzang dealt to him while in the process of being possessed. By then, Su Ming's life force had scattered so much that it was practically gone. The only thing keeping him conscious at that moment was his will. In silence, he slowly lifted his head. With unfocused eyes, he stared at the sky. He did not pay attention to the rumbles around him nor watch the fight between Seven Moons sect and Azura clan, because at that moment, he only had one thought in his mind: to sound the 9th Tao spirit voice. Su Ming levitated in the air. His silence was seen by the countless cultivators in the area at that moment. Among them were people from Seven Moons sect, Azura clan, and other sects and clans who had witnessed everything after they came from afar. When they all looked at Su Ming, they immediately noticed something off about him at that moment. If a cultivator did not have the intent to sound the 9th Tao spirit voice, They would retrieve their divine sense and go through the metamorphosis of their Tao body into a Tao spirit. They had to do this to replenish all the life force they had drained. But Su Ming did not do that. Instead, he levitated in midair. This action immediately caused all the people to make guesses. Could it be that he wants to sound the ninth Tao spirit voice? Even if he's a prince, it's impossible for him to sound the ninth Tao spirit voice. The blood of the royal family is mostly for passing down legacies. They aim to inherit the world so that they will have the right to become ninth-level Tao gods. This is the use of the legacy. There has never been a prince who became a great Tao paragon based on his own efforts. At most, they have only reached Tao immortal realm. Could it be that he really intends to sound the ninth voice? If this person can truly do this, then he will immediately become famous, and all the cultivators in ancient Zong will know about him. Once he lets out 9 voices, he will definitely become a great Tao paragon in the future. If he doesn't die early, the 8th voices can shock people, but they will definitely not be stunned. Only the 9th voice can bring about amazement. At that moment, the cries of surprise from all the outer sect disciples outside Seven Moons sect created a loud noise that surged into the heavens. Even the Azura clan cultivators who were fighting against Seven Moons sect were all shocked. They moved back, as if their battle against Seven Moons sect was secondary compared to Su Ming's actions at that moment. They wanted to personally see whether this prince truly wanted to sound the 9th Tao spirit voice. They wanted to see whether he could send his voice into the royal capital and make his face in the sky turn from a jumbled mess into a clear outline, and whether he could turn the rumbles in the world into his own voice. It would be a major event that would make all of ancient Zong tremble. The hearts of all cultivators in Seven Moons sect shook at that moment, and they lifted their heads to look at Su Ming. There was excitement on Gu Tai's face. The mention of 9th voice had only been a passing thought. He longed for Su Ming to succeed, but he knew in his heart that it was nigh impossible. But still, at that moment, strong hope showed up in his eyes. At that instant, the ground fell silent. The powerful warriors and old monsters from Azura clan standing beyond the ruins around Su Ming all chose to give up on attacking. Instead, they moved back, and when they looked at Su Ming, respect shone in their eyes. They saw how pathetic and disheveled Su Ming looked at that moment. They saw how drained he was, as if his life force was giving its last sparks before it was extinguished. But they also saw the determination shining in his unfocused eyes. They might be enemies, but the powerful warriors and old monsters still felt respect for Su Ming. They respected a person who could sacrifice everything about themselves for their cultivation. They respected his Tao spirit voice and his attitude towards his path of cultivation, because in the depths of all their hearts, regardless of whether they had sounded their Tao spirit voices before or they had yet to gain the right, was either regret that they had never managed to sound the 9th voice, or longing for the day they could sound the 9th voice. This respect caused them to give up on attacking at that moment. Once they moved back, they gave Su Ming peace that would not be interrupted. It allowed him to be able to attempt sounding his 9th Tao spirit voice. "This will be the voice of my life matrix," Su Ming murmured in the silence. His voice spread out along the ripples in the sky above ancient Zong and the rumbles of the ground to fill all the regions in ancient Zong besides the royal capital. It also reached the ears of practically all cultivators in ancient Zong, causing all the sects and clans to instantly fall silent. One Tao sect also fell silent. The rumbling sounds in the volcano faded away at that moment, and the eldest prince lifted his head to look at the sky. He did not speak. The second prince on the beast in Azura world had a ferocious look on his face. He was also staring at the sky and not speaking. All the cultivators, no matter what they were doing, stared at the sky quietly at that moment. Echoing in their heads were Su Ming's words. They were waiting for the next moment, for the possible success of the 9th voice that would stun all of ancient Zong. "My life matrix is one of midwinter moving to spring, of death moving to life." As Su Ming murmured, his unfocused eyes burned with determination and set fire to his madness. At that moment, an illusion appeared in the air above him. It was a huge diamond-shaped rune formed by countless runic symbols. No one could understand them, but there were no divine abilities contained in them. Only Su Ming himself knew that each runic symbol symbolized a piece of his memory. They were his memories from harmonious Morris Alba, which formed his life matrix. The next instant, ice and snow, autumn leaves, the blazing sun, and life force appeared in the life matrix. Then it turned black. The originally bright sky above 7 moons sect instantly turned into night despite the fact that it should be morning. The night sky swiftly spread out and then the sky above the entire ancient Zong turned dark. Darkness enveloped the land. At the instant all shadows replaced light, Su Ming let out his 9th Dao spirit voice in the dark, the voice of his life matrix. It was no longer a roar, but a soft sigh. It held Su Ming's memories, his determination, desire, and everything in his life. In an instant, they had turned into a sigh and spread through all of ancient Zong. All the cultivators who heard it were stunned on the spot. Complicated looks appeared on their faces. As the voice traveled outwards, it entered the royal capital at the center of the country, which the previous 8 Dao spirit voices had been unable to penetrate. It was filled with the sigh at that moment, the 9th voice that belonged solely to Su Ming. His voice continued echoing in the air. It reverberated without end through ancient Zong. All the sects and clans were silent, having yet to wake up from the trance induced by the sigh. At that moment, there was an old man dressed in a gray long robe beside the moat of the royal capital. He wore a straw hat and held an enchanted staff. He slowly raised his head and looked at the sky, then a faint smile appeared on his old face. There was a kindness in that smile, along with happiness and hope. If anyone looked in the direction of the man's gaze, they could see that Su Ming's face, which originally could not be complete, had fully manifested at that instant. The illusion was originally distorted, but right then, a huge face appeared in the stretch of sky, and needless to say, that face belonged to Su Ming. His face was incredibly clear, and all the people in ancient Zong saw it clearly at that instant. It did not belong to Wang Tao, however, but Su Ming. It was weather-worn, full of sorrow, and layered with a ferocious attitude towards destiny. All of those emotions were clear on the face. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. When the sigh echoed in the air, it gradually spread out, and some of it seemed to have traveled out of ancient Zong, and perhaps out of the body of the black-robed man who might or might not be sitting on a feng shui compass in the vast expanse while holding a black feather in his hand. Once Su Ming let out the 9th sigh, the seemingly dead black-robed man surrounded by the aura of death who was lost in the vast expanse that might or might not exist, opened his mouth to sigh softly, just as Su Ming had done. But no one knew about it. His face had also changed slightly at that moment. He seemed to have become somewhat similar to Su Ming. When Su Ming's sigh that was his 9th voice gradually faded away in ancient Zong, rumbles rose swiftly from the ground. Su Ming's voice seemed to be contained within them. All the cultivators from the sects snapped out of their daze at that instant. Immediately after, shock and disbelief appeared on their faces. The sigh just now was the 9th voice? This is the 9th voice. The 9th voice that has been sounded out less than 50 times since the ancient times. The 9th voice. It's the voice that guarantees that a person will become a great Tao paragon as long as they do not die. All the sects were shocked. When their cries of surprise echoed in the air, a man in a white long robe within a world known as Azura Dao, which was Azura clan's forbidden grounds, lifted his head and stared at the sky while sitting on one of the world's tallest mountains. He appeared to be incredibly normal. The presence of the powerful could not be detected on him, and he seemed just like a mortal, but in truth, while there were few who had personally seen him in all of ancient Zong, the legends about him had existed and circulated in the country for a long time. He was one of the 3 9th-level Dao gods in ancient Zong, and his name was Tianxiu Luo. There was a mortal village to the northwest of ancient Zong. All the mortals in it were asleep at that moment. They could not hear Su Ming's Dao spirit voice. While the entire village was sleeping, there was an old man cutting wood in his own yard. The hacking sounds echoed in the quiet village, When Tianxiu Luo looked at the sky with a calm expression, the old man lifted his head and cast a glance at it before he no longer paid any attention to it. He continued cutting wood, seemingly preparing for winter. Aside from Tianxiu Luo, the old man, and the person in the straw hat in the royal capital, there was another person who was not thrown into a daze by the sigh. His mind remained clear. He stood in the astronomy tower of ancient Zhang's palace. Wind blew against his robes, making them flutter. His hands were behind his back as he stared at the sky quietly. Only his back could be seen, not his face. As time passed and the booming sounds continued echoing in the air, all the disciples in the sects and clans snapped out of their daze. Their shocked cries of surprise traveled in every direction. At that moment, all the people who surrounded Seven Moons sect stared at Su Ming in astonishment. Excitement showed up on Gu Tai's face. He stared at Su Ming as if he could see Seven Moons sect's future as well as the future of all their members. At that moment, all the disciples from Azura clan, whether they were on the ground or the sky, all stared at Su Ming with complicated expressions while staying silent. It was especially so for the powerful warriors from Azura clan who had given up on attacking due to respect. At that moment, when they looked at Su Ming, their respect for him became even more stronger. They respected Su Ming for his attitude towards his path of cultivation and for having the certainty of becoming a great Dao paragon in the future so long as he did not die. There was no longer any meaning to the fight. In silence, the powerful warriors from Azura clan fell back. As they retreated, the Azura clan disciples on the ground all moved back as well and turned into long arcs that left the place. During that time, Su Ming suddenly lifted his head, and with his almost lusterless eyes, he glanced at his face, which occupied the whole sky, opened his mouth, and sucked in a sharp breath. With it, endless rumbles immediately appeared in the sky. When they spread through ancient Zong, Su Ming's face in the sky immediately charged at him. It instantly fused into his body, filling him with an abundance of life force. At the same time, the tremors on the ground calmed down. The rumbles from earlier also sounded as if they were tumbling backwards, turning into howls that charged towards Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed them. His will returned to his body. His cultivation base was restored. His life force became even more abundant than before, and the three Dao bodies in his third eye fused and overlapped with each other before letting out a silver light. The silver light was a Dao spirit color only those who had sounded 9 Dao spirit voices could possess. It was impossible for people who sounded any other number of Dao spirit voices to have this color. It was a sign that Su Ming had reached a Dao spirit realm that was completely different from other people. The silver light spread through Seven Moons sect and illuminated all of ancient Zong, which made everyone see their sect as they had never seen it before. When the three Dao bodies fused with one another and the silver light appeared, Su Ming's cultivation base swiftly increased, and from quasi-Dao spirit realm, he moved into Dao spirit realm. In fact, during that moment, a fourth illusory figure could also be seen overlapping with his Dao spirit. It was his fourth Dao spirit. However, it had just gained form at that moment and had not completely manifested. But at that moment, Su Ming's combat prowess had increased by a lot. His face had also become known in all of ancient Zong. He was a person who amazed the whole land with a single action. Be it the eldest prince or second prince, it was something that they desired greatly as well, but could not manage to do. Su Ming stood in the air and sucked in a deep breath. Even firmer resolve appeared in his eyes, but hidden in the depths of that resolve was a hint of sadness. He missed his master and senior brothers from the 9th summit, his elder, the bald crane, Songlan, Yuxian, and Su Hui. The sigh of my life matrix at night is because I miss all of you, he whispered. Stars glittered in the sky. After some time, they gradually disappeared, and the night sky faded away as well. When noon returned, all the people in ancient Zong also woke up. It was as if those people had never come to know the 9 Dao spirit voices, and it was just a dream they had after falling asleep. After retrieving his cultivation base back into his body, Su Ming descended, and the cultivators who had spread out around Seven Moons sect returned to the sect while looking at Su Ming with respect. There were inner sect disciples and the sect elders among them, and one of them was Lan Lan. Gu Tai and the other great sect elders turned into long arcs and arrived next to Su Ming. Su Zhongfan's expression was the most excited. As for the others, most of them had a hint of respect on their faces when they looked at Su Ming. They respected the powerful. Even if Su Ming was still just in Dao spirit realm, he had sounded the 9th Dao spirit voice, which meant that sooner or later, he would become a great Dao paragon that they could only dream of becoming themselves. They could also imagine that before long, there would definitely be cultivators from other sects who would come to Seven Moons sect to talk about forming an alliance. After all, the competition between the successors was a shortcut for the cultivators of every sect to reach a breakthrough in their levels of cultivation. Even though the price for it was incredibly great and they would have to face the risk of dying, the temptation was too great. It was enough to make most people come forth willingly. After all, no matter how long a person could live, it could not compare to reaching a breakthrough in one's level of cultivation. After all, those who could not obtain true growth yearned for it, and those who had already come in contact with it longed for it even more. They wanted to be able to take one more step forward in their paths of cultivation. Tao was even more important than life. Only those with this sort of attitude were able to reach high levels of cultivation. As for those who valued their lives and believed that their lives were more important than Tao, they were bound to never be able to reach the realms of those who valued Tao more than life. There were once people who said that those who pursued Tao were willing to die the moment they caught a glimpse of it. No matter in what place or what world, as long as there were cultivators in it, that sentence would always form a sort of attitude. That was why even great sect elder Gu Tai had respect on his face when he looked at Su Ming. It was just like how the powerful warriors from Azura clan had given up on attacking when Su Ming let out the voice of his life matrix. Their respect for Tao itself was something that could not be sullied. Gu Tai stared at Su Ming, and after a long while, he spoke in an ancient and hoarse voice. I did not expect you to truly be able to sound the 9th voice. He did not think that Su Ming would really be capable of performing such a feat, and the other great sect elders did not even think that Su Ming would choose to sound the 9th voice. Dao Han stared at Su Ming. At that moment, he suddenly understood why great sect elder Gu Tai regarded Su Ming so highly and with such importance. Perhaps he did not value Su Ming's status as the 3rd prince, but Su Ming himself. Su Ming shook his head. He did not speak, but instead stared at the sky in the distance. His 9th sigh was an ache that others would never be able to understand. There was nothing to brag about there. He wished that he had never let out the voice of his life matrix, because if he had not, then perhaps he would not feel pain, and if he did not feel pain, then it would mean that the 9th summit, his elder, and all the familiar faces would still be by his side. But there were no what-ifs in the world. I will bring you to meet someone. If that person can acknowledge you, then once we find the space whip, your chances of success in the competition for Phala 300 years later will be greater. While Gu Tai looked at Su Ming, resolve appeared on his face. Clearly, the person he had just mentioned was someone even he would not easily bother. In fact, based on the solemn tone he adopted, it could be seen that the person he mentioned was definitely not someone ordinary. If he can acknowledge you, then you can stay by his side, which will mean that there will only be 2 people who can hurt you in all of ancient Zong. But this person is rather odd, and his personality is difficult to grasp. Whether or not he acknowledges you will depend on your own serendipity. Fortunately, you have already sounded the 9th voice. At the very least, he will pay some attention to this matter. Who is that person? Su Ming averted his gaze from the distance and looked at Gu Tai. Gu Tai was silent for a moment before he said, once he acknowledges you, you will be able to guess. Su Ming did not say anything more. Let's go. If you can stay there, then you won't have to bother about the things in Seven Moons sect. I will gather the people here to search for the space whip for you. When Gu Tai spoke, Su Ming fell into pensive silence. He then lifted his right hand, and a jade slip appeared on his palm. Once he squeezed it, he closed his eyes for a brief moment, and when he opened them again, he handed the jade slip to Gu Tai. This is the clue I obtained from Guru Xingchen. Gu Tai took the jade slip. Once he put it away, he cast Su Ming a deep glance. With a swing of his arm, he turned into a long arc and left into the sky. As composed as ever, Su Ming turned and swept his gaze across the area. When he found Su Zhongfan, he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to him. Su Zhongfan's smile immediately became even wider. Then Su Ming turned into a long arc to follow Gu Tai. He charged into the distance. Be it Lan Lan, Deshun, or Bei Qiong, Su Ming did not want to have too many connections with them. To him, they were, in the end, still residents of their world. They were not the people he was familiar with. Fog tumbled about under Gu Tai's feet, and he looked as if he was moving through space. Together with Su Ming, he disappeared without a trace, and soon, they reappeared in the northwestern region of ancient Zong. Gu Tai walked out of the air at a spot amid mountains and in a forest. Behind him was Su Ming. During the entire journey, Su Ming did not speak. Gu Tai did not say a single word either. His expression was solemn as he walked forward until he left the forest. From this, Su Ming could see the respect that came straight from Gu Tai's soul towards the person they were about to meet. Or else, considering Gu Tai's level of cultivation and status, there was no reason for him to not fly while he was in the other person's region. When they walked out of the forest, Su Ming saw a mountain village. It was not big. There were only about 100 houses, which meant that there were only a few hundred people in it. It was noon at that moment. Smoke curled up from chimneys, and there was also the sound of children playing, which filled the place with a peaceful atmosphere. It was a peaceful color that was left remaining once all colors of prosperity were stripped away, revealing only a plainness. The trails in the village were made of shattered stone. They looked incredibly normal, and there were some flowers and plants by the road. The extraordinary beauty of the place seemed to fill it with overflowing life force. It was clear that few outsiders came to the village. Hence Gu Tai and Su Ming attracted the attention of the children who were playing nearby. They giggled and ran behind Su Ming and Gu Tai, staring at them with curious eyes. Su Ming and Gu Tai's attire did not fit, so the adults in the village quickly called their children back to their houses while watching the duo warily. The two men continued walking forward until they arrived outside a house with a courtyard in the easternmost spot in the village. They stopped there. Thumping sounds could be heard from the courtyard. Someone was cutting wood inside. I am Gu Tai, Senior. You once said that I can come meet you once while I am still alive, and I have decided to use this chance now. When Gu Tai's voice traveled into the air, the sound of wood being cut gradually stopped. The courtyard fell silent. After a long while, the door to the house opened with a creak, and Su Ming saw a hunched old man with a head full of white hair behind the door. The old man's hands were full of calluses, and his eyes were slightly murky. He was skinny and looked as if he would fall if wind blew on him. He appeared very old, but also seemed to have quite a bit of strength, or it would have been impossible for him to cut wood. Greetings, Senior. I hope you will forgive us for bothering you. Respect appeared on Gu Tai's face as he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply to the old man. Su Ming was quiet. He did not speak, but also wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to the old man. There is no senior or whatsoever here. You are guests since you came here, then come in. The old man did not look at Gu Tai and Su Ming with his murky eyes. Once he opened the door, he turned around and walked into the courtyard to sit down on a stump. Gu Tai voiced his obedience quietly, then walked into the courtyard. He did not even think that the floor was dirty and sat down beside the old man. Su Ming followed him and also sat down on the ground. When Su Ming and Gu Tai were seated, the old man picked up a smoking pipe from beside him. Once he tapped it on the ground, he placed it by his mouth and took a sip from it. He did not speak. It didn't seem like Gu Tai and Su Ming existed to him. Not a single hint of impatience could be detected on Gu Tai's face. He sat quietly and did not say a single word. Time trickled by slowly. When the sky gradually turned dark and moonlight scattered on the ground, the old man put down his smoking pipe, stood up slowly, turned around and walked into the house. Gu Tai sighed softly. He stood up and wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to the old man, then looked at Su Ming. Let's go. Gu Tai turned around and walked towards the door. Su Ming's expression remained the same. During the half a day, He had sat without showing any emotion on his face. At that moment, when he stood up, not a single emotion could be detected on his face because of the old man not acknowledging him either. But right when the two men were about to walk out the door, the old man's hoarse and weak voice came from behind them. Why are you leaving? The old one can leave, but the young un, through the entire afternoon you didn't manage to read the mood. The blocks of wood are there, and my bones are old. You're young, go and cut wood. At the instant the old man spoke, surprised delight appeared on Gu Tai's face. He immediately turned around and looked at Su Ming, who still had not walked out the door. The ledge was between them. You already have an answer in your heart, Gu Tai said slowly. There was a smile on his face. When he turned around, he stepped into moonlight and walked towards the night. Su Ming stood still for a moment. Then with a calm expression, he closed the door to the courtyard. Under the moonlight, the sound of wood being cut which had been absent for an entire afternoon could be heard again. Thud, thud, thud. Starlight scattered on the ground. Stars decorated the night sky and sparkled as if they were watching the ground. While in the village, Su Ming stood in the courtyard and cut wood. His expression was calm, and the cut firewood was placed neatly by the side. There was a clear distinction between his pile and the messy pile the old man had cut earlier. The old man's firewood differed in size and breadth. Once he finished cutting, there were wood scraps all over the place. However, when Su Ming finished cutting all the wood, the size and breadth of all his firewood did not have much of a difference. In fact, even the sound when he cut wood was very systematic. It was something different from the old man's. When midnight arrived, the door to the house behind Su Ming let out a creak. The old man walked out while wearing a jacket and his hands behind his back. He stood beside Su Ming and cast a glance at the wood Su Ming had finished cutting with the help of moonlight. He frowned then. You're cutting the wood all wrong. Su Ming put down the axe, lifted his head, and looked at the old man. What's wrong with it? This was the first time Su Ming said anything in the courtyard. Everything. You're not cutting wood, you're cutting people. Oh well, the sound you make when you cut wood is so loud I can't sleep. Come. I'll teach you how to cut wood. The old man had a chiding tone. He went up and touched Su Ming, signaling for him to move back. Once Su Ming did so, the old man sat down on the stump, picked up the axe, a log of wood, and a loud thud shot up. The axe got stuck in the log. He rammed it into the log a few times, and only then did a clack appear. The wood was split into two halves of different sizes. They fell carelessly to the side, and the old man lifted his head to cast a glance at Su Ming. Do you understand it now? No, Su Ming shook his head. Ah, boy, your comprehension level is too low. Look closely. I'll show you one more time. The old man picked up another log of wood, swung the axe up, then split the log of wood into two halves with a bang again. Do you understand now? The old man looked at Su Ming with an expectant expression. No, Su Ming furrowed his brow and still shook his head. Why you? Ah, fine. I'll show you one more time. The old man spat into his palms, picked up another log of wood, then cut into it again. Get it now? No. Surely you understand it this time? I'm still a bit off. Just like that, time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. The old man continuously cut wood, and Su Ming continuously shook his head. When only one log remained in the courtyard, the old man rolled his eyes. You brat, you're doing this intentionally to rile me up, right? The old man threw the axe in his hand on the ground, then glared at Su Ming with his eyes blazing while he rubbed his wrists. The 2 hours of continuous wood cutting looked to have made the old man rather tired. I understand it this time. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Su Ming's expression was calm and contemplative. He looked at the old man, then nodded solemnly, wrapped his fist in his palm, and bowed deeply to him. You understand? What do you understand? The old man asked with exasperation in his voice while glaring at Su Ming. The wood I cut is very neat and has a pattern, but this neatness and pattern is intentional. Even if I didn't do it consciously, it still happened naturally. And when you cut wood, Every single log that you cut is very natural. I cannot find any that share the same breaking line or size. It's just like life. There are no two people who are the exact same. At most, they are only similar. Senior, you're not cutting wood, you're cutting life, Su Ming said slowly. His words resounded through the night sky, causing the old man to fall silent for a long while before he slowly lifted his head and cast Su Ming a deep glance. I'm just cutting wood, and you managed to turn it into some sort of long-winded philosophical thingamajig. I'm telling you, I cut my wood this way because only by doing so, it's easy for me to burn it. Get it? Get it? The wood you cut is not easy to burn. The old man stood up with a huff while glaring at Su Ming. The only thing I do not know is what period of time in your life you want to cut away, considering your level of cultivation and your status, and why do you want to cut it? Also, why is that even if you have cut at that period of time for so many years, you still have not managed to cut it off? Su Ming looked at the old man. He did not bother with what the old man had just said, but instead spoke what he was thinking about. What nonsense are you yammering this time? I'm going to sleep. Hey you. Ah boy. You're sleeping outside in the future. You're not allowed in the house. The old man harumphed, turned around, and was just about to walk into the house when Su Ming spoke again. Or rather, you're not trying to cut away your life, but a burden that entered your heart at that period of time. You have to cut it away so that Tao will appear under your feet. Huh? Senior, you haven't managed to cut through that burden after all this time. Could it be that you are hesitating? You don't know whether to cut or not cut it. When Su Ming said those words, the old man did not even turn his head. He went to the door to his house, but just as he was about to lift his foot and step in, the light of understanding shone on Su Ming's face. Could it be that you are hesitating whether to cut the burden because you are uncertain whether that burden is real? You're afraid of making the wrong judgment, so you can't make the decision, and that's why, when you cut wood, you have to clear your heart. Instead of asking yourself that question, it would be better to ask the Tao of Heaven. At the instant Su Ming said those words, the old man came to a halt just as he was about to cross the threshold. He had one foot outside the house and the other inside the house. He turned his head around slowly and looked at Su Ming. A hint of emotion that seemed quite different from his usual ones showed up on his face. It seemed to be slightly solemn, and the old man seemed to have narrowed his eyes slightly. When he looked over, even Su Ming could sense that the old man seemed to have become different at that moment. But he could not pinpoint what exactly about him was different. You? Once the old man whispered this one word, he paused for a moment. Do you snore at night? At the instant the question was voiced, even Su Ming was stunned. If you snore, I'm going to kick you out as well. When the old man said that, he turned around and walked into the house. Su Ming stood still for a while before a smile appeared on his face. With Gu Tai's level of cultivation, his act of respecting this person so much is an answer in itself. One of the 3 9th-level Dao gods is Tianxiu Luo of Azura clan, the second is the emperor in the royal capital, and the third is someone whom few know of. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the house, now dark because the light had been extinguished. He slowly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. When morning arrived and Su Ming opened his eyes, he suddenly narrowed them. He saw the logs he had cut during the night having fused together as if time had reversed on them. Why are you daydreaming there? Go and cut wood. A voice that seemed to be tinged with anger shot up. Then the door to the house was pushed open. Dressed in another jacket and with a smoking pipe, the old man walked out into the courtyard. Su Ming fell into contemplative silence for a moment. Without saying a word, he walked to the stump, picked up the axe, looked at the logs and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the fierce glare belonging to cultivators was no longer in his eyes. Not a hint of the presence belonging to cultivators could be detected on him either. It was as if he was no longer a cultivator at that moment, but had turned into a young man in the mortal world. He then casually brought the axe down. The log was split in half and the cut was not uniform, so the sizes of the split wood were different. As he watched the two halves of the log, Su Ming had a feeling that he was not looking at logs, but was creating some form of life. It was as if the two logs had never existed before, but because of him they had appeared. This feeling came quickly, and it also disappeared without being seen. The moment he wanted to think about it carefully, he would not be able to find that feeling. It was clearly different from when he cut wood the day before. In silence, Su Ming picked up the second log and continued cutting. One down, another one. When an entire day went by, Su Ming looked as if he had forgotten about the passage of time. When evening arrived, he looked around him in a daze and found that there was not a single complete log around him. The old man sat on the threshold and smoked his pipe. He patted the set of clothes he had prepared for Su Ming at some unknown point in time and spoke with the air of superiority some elders would have just because they were older. You did pretty good cutting wood today? All right then, I'll allow you to rest a bit. How about this? Change into another set of clothes. Pick up those logs of wood and head to Zhang at the western side of the village. He's the carpenter. Go and exchange the logs for some food. I haven't eaten for an entire day, and I'm practically starving to death. Su Ming walked over slowly. He did not wrap his fist in his palm and bow to the old man as he did the day before. Instead, he picked up the clothes and changed in the courtyard. The clothes were made of sackcloth, and there were even some patches here and there. They looked incredibly simple. Once Su Ming changed, he bound all the logs in the courtyard and put them on his back before walking out. Under the setting sun, his shadow was lengthened, and it fell into the eyes of the old man smoking in the courtyard. He watched Su Ming leave into the distance and slowly put down his smoking pipe. A hint of melancholy appeared on his face. Am I old now? Even a young like him managed to read my thoughts. I can't not cut it, but I can't bear to cut it either. Is this world real or fake? The old man murmured, and anguish as well as confusion appeared on his face. Days passed in a rarely found peaceful life. Soon 3 months were gone. During them, Su Ming continued cutting wood, and every single time he did so, he gained a different understanding. But he always felt that there was something lacking. Throughout the months, Su Ming had also become part of the village and was accepted by the villagers. All of them knew that the old man in the east of the village had adopted a son, and the boy had a pleasant name, Su Ming. The peaceful life lasted until a rainy night half a year later. Thunder roared in the sky, and lightning sliced through the air. Su Ming lay in the shed in the courtyard. During the half a year, he stayed in there. Even though it was pouring outside, no rain fell into the shed. As Su Ming lay there, he found it to be quite comfortable. During the night, light sliced through the night sky beyond the village. At that moment, 2 figures walked out of the forest. They belonged to a plump and thin man, and they were dressed in gray Taoist robes. When they stood there, an invisible barrier seemed to be around them, which prevented the rain from touching them. It seemed like the place where they stood was the peak of the world, and if any cultivator noticed their levels of cultivation, they would definitely be shocked, because they were 2 Tao paragons in Tao Immortal realm. The great sect elder read the patterns of the world, calculated the entire universe of ancient Zong, and finally managed to deduce where this person was. We didn't expect that he was hiding in Immortal village, the skinny cultivator said coolly. His voice was rather piercing to the ears. Of course he had to hide, but since we managed to find him today, he won't be able to hide anymore. Rain poured harder. When it fell on the ground, it created pitter-patter sounds. There seemed to be some sort of pattern in that sound, causing those who had heard it for long to naturally feel as if they wanted to fall asleep. Different sounds could be heard when raindrops struck the roof or the wooden shed where Su Ming was. Those sounds fused together and turned into a song of the world. However, if a cultivator listened to it with their heart, they would not be able to hear much of a difference. Only when they listened to the quiet of midnight with a mortal heart would they be able to find just how pleasing this tune of nature was while they were dozing off. However, there were always other sounds that would disrupt the tune of the rain in the night. One such sounds reached the house while Su Ming was dozing off. Boy, my memory is bad. Remember this. Tomorrow, go to the blacksmith to the east of the village and bring 2 dogs. If any thief drops by during the night and steals our axe, we'll be really unlucky. The old man's voice came from the house, traveled through the rain and landed in Su Ming's ears while he was in the shed. Su Ming did not speak, but at that moment, a brilliant glint flashed swiftly in his eyes. He could feel a vague sense of danger, and he could hear the rain landing, but it did not land on the ground or any houses. Instead, it seemed to have landed in the air, as if there was some invisible barrier. Someone's here. The brilliant glint in Su Ming's eyes slowly faded away, but killing intent bloomed in the depths of his eyes. Clearly, the people who had come did not want to cause trouble for the old man. After all, he was located in a place no one knew about. That meant that unless the strangers were just passing by, they had to have come in search of Su Ming. If those who sound 9 Tao spirit voices do not die, they will surely become great Tao paragons. Looks like these 2 phrases will be verified on me today. Su Ming's expression was one of calm. From the moment he let out the voice of his life matrix and made it his 9th Tao spirit voice, he knew that there would definitely be quite a number of cultivators who would want to kill him in ancient Zong, especially those from One Dao sect and Azura clan. One Dao sect, Azura clan, the cultivators from Azura clan still have morals. As for One Dao sect, if there comes a day when I become a great Dao paragon, I will definitely slaughter them and dye their sect with their blood. The killing intent in Su Ming's eyes was already shining with blood-red light. At that moment, a bolt of lightning sliced through the sky. Light instantly illuminated the ground to reveal a skinny figure levitating above the courtyard. It also revealed a rather plump cultivator who had, at some point in time, sat down cross-legged on the house's roof. At the instant the 2 figures appeared in the lightning, a loud, thunderous roar shook the skies and earth. Third Prince, we've truly had a hard time searching for you. The skinny cultivator levitating above the courtyard smiled faintly. His body seemed to become a plane that covered the world from the rain, so no more droplets fell on the ground while he stood in midair. Su Ming had already walked out of the shed. Dressed in sackcloth, he coldly looked at the skinny cultivator, then cast another glance at the cultivator sitting on the roof. The 2 people gave Su Ming a feeling that he was facing against the great sect elders of Seven Moons sect. The 2 were clearly Dao paragons. The 7th level of Dao Divinity Realm allowed the cultivators to go from Dao Spirit Realm to Dao Immortal Realm, which made them Dao paragons. With one more step, they would become great Dao paragons who were revered by the world. However, the difficulty in taking that one step was so high that there were less than 30 people who had managed to reach that realm throughout the long history of ancient Zong. Those who sound 9 Dao spirit voices are bound to become great Dao paragons. But a pity, if you weren't the 3rd prince, then all sects and clans would definitely treat you like a treasure. A pity that you will not have the chance to become a great Dao paragon in your life. The skinny cultivator sighed softly. While in midair, he lifted his right hand swiftly and pushed in Su Ming's direction. Immediately, a pentagonal rune appeared above Su Ming and sank down swiftly. It let out thick waves of black smoke and looked like it wanted to turn into a huge hand to grab Su Ming. It might not have looked like there was anything extraordinary about it, but in truth, the rune had already locked the place around Su Ming. The sky and earth seemed to be locked down. Su Ming's expression remained the same. He formed a seal with his hands and swung his hand at the incoming pentagonal rune. A loud rumble shot up, and it sounded like the roar of thunder. A hint of derision appeared on the skinny cultivator's lips, but the next moment, his pupils shrank. Su Ming walked out from behind the skinny cultivator. At the speed of lightning, he lifted his right hand, and the 4 great true worlds' wills, along with his power of Dao spirit realm fused together and were channeled to his finger, contained power beyond compare. The instant the skinny cultivator's expression changed, he turned around and swung his arm. Su Ming's finger came into contact with him at that moment. Booming sounds rose into the air again, and blood trickled down his lips. He moved swiftly backwards. As for the skinny cultivator, he took a step forward, intending to give chase, but Su Ming instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in the courtyard. The skinny cultivator lowered his head and cast a glance at his left hand. There was a bloody hole in it and a presence that even he found hard to handle. That presence spread to his entire body through his flesh and blood. Even though you used the rune in this area to help you, you should still be proud for being able to hurt me with just the power of Tao Spirit Realm. The skinny cultivator's expression was dark. To him, such an injury was nothing, even though he still felt that the presence left behind was strange. However, he was confident that he could chase it out of his body. It was the fact that he had been injured before his fellow sect member what caused him to be angry. Because of his cautious personality, Su Ming had laid out quite a number of runes and killing moves in the courtyard where he lived. Once anyone stepped into it, then with one thought Su Ming could activate those runes and killing moves. Su Ming stood calmly in the courtyard. His face was pale, but when he lifted his head to look at the skinny cultivator, fighting spirit shone in his eyes. He flicked his right wrist slightly, and immediately, the rain in the courtyard turned into white smoke. The next moment, all the sand in the courtyard began trembling. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to, then get lost. Why bother spewing nonsense? When Su Ming said those words coldly, the white fog formed by the rain in the courtyard instantly curled into the sky to form a circular rune. The moment it appeared, it began rotating swiftly. Booming sounds echoed, and Su Ming seized the air in the direction of the ground with his right hand. Immediately, an innumerable amount of sand flew up. When Su Ming brought his hand up, each grain of sand charged into the sky with the brand Su Ming had left over the course of a couple months. As expected, you are still too weak, the skinny cultivator said indifferently while looking very calm, but in truth, his pupils had already shrunken, and that alone was a telling sign of the shock in his heart. However, because he believed that his level of cultivation was slightly higher and there were other people watching, he had to keep his expression full of indifference while hiding the wariness in his heart. He could not ruin his own reputation. As he spoke, the skinny cultivator lifted his right hand. When he formed a seal, he pushed down at the ground. Booming sounds immediately reverberated through the air. A crack seemed to have been torn through the sky above him, and a hint of gold descended. It turned into a large golden seal that charged to the ground. When the golden mark descended, a loud bang shot up. The white fog around the skinny cultivator instantly dissipated. When the seal pushed down again, the sand was crushed, but right then, Su Ming had already activated another killing move. When he lifted his right hand, the reversed spirit pearl shone. A huge wave of power immediately spread out from the pearl. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the skinny cultivator, making his expression change, but soon, it returned to that of calm. He still let out a cold harumph. With a step forward, he moved to attack, but the reversed spirit pearl shone again. And this time, a powerful rebound rose from it with a bang, forcing the skinny cultivator to take a few steps back. His pupils shrank, and when he cast a closer look at the reversed spirit pearl, his expression suddenly changed. This is Phala of Tao verification. Almost the instant the skinny cultivator said those words, the rather plump cultivator who had been watching the fight with a smile while sitting on the roof suddenly focused. With his level of cultivation, even he could not stop the hint of greed that appeared in his eyes. Without another word, he took a step forward and charged towards Su Ming. At that moment, the skinny cultivator let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He had intentionally said those words because Su Ming had given him quite a lot of pressure. But due to his pride and dignity, he had to remain calm. However, once he recognized the pearl, he immediately revealed its origin so the other person would attack and help him out of the troublesome situation. When using the runes, the traps he laid out, the reverse spirit pearl, which had quite the extraordinary power, his cultivation base, and his will to fight against a Tao paragon, he was able to fight against him. But if two Tao paragons attacked, then it would be difficult for him to survive. When he saw that he was about to be forced into a corner and die, a dry cough came from the house. See? I told you to get 2 dogs from the west of the village to act as guard dogs, and look, my words came true. I told you that there will be thieves who will come to steal our axe. It is the most valuable thing in our house right now, you know? Why you? Pick up the axe. If anyone steals it, I'll fight tooth and nail against you. After hearing that speech, the 2 Tao paragons were stunned. They had not expected that Immortal would hide in his house to watch the battle of arts. And what was more, once he saw it, he even spoke and called them thieves. A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. He seemed to have come to understand something. He lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the axe that was not far from him. The axe instantly flew into his hand. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the two cultivators, and his heart suddenly shuddered. For some reason, what he saw seemed to no longer be cultivators, but two logs of wood. When Su Ming came to an understanding, he lifted the axe with his right hand. Just like how he had been chopping wood while staying in the old man's courtyard, he fixed his gaze on the skinny cultivator and swung the axe down in his direction. Su Ming did so with a calm heart. Not a single flicker of emotion could be detected on his face, which made it seem like all his consciousness had fused into the axe. When it fell, the world instantly let out a loud bang as if the sky had crumbled. The slightly plump cultivator who had rushed in to grab the reversed spirit pearl could not stop his eyes from shrinking. At the instant a hint of shock appeared in his gaze, he pulled back without any hesitation. The skinny cultivator, whom Su Ming had targeted, did not have the time, and all his hair stood up on end. An overwhelming feeling that he was about to die rose in him. It came so suddenly that he found it improbable and even impossible. Such a sense of danger should have never come from the third prince, who was only in Tao spirit realm. However, he did not have time to think about it as he wasn't even capable of dodging the attack. A shrill scream of pain tumbled out from his mouth, and his right arm was instantly separated from his body. Blood gushed out, which shocked the rather plump cultivator, and the expression of the skinny cultivator changed as well. He swiftly fell back. When he looked at Su Ming, his face was full of terror, but soon, his gaze landed on the axe in Su Ming's hand. The rather plump cultivator also immediately reacted to the situation and stared at the axe in Su Ming's hand. Why you? Is there anyone in the world who cuts wood like this? Ah! You seriously make me so mad. At that moment, the door to the house was pushed open, and the old man in the jacket stormed out. He did not even look at the two powerful cultivators in the sky and walked straight to Su Ming before grabbing the axe from his hand. What a waste of a good dog leg. What a waste, seriously. Watch me. I'll teach you one more time. You have to cut wood like this. The old man glared at Su Ming, then lifted the axe with his right hand. At the instant the plump and skinny cultivator's eyes shrank, he brought the axe down. The sky seemed to stop to exist at that moment. It became murky, as if it contained countless shrill roars. The ground was no longer around as well, but had turned into the abyss. At the moment the sky and ground descended into chaos, the skinny cultivator's expression filled with more terror than he had ever felt in his life. The shock he experienced was able to submerge his whole being. He shuddered, and absolute terror appeared in his eyes. Su Ming could also see that when the old man lifted his axe, an indescribable presence seemed to have been added to the world. Su Ming was familiar with it since it was the power of wills he thought no one in ancient Zhong possessed. The power of that will was so great that it surpassed Su Ming's by leaps and bounds. At the moment it appeared and enveloped the skinny cultivator. An object no one could see except for those who possessed the power of wills manifested around the skinny cultivator. It was a round life matrix formed by wisps of white smoke, and it was as complicated as a rune. The life matrix was filled with runic symbols, and each one signified one of the skinny cultivator's memories. At the moment the life matrix appeared, the old man's axe swung down. What he cut was not the skinny cultivator's body, but his life matrix. There were no loud bangs nor astonishingly brilliant sparks. It was a simple swing, but it managed to cut through the skinny cultivator's life matrix and crushed all the runic symbols in it, which forced the life matrix to reassemble itself instant. It distorted, and when the old man completed his swing, it vanished from above the skinny cultivator's head. The next moment, the skinny cultivator shuddered, and his body contorted as well. With an expression of disbelief and indescribable terror, he tried to scream in pain, but his voice seemed to be stuck in his throat, and then he plunged to the ground. His body twisted on the ground, His clothes fell off, and he turned into a white dog. It barked, releasing a sound which seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. Once the sound was made, Su Ming saw great terror in the white dog's eyes, and it was even quivering. The white dog had only 3 legs. At that moment, the terror the rather plump cultivator in the sky felt was much stronger than what the white dog experienced. As he trembled, he swiftly fell back, intending to flee regardless of all costs. He had not expected that such a powerful warrior which could leave him stunned would exist in a small mortal village. In his eyes, the old man was so strong that he was surely a great Tao paragon. However, he could not wrap his head around something. The great Tao paragons in his sect did not seem to have divine abilities which could turn people into animals. With his level of cultivation, he could tell at first glance that it was no ordinary illusion. In fact, it was not an illusion at all, but a transformation stemming from a person's origin. The skinny cultivator had turned into an animal from the core of his being. It was the source of the plump man's fear. At that moment, he no longer harbored any greed towards Su Ming's enchanted treasures, and neither did he have any sort of intention to kill him. The only thought he had right then was to run away at any cost. As he charged forth, he tore through the air and took half a step out of the village. See it now? That's what cutting wood is. Heh. See how great I am now. The old man actually stuck his chin out. When he lifted the axe with his right hand, he swiftly cut down on the rather plump cultivator who was about to disappear into the distance. We can't have this fat dog run away now. It has to stay and guard the house. When we're hungry, we can use it as a snack, right? While the old man spoke, the cultivator who had already rushed away experienced a full body jolt, and he instantly fell back into the courtyard. As his body twisted, he moaned, and he turned into a large white dog. He shuddered, and when he looked at the old man, fear appeared in his eyes. It was stronger than anything he had felt before. Do you see it? You don't see it, right? No, you saw it, right? The old man chattered on and pointed at the 2 white dogs. When he looked at Su Ming at the end, his expression grew serious. This is what it means to cut wood. Heh, you have to know that there are plenty of people who would lick my toes in ancient Zong just to learn how to cut for a day at my place. If it weren't for that little boy Gu taking me to all sorts of brothels in the past and me enjoying a very comfortable life while I was there, I wouldn't have helped him. Remember this. When you cut wood, just swing down. If you stare at wood, then what you cut will be wood, but if you don't look at it, then perhaps what you cut will not be wood. Aha! It's too complicated. I've never taken any disciples in my life, and I've never taught anyone before. Figure it out yourself slowly. Remember this, there are 3 states when cutting wood. The first of the 3 states is to cut people, the second is to cut logs, and the third is to cut all the logs and people who piss you off. The old man scratched his head. After chattering for a good half of the day, even he felt that his words were unclear, which was why he decided to just throw the axe on the ground and turn around to walk into the house. Just as he was about to step into the house, he suddenly stopped and turned his head slightly so that his side profile was directed at Su Ming. He seemed to be different again. It looked as if he had lost some of his cynicism and had more of the marks of time. Su Ming, he said slowly, and there was something old in his voice. Su Ming had already gained some understanding from the old man's words just then. He then lifted his head and looked at the old man. Give these 2 dogs names. If either of them acts funny, kill it and we'll have dog soup tomorrow. Once he finished speaking, the old man walked into his house with a dark look on his face. The pitter-pattering sounds of rain were back in the courtyard. The 2 white dogs shuddered in the rain. Su Ming ignored the 2 dogs. Instead, he picked up the axe and returned to the shed. He stared at the axe, and a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. His expression was calm, but in truth, a huge storm raged in his heart. He had never doubted the old man's power before, but he had never expected his act of cutting wood to have reached such an astonishing level. This already surpassed all divine abilities. Cutting life matrices. Su Ming's eyes shone. He could not forget all that he had seen. In fact, in his eyes, it was no longer something a cultivator could do. It had already become a serendipity for him. Serendipity, Su Ming mumbled. His gaze fell on the two white dogs in the courtyard. In silence, he lifted his right hand, and immediately, the two white dogs' clothes and storage bags flew to him. "You're white one." Su Ming pointed at the rather plump white dog. "You're white three." His gaze landed on the three-legged white dog. The two dogs were silent, and grief appeared on their faces. Besides trembling in the rain, they seemed to be unable to do anything else. After they were turned into animals, all their cultivation bases had been sealed. Even if they were still alive, they would have been better off dead. The humiliation and the terror filled the two white dogs with indignation while their faces were full of sadness. They were not dogs. They were cultivators. They were sect elders of one Dao sect, Dao paragons. They could command the wind and rain in ancient Zong. They could even stand at the top of the world, but right then, they were unable to accept the sudden change in their station. "Even if you want to die, you can't die. I believe that I have a way to make you become guard dogs even in your next life. If you are loyal, however, I might, after a period of time, ask the old man to be merciful and let you have a chance to be cultivators again." Su Ming said flatly. "I will let you think for the night." Once he finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at the axe in his hand before sinking into contemplative silence. The rain slowly came to a stop when morning arrived. When the sun rose, Su Ming came out of his contemplation. Once he lifted his head, he saw the two white dogs wagging their tails while staring at him with pitiful expressions. Clearly, with the intellect possessed by the two people, formerly cultivators, they could not accept dying in such a manner. Even if there was only the slightest hint of possibility, they did not want to give up on hope. Su Ming's expression remained the same, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. He was never one to be merciful to his enemies, but he did not lie to them the previous night either. However, whether or not it could become true would entirely depend on the two white dogs' future performance. "White 1, white 3, let's go." Su Ming stood up and walked to the courtyard's door. Once he pushed it open, he walked out. The two white dogs quickly followed behind him, especially the three-legged dog. When it ran, it was not any slower than White One. Just like what he had done over the past few months, Su Ming went to the western side of the village and got a pot of wine for the old man. On his way, he ran into quite a number of villagers, and all of them smiled at him. They waved at him and were also very interested in the two white dogs behind him. It was especially so for the children. They surrounded the two white dogs and regarded the three-legged dog with great curiosity, wondering why it could run so fast. When Su Ming returned to the courtyard, the children outside dispersed while laughing and still brimming with curiosity. Clearly, they intended to tell all that they saw to their parents. Once he closed the door, Su Ming placed the pot of wine beside the door to the house, then suddenly frowned and turned his head to look at the two white dogs. "You were once cultivators and practiced Inedia, right? You don't need to eat, do you?" The two white dogs became even more indignant, but they nodded. Su Ming did not say more. He picked up the axe and sat down on the stump before beginning his daily task of chopping wood. Every single time he lifted the axe, the white dogs would shudder. They could not recover from the trauma so soon. It would remain for a long time. Banging sounds echoed in the village in the morning, and all the villagers knew that the young man named Su Ming had begun chopping wood again. When morning was over and noon was nigh, the door to the house was pushed open, and the old man walked out in his jacket while stretching. The moment the two dogs saw him, they were so scared that their tails dropped between their legs. They ran to Su Ming's side as if he was much gentler than the old man. The old man was definitely the most terrifying existence in the entire world to them. "Ha ha! Sleeping early and waking up early is good for you. Waking up naturally is good for you. Drinking after you wake up is good for you." The old man picked up the pot of wine and walked into the courtyard. He looked at the sun hanging high in the sky and spoke loudly. "Eating dog meat after drinking is good for you." The old man's eyes sparkled as he stared at the two large dogs beside Su Ming's feet. His gaze flickered between the two of them as if he was wondering which he should eat on that day. "Su Ming, which dog should we eat today?" The old man strode forward, then squatted down and stared at the two big dogs. He gulped. Su Ming did not pay any attention to the old man. He continued chopping wood seriously. In his mind was the endless repetition of the old man's two swings from the night before. When the old man saw that Su Ming was ignoring him, he lifted his head in surprise, went to stand in front of Su Ming, then squatted down and shouted at him. "Wake up!" Su Ming scowled. He could handle the old man's strange personality, but he still found it hard to get used to the moments when the old man would occasionally shout as if he was off his rockers. It was especially so when he was immersed in a state of trying to gain an epiphany. The old man's shouts instantly snapped him out of his immersion. "Boy, your comprehension level is too high. When have you ever seen me daydreaming when I chop wood? I am always awake when I swing my axe. Stop thinking about all these understandings, epiphanies, and enlightenments. Aren't you tired constantly trying to understand all that crap? Don't try to comprehend everything while running around like a headless chicken. If you chop wood, then chop wood. Don't let your mind wander. Be serious. Don't think of anything else in your head. Just cut wood seriously." The old man's expression grew stern then, and he spoke in a grave voice. "All right, let's talk about something more serious. Say, which dog should we eat today? I don't think that we should eat them for now. After all, we need dogs to watch the house for us." Over the months, Su Ming had learned how to communicate with the old man. At that moment, he too had a stern expression on his face. He had even mulled over the matter before answering seriously. As expected, when Su Ming spoke with a serious expression, the old man scrutinized the two big white dogs while maintaining his own serious expression. The two white dogs quaked in their paws as he stroked his beard as if thinking about Su Ming's words. "Yes, you're right. You're very right. You're incredibly right. You're absolutely right." After mulling over it for a very long time, the old man nodded sternly. The moment he said that, the two white dogs released a sigh of relief. When they looked at Su Ming, their faces were full of gratitude. "But I want to eat," the old man said the next moment while looking at Su Ming. Because of it, the two white dogs became nervous again. They suddenly felt that the old man was a madman while Su Ming was still somewhat normal. Su Ming thought about it seriously again before he answered gravely. "You'll get your chance. There should be quite a number of white dogs coming over in the future. At that time we can rear more, and you can eat whichever one you like." Once the old man heard it, he immediately became excited, but he forced it down and put on a serious face again. Then, as if he had thought about it long and hard, he nodded. "Yes, you're right. You're very right. You're incredibly right. You're absolutely right." The old man rubbed his hands, but soon, he looked as if he was about to cry. "But I still want to eat." The two white dogs practically descended into despair. They lay on the ground shuddering as if they had lost the courage to even run. They could only hope that Su Ming could help them. Su Ming fell silent, then picked up the axe and stopped bothering with the old man. He began cutting wood once more. This time, he did not try to gain an epiphany, and neither did he pay attention to how he struck down. Instead, he casually brought the axe down and repeatedly chopped wood. Why aren't you talking? Why, you're just a boy. How could you ignore this old man? You're actually not speaking? I'm telling you, I'm about to get mad. Just try and continue keeping quiet." Every single time the old man spoke, he would change his position. When he said his last sentence, White 3 was right in front of him. It was sent flying with a kick, and the old man looked at Su Ming sternly. But Su Ming still had no intention to speak and just continued to chop wood. Upon seeing that, the old man rolled his eyes, lifted his right hand, then placed it on the log. When Su Ming's axe fell, he quickly pulled his hand away. After repeating this act several times, the old man began laughing out loud. Su Ming was already used to it, even though it did not happen every single day, but once every few days, the old man would fool around like that beside him, and he would always look very happy about it. But that day was clearly different. The old man seized White One's tail just when it was about to leave quietly, wrapped his arms around it, then placed it on the log. When Su Ming's axe fell, he quickly pulled White One away. Su Ming's expression remained the same, but the old man had a lot of fun doing it anyway. The white dog, however, was faced with multiple life and death instances, and every single time, its heart trembled. When dusk arrived, the old man laughed loudly. Then threw the white dog aside after it had experienced an entire afternoon of life and death situations and had gotten numb to everything in life. He stood up and stretched his back. Ah, how boring. So boring. Su Ming, go and get a girl for me tomorrow. I want one with a big rump. The old man's expression became serious again when he gave his instructions to Su Ming. When he said those words, the trajectory of Su Ming's axe went askew, and the axe cut the side of the log, slicing off a layer of wood scraps. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the old man with a strange expression. He had just heard the most bizarre request since he had come to stay at the old man's place. Huh? What's with your expression? Why you're looking down on me. When the old man saw Su Ming's expression, he immediately jumped up and shouted loudly in exasperation and fluster. You're looking down on me. You're going overboard. I'm also a man, you know? A man. What's wrong with me going to a girl? Is my request bad now? No. My request isn't bad at all. I want a girl with a big rump. A moment ago, the old man had been exasperated, but the next one, his eyes began glowing. By the way, do you like girls with big rumps? The old man squatted down and stared at Su Ming while quivering in high spirits. Su Ming remained quiet. Hey, why aren't you speaking again? Why you? If you still keep quiet, then you'll have to find me 3 girls with big rumps. Su Ming sighed softly. Senior, if you do this, then there will be no one to cut wood for you. Why? Forget about that, you still haven't answered me. Do you like girls with big rumps? The old man seemed to have found squatting down to be too tiring and grabbed the 3-legged white 3 before sitting on it. Then, he quickly looked at Su Ming while waiting for his answer. Su Ming remained silent. 3 women's figures appeared in his mind. After a long while, he shook his head, but no matter how he did so, he could not shake off the grief that filled his heart when old memories filled his mind. The old man seemed to have noticed his sadness, and he fell silent as well. After some time, Su Ming lifted his axe and continued cutting wood. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds echoed in the air. They traveled out of the courtyard and resounded in the village. It also landed in the ears of a woman who was strolling under the setting sun. She was dressed in a Taoist robe. She might already be middle-aged, but she still had a charm about her. When she walked, her expression was calm, but when she passed the villagers, they ignored her as if they could not see her. Her wide Taoist robes covered her body, but when she moved, the grace of her walk allowed others to see that the body under the Taoist robe possessed beautiful curves that would cause others to sigh in wonder. Since the 2 cultivators had found their way to him the night before, Su Ming knew that from then on that his life would no longer be peaceful. Be it one Dao sect or Azura clan, those who searched for him due to the appearance of his 9th voice would come one after another. Perhaps it was precisely what Gutai hoped for, because at that moment, Su Ming could be said to be located at one of the safest places in ancient Zong. The old man in the house within the courtyard also left Su Ming sometimes not knowing what to say in regards to his personality or his words. Because of that, he actually hoped for the people who wanted to kill him to arrive as quickly as possible so that he could experience just how powerful the old man was. The loud thuds of wood being cut echoed in the courtyard. Gradually, in the evening sky, a cold air appeared, even though temperature should be warm since it was summer. Snow floated down from the sky, and the snowflakes were filled with glittering light. When they fell, they landed on the 2 white dogs, Su Ming, and the tip of the old man's nose. The old man shuddered, then lowered his head to mumble under his breath. A fierce glare lit up in Su Ming's eyes. The snowflakes were not naturally formed, which was a telling sign that they had a visitor. It was especially so for the 2 white dogs. They were shuddering at that moment while looking at the door to the courtyard. You're distracted again. The old man went up to slap Su Ming's head. With it, the fierce glare in Su Ming's eyes disappeared. Keep your mind on chopping wood. Stop constantly being distracted by the changes in the world outside. Chopping wood itself is a field of study. I've chopped wood for most of my life. You? The time you were exposed to it is still too short. The old man assumed an air of self-importance due to his age, then bent his body a little while tightening his jacket around his body. He lifted his head and stared at the snow floating down before he grinned. Ha ha! This snow fell at the perfect moment. I love watching snow the most. Su Ming did not say anything. He did not ponder over the old man's words carefully, but instead shut his eyes. Soon he opened them and his eyes were calm. However, they were also incredibly dull, as if Su Ming had become incredibly listless at that moment, and there was nothing eye-catching about him. It was as if he had become a real young mortal. He lifted the axe and continued chopping wood. The old man skipped about in the courtyard while patting the falling snow and enjoying himself very much. As for the two white dogs, they were at full guard while they glared at the door to the courtyard. Grave looks appeared on their faces, and they even instinctively let out whining sounds that sounded nearly like threats. Su Ming still had his head bent while he continued chopping wood. He remembered how the old man had acted this way when he showed him how to cut wood after Gutai left. He had his head bent while he cut wood and had not made a sound after he was tired of asking Su Ming whether he understood what he was doing. Soon after, knocking sounds came from the door to the courtyard. Thud thud, thud thud. They were very rhythmic and calming, but once they entered the courtyard, the two white dogs began to whine even louder. Go and open the door. Didn't you hear that someone's knocking on the door? Go and take a look at who it is. While swatting at the snow, the old man turned his head around. Su Ming looked up and put down the axe. He was still expressionless, and his eyes were still dull. He walked to the door, and once he opened it, he saw a middle-aged woman dressed in a large Taoist robe standing outside. She was very beautiful, and when her gaze fell on Su Ming, she smiled faintly. Su Ming swept his gaze past the beautiful woman, then asked with a frown, "Who are you looking for?" "For you." The woman smiled faintly. Before Su Ming could say anything, she walked past him and stepped into the courtyard. The old man who was swatting at snow suddenly stopped moving and stared at the woman in a daze. He even drooled. But he soon calmed down and quickly ran into the house. The woman's smile grew wider due to the old man's antics. To her, the old man was just an ordinary mortal, and there was nothing special about him. She was also confident in her looks and did not mind that a mortal old man had been enchanted by her appearance. However, she was slightly curious as to why the old man would suddenly run into his own house. But this matter was too trivial. The woman cast a glance at the courtyard, and when her gaze landed on the two white dogs, she did not manage to see anything wrong about them either. Her gaze then returned to Su Ming. "So, you're the third prince? You really made us look for you by hiding in this place. It is quite extraordinary. The mountains surrounding this place form a natural rune, and no divine senses can search through here. There is also a pattern here that hides away life matrices. If your level of cultivation isn't high enough, it won't let you see this place." The woman only cast a glance at the area before she found what was wrong with it. With her level of cultivation, she could see some things, but only those that made a whole. "You even placed runes in the courtyard?" They're rather jumbled. Someone should have come here before me recently, judging by these presences." The woman opened her eyes slightly and smiled lightly. "They're two Tao paragons. Looks like I truly didn't underestimate this place. For 7 Moons sect to be able to do this, Gu Tai should have been the one in charge of this." The feeling the woman gave off because of her words made it seem that she was equals with Gu Tai. This showed that based on her level of cultivation, she was definitely not a Tao paragon. Her divine sense spread out swiftly, and she frowned. Just as she was about to speak, Su Ming sat down on the stump again. He picked up the axe and continued chopping wood. "Boy, you're quite the interesting one." The woman looked at Su Ming, then smiled even more happily. When she approached him, she bent down slightly to reveal the beautiful curves of her waist and hips under the Taoist robe. "I haven't introduced myself. My name is Ji Wu Meng, and I'm a great sect elder of Azura clan, Immortal Han. Third prince. Would you be interested in coming to train in Azura clan? The woman's smile was incredibly good, and her fair skin filled her face with an air that could make others' heart race. But Su Ming's expression remained gloomy as he continued cutting firewood. The woman's smile stayed. At the instant she stood up, the door to the house was suddenly pushed open, and out came a figure dressed in a green scholarly robe that was clearly slightly too large for it. The man had a scholar's hat while his hair was messily spread over his shoulder. In his hand, he held a fan that was clearly broken and damaged. That person was the old man. He had returned to the house and used his fastest speed to change his clothes. At that moment, with the fan in hand, he took a few steps forward. A few fake coughs left his mouth as he gazed at the woman with excitement and eagerness. "Miss, a good day to you." Su Ming's axe came to a screeching halt. He had to admit that all his composure shattered at the moment the old man said those words. The woman beside him was also stunned, but soon, she covered her mouth and chuckled. When she examined the old man's clothes and appearance, her smile went even to her eyes, which turned them crescent-shaped. "Miss, don't laugh. I like ladies with big rumps the most. Stop standing in front of my disciple. That boy doesn't like girls with big rumps, but I do." The old man spread his fan open to reveal that it had oil stains on it. He lifted his head and shifted his expression to one that he believed was very elegant. "The night is decorated with flowers and silk, and there is snow floating down. It's a perfect night for dates with girls with big rumps. Miss, let's engage in a passionate love that can be made into a ballad and bring others to tears in this courtyard with the starry sky as our blanket and the ground as our bed. Miss, I love you." The old man had a passionate look on his face. He took a few brisk steps forward and appeared right in front of the beautiful woman who could now no longer chuckle and was completely stunned. "Ji Wu Meng, huh? It's a good name, a very good name. Immortal Han. This name is not good. Han, it means to be pure coldness. This is a rotten name only for those who don't have big rumps. You should be known as Immortal Big Rump. That's right, this is a good name. Su Ming, what do you think of this name?" the old man asked excitedly. Su Ming was silent. He lifted the axe and continued cutting wood. He suddenly realized that when the old man said he wanted 2 dogs the previous night, 2 dogs had truly appeared. Earlier in the day, he had mentioned that he wanted a woman with a big rump, and Immortal Han had really arrived. The eyes of Ji Wu Meng shone with a chilling glare, but a smile slowly appeared at the corners of her lips as she stared at the old man. To her, he was an old mortal who did not have even an ounce of power, and unless he was someone driven by lust, he would definitely not do something so outrageous. "Third prince, is this person sent by 7 Moons sect to protect you?" The iciness of Immortal Han's smile grew stronger. "Hey, Miss Big Rump, could you stop talking to him? I'll get jealous," the old man said seriously. The moment he finished speaking, Immortal Han lifted her right hand, and with one swing of her arm, the mighty pressure belonging to great Tao paragons enveloped the place, freezing the world. Waves of cold air spread out in every direction, and snowflakes fell, covering the entire world. But her expression changed the next moment. The old man had already grabbed her right hand and was fondling it with a sleazy look on his face. "You!" The woman was shocked into disbelief. With her level of cultivation, there were less than 20 people who could grab her hand while she cast her arts. Yet the old man before her had easily grabbed her right hand as if she had been doing nothing. Just as he was about to retreat, she found that her whole body had gone numb. She did not notice that the 2 white dogs not far from her in the courtyard were watching her while giggling at her misfortune. "Senior." The woman's face was pale as she fearfully looked at the old man holding her right hand. "Hush!" The old man placed his finger on his lips and stared at the woman seriously while he touched her hand. With great excitement, his hand slowly moved upwards, and he asked with a very stern voice, "Is your rump big?" Su Ming had his axe held high, but it came to a screeching halt again. He sighed and no longer paid any attention to the things around him, but instead focused on chopping wood. He felt that the old man's bizarreness was one that very few people in ancient Zong would be able to stop. Huh? Why aren't you speaking? Why you're looking down on me? The old man was immediately red with rage and began shouting. The woman's face turned paler, and the terror in her eyes became stronger. She could clearly sense her cultivation base being sucked away by the old man, and the speed of it grew even faster when he became angry. Her cultivation base was sucked away with each passing moment. Not big. The woman could no longer keep her dignity. The feeling the old man gave off brought her incredible terror, and she could not help but think of a legend. It said that there were 3 ninth-level Tao gods in ancient Zong. One of them was the emperor, and he had a great will that the world had to worship, with his blood of the royal family coursing through his veins and his inheritance. He was particular towards granting infinite royal graciousness to win all fights without even fighting. The woman was also not unfamiliar with the second of the 9th-level Tao gods, because he was the supreme progenitor of the Azura clan, Tianxiu Luo. With a supreme and domineering air, he made the world bow to him and all lives respect him. The will of his Tao dominated one of the peaks of Azura clan. The last of the 3 ninth-level Tao gods was someone whose name was unknown, but as one of the great sect elders of Azura clan, the woman had once seen progenitor Tianxiu Luo and listened to his lectures about Tao. She knew of some secrets that no one else knew, such as the name of the 3rd 9th-level Tao god. He was Gu Hong. He was always alone, had a strange personality, and was temperamental like the ever-changing clouds. He was very different compared to the emperor and Tianxiu Luo and lived a licentious life. In fact, when progenitor Tianxiu Luo spoke of him, he could never keep his calm, and his emotions would stir slightly. He only had one sentence to describe the 3rd 9th-level Tao god: extremely shameless. At that moment, while Ji Wu Meng felt trembled and her heart filled with fear, the name progenitor Tianxiu Luo once mentioned before appeared in her mind. It was Tao god Gu Hong, who had an equal status to Tao god Gu Di and Tao god Tianxiu Luo. Not big. The old man was stunned. He blinked. Doubt appeared on his face, and when he asked that question, he extended his left hand and put it into the woman's Taoist robe in an incredibly sleazy manner to grope her posterior. His eyes immediately turned big, as if he had touched something unbelievable. Why you? How dare you lie to me? No, I mean ahem. I'll know whether you're lying or not by touching you a few more times. Heh. Don't even think about lying to me. The old man had been about to erupt in rage when he thought of a better solution, and his eyes suddenly shone. He quickly let out a few fake coughs and groped the woman a few more times with his hand in her Taoist robe. The woman could no longer care about being embarrassed. When someone reached her age, they would have already experienced many things. It was not that she was not averse to this, but that even if she was averse to this, she had to know when she could show her aversion. She had already formed an assumption of the old man's identity, and the terror in her heart made her forget to fight back. In fact, she did not even want to fight back. Heh. How dare you try to lie to me again? But I'm a reasonable person. How about this? I'll look into this further to see whether you're lying to me. The old man groped her a few more times with a serious and contemplative expression on his face. Huh? I can't feel it. I must be old now. No can do, to let you gain a clean record as a woman with a big rump. I must investigate this matter closely. While the old man was having a good time, Su Ming automatically blocked out all his words. No matter how the old man decided to fool around, it had nothing to do with him. He only lifted the axe again, and every single time the axe fell, he would split the firewood in half. When the time it takes for another incense stick to burn passed, red appeared on the woman's face, and only then did the old man pull his hand out from her Taoist robe with great reluctance. He glared at her as if fire was raging in his eyes. Damn it, why, you lied to me again. Can that even be called a small rump? Is that even logical? Is that even rational? Oh heavens! The sun is watching from the sky. How dare you say your rump is small? The old man's rage burned to the high heavens, and as he spoke, he pointed at the sky. But right then the sky was dark. The sky could not be seen and even less so the sun. But the old man clearly did not care about such things. While he shouted, the woman trembled even more intensely. Most of her cultivation base had been absorbed by the old man. The feeling of numbness and weakness in her body made a pleading look appear in her eyes. She was feeling incredibly regretful, wishing that she had never come to the bizarre village to cause Su-Ming trouble. She would not have run into the terrifying existence then. Just when the woman was about to continue, the old man's rage seemed to have reached its peak. He immediately started shouting at Su-Ming. Su-Ming, Su-Ming, stop chopping wood, you brat. Heh. How dare this girl with the big rump lie to me? She has a big rump, but she said it's small. Damn it. Damn it. Could it be that my hand is too small? No, this is a very serious matter. I need a witness. Come over here. Throw that axe away and touch her. Then tell me whether it's big or small. When the old man shouted, Su-Ming, who originally thought that his mind was calm, was thrown into a mess again. He froze, then turned his head around and gave a wry smile to the old man. That smile? Boy, could it be that you like girls with big rumps as well? Haha. Looks like the both of us are fated together. At least I didn't waste my time giving you food, drinks, and white dogs. Alright. I've always been a forthright person and always honor the code of brotherhood. In the past, the little Gutai even… let's not talk about the past. Little boy Su, don't worry. Tonight, I will let you sleep in the house. Let's engage in a passionate love with Big Rump Girl that can be made into a ballad and can bring others to tears. The old man put on a smile that made it seem as if he understood Su-Ming's thoughts and spoke in a forthright manner to him. When the woman heard it, her face went stark pale, but not much of her terror was in regards to the matter. She was only thinking of how she could flee from the old man. Su-Ming was just about to explain himself to clear the old man's misunderstandings when the old man turned around and his gaze met those of the two white dogs. At that moment, the woman felt her heart thump, and her face turned ashen pale. The source of her terror had shifted to what she saw. The old man was conflicted. Hesitation appeared on his face, but clearly, he was someone who honored the code of brotherhood and was a very forthright person. At that moment, he swung his arm, and then spoke loudly with a tone that made it seem that he was completely unbothered by it, even though it was very clear that he was very bothered by it. Oh well, even those with fur will do. The two of you are in luck today. Heh. Tonight, once we're done with making love with the girl, I'll let you two have a taste of what love feels like as well. Senior Gu Hong. The terror on the woman's face became even stronger. In her anxiety, she screamed shrilly. She believed that with the old man's status and level of cultivation, since he could say those words, he would definitely do as he said. What did you say? What did you call me? Damn it. This is a secret. Why, I am indeed Gu Hong. But this is a secret. I'm mad. I'm really mad. Su-Ming, come over here and verify it. Tell me whether her rump is big. There seemed to be white smoke curling up from the old man's head. Red appeared in his eyes. When he looked at Su-Ming, his expression said that if Su-Ming did not grope her, he would erupt in rage and believe that Su-Ming was looking down on him. Su-Ming was silent, but soon, he smiled faintly. The next moment, it disappeared, and his expression turned into one of indifference. He swept his gaze past the woman, then spoke languidly. It's just like you have said, Senior. This female cultivator is indeed lying. You know, even without touching her. The old man looked at Su-Ming with a skeptical gaze. I have lived long enough to have reached a state where I can tell even without touching. This is something you will need to practice more, Senior. Su-Ming had a relaxed look on his face as he spoke. The old man was dazed upon hearing his words. After a long while, his gaze suddenly filled with more enthusiasm than ever before. He stared at Su-Ming as if he was looking at a kindred spirit. Could you tell me how you managed to do it? Teach me, come on. We could also do an exchange. I have quite some good stuff with me, even some incantations, but they're all jumbled up, the old man said quickly. You can only sense it. It cannot be taught by words. You're right, you're very right, you're incredibly right, you're absolutely… Darn you. That's just bullshit. You're toying with me. The old man was about to nod instinctively, but when he was halfway through his words, he reacted to the situation, and he immediately felt himself burning with rage. Su Ming lifted his eyebrows, and his gaze instantly turned fierce. When his eyes landed on the woman, he took a few breaths and began to speak. She has practiced cultivation for 38,792 years, and she lost her virginity when she was 39 years old. She had 19 husbands in her life, and her posterior is the size of 4 palms. Su Ming's expression was very calm, but when he spoke, the old man's face filled with shock. You're lying. The woman was just about to continue, but the old man had already interrupted her with a face full of admiration. A learned man. A wise man. I didn't expect this. Little boy Su, you're a learned man. I will still have to thank you for teaching me, senior. Su Ming smiled faintly. I wouldn't dare to guide you, we should be learning from each other. It's late now, so I won't talk to you anymore. I have to engage in a passionate love with Big Rump Girl here. The old man's eyes sparkled as he grabbed the woman's hand with great excitement and quickly ran into the house. The woman could not do anything and was dragged in after him. Senior Gu Hong, I am a great sect elder of Azura clan. You can't do this. Progenitor Tian Xiu Luo will? The woman said swiftly, but before she could finish speaking, the old man began roaring loudly. Damn it! Stop talking about that son of a BTCH. If I want to get a girl with a big rump, no one will dare to tell me no in ancient Zong. Even that son of a BTCH Tian Xiu Luo. It doesn't matter whether it's that son of a bitch or that miserable old fool in the royal capital. Both of them have a family and children. I'm alone. Who will dare to offend me? The old man's words were incredibly arrogant and conceited. With the woman in tow, he went into the house, and with a bang, he closed the door. Huh? Hey little boy Su, why aren't you moving? Come on in. Soon, the door to the house flew open again, and the old man looked at Su Ming with a serious look on his face. This is your serendipity. You have to think about this properly. Do you want to come in or not? Su Ming focused. The old man occasionally appeared serious when acting out, so other people were often unable to tell whether he was truly serious or just faking it. However, at that moment, when Su Ming looked at the old man, for some unknown reason, he had a vague feeling that the old man had an unprecedentedly stern air around him, as if it was truly a serendipity for Su Ming to enter. In silence, Su Ming looked ahead with a contemplative look in his eyes. The old man did not say anything. Instead, he returned to his house. The door was half open as if it was a choice for Su Ming. If I go through the door, Su Ming said softly. The door was half open, which was a very simple hint. Once he stepped through the door, it would mean that he had come under the old man's tutelage and became his direct disciple. Once he got status of the old man's disciple and gained the ruffian of ancient Zong as his master, his path in the future would most likely be a smooth sail. That was clearly Gu Tai's goal. He had brought Su Ming there for that specific reason. After going through the various tests, Su Ming had obtained the old man's acknowledgement, and hence, the door was half open for him. If he was truly the third prince, then once he stepped through the door, it would mean that he was already half a step away from becoming the emperor. He would be ahead of the eldest and second princes. In fact, based on the old man's personality, he was definitely very protective of his own. But what stopped Su Ming from taking that one step was not the door, not the old man's lack of reliability, and neither was it because he did not want to have a date with the woman. Su Ming did not care about all those things, because he knew that even when a person personally saw something and personally heard something, it did not mean that what they saw and heard was real. The old man naturally had his own reasons for doing it, and once Su Ming saw the half-open door, he understood the old man's thoughts. However, what he cared about was that he was not the third prince. This thought constantly echoed in his heart. He had to tell himself non-stop that it was a process of him possessing Xianxia. He could enter Seven Moons sect, could get to know Gu Tai, could somewhat acknowledge Su Zhongfan as his master, but all of these things were just superficial. In Su Ming's heart, he had not acknowledged even a single person or thing in the world. He did not want to form even the slightest connection or be tied down by anything in the unfamiliar word. Once it happened, he was worried that he would be unable to tell just where he was. Coming under the tutelage of a person was a small matter, but with Su Ming's personality, he knew that if he chose to step through the door, he would truly form a connection with the old man, and once it happened, it would mean that the first thread had appeared in a net that was just waiting to be formed. Then, more threads would continuously be formed until they created a perfect net to envelope Su Ming. There was no way he could not fall silent when faced with such a matter. Time trickled by, and an hour later, the door to the house was opened completely. The woman walked out with a pale face. Not a single article of her clothing was missing. When she walked into the courtyard, there was terror on her face. She turned her head around and cast a glance at the house, then gave Su Ming a complicated look before she wrapped her fist in her palm and bowed deeply to him. "I have offended you greatly just now. From now on, I will avoid all places where you are. If you become a great Tao paragon, I will offer up great gifts for you." While saying that, she bowed deeply to him again, then turned into a long arc that charged into the sky and disappeared. Once the woman left, the old man walked out of the house and sat on the threshold. There was no longer a playful look on his face, and he sighed softly. "In all my life, I have never taken in any disciple, and I don't know how to take in disciples either. I thought that if I want to take in a disciple, I will have to give them a great gift. So I thought that I should give you the cultivation base of a great Tao paragon. Once I sucked out Ji Wu Meng's cultivation base, I would transfer it directly to you, and with my help, even if you won't become a great Tao paragon, you would still be able to reach Tao Immortal realm. I refuse to believe that you didn't understand this. So why did you refuse?" While he sat on the threshold, the old man brought out his smoking pipe. In the dark night, he looked at Su Ming with a question in his gaze. Su Ming was silent. He did not know how to explain the matter. He had fallen in love with the lifestyle he had while living with the old man. He liked chopping wood, and since he could tell that the old man harbored no animosity towards him, he felt warmth. "Do you know that once you come under my tutelage, with the blood of the royal family coursing through your veins, I could bring you to the royal capital to meet your father? Once I voice my wishes, even if he is the emperor of ancient Zong, he would have to agree to make you the ruler of the country. If he didn't agree to it, I could kill your brothers for you. Even if that son of a bitch Tian Xiao Luo tried to stop me, I could destroy his Azura clan. Do you have any idea what sort of serendipity you have refused? This is the first time I decided to take in a disciple. I have practiced cultivation for a long time, but this is the first time I have seriously pondered over it for a long stretch of time. I've thought about how I should prepare a serendipity for my disciple, how I should make my disciple to power, and how to make him reach the peak of ancient Zong. With me as your master, you might even be able to become a 9th-level Tao god. Why did you refuse me? Why did you refuse this pitiful old man, this lonely old man? How could you be so hard-hearted?" As the old man spoke, he sighed repeatedly. "I prepared those 2 white dogs to serve as your spirit beasts in the future, because to me, all the spirit beasts in ancient Zhang are not fit to become my disciple's possession. The spirit beasts beside my disciple had to be formed from cultivators. Only then could it be considered conspicuous, only then would it be enough for you. But you, why you brat, you actually refused me. You're looking down on me." The old man narrowed his eyes and glared at Su Ming. Su Ming stared at the old man in silence. He was already moved. With his experience, he could not be considered to be a normal cultivator. Even though the old man's level of cultivation was much higher than his and he was much older than Su Ming's experiences were enough for him to be able to tell just who was truly good to him. One of them was the old man in front of him. The 2 of them might have only been in contact with each other for a few months, but the old man was one of the few people in ancient Zong who truly treated Su Ming sincerely. Su Ming sighed softly, then slowly lifted his head to look at the stars in the sky. He swung his right hand and the heads of the 2 white dogs rolled to the side. They fell unconscious. From the moment Su Ming gave them their names, he knew what were the old man's intentions. He was not giving them names, but was putting a brand on their life matrices. If I was truly the third prince, then how could I not come under your tutelage after all the kindness you have shown me? In the end, Su Ming chose to say those words. He knew that he should not say them, but he still said them. There were times when he would not mull over what was happening too much. During those times, he had to question his own heart to make his decisions. The old man was stunned, then lifted his head to look at Su Ming. I'm not the third prince. It's just like what I told you. My name is Su Ming, and not Xian, Su Ming said softly. When his words echoed in the air, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Continue. Su Ming was silent for a moment before he answered softly. I should not be someone of this world. My homeland is a butterfly known as Harmonious Morris alba. I was born in its wings, and that place is called Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. In the end, Harmonious Morris alba died. It was killed by a cultivator Xianxia. And once I saw all my friends and family die, I chose to possess Xianxia. When I woke up, I was already here. I was known as a prince, and I had a new name, Xian. Once Su Ming said those words, the courtyard fell silent in the dead of night. Su Ming did not continue speaking. The old man also closed his eyes and fell silent. When an hour went by, the old man opened his eyes slowly, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. You're wondering whether this world is a place. You believe that it is formed based on the memories of Xianxia. In fact, you are worried that all the things you experience are in truth what Xianxia experienced before. That's why you don't want to form any unbreakable connections with the people here. You believe that as long as you reach Xianxia's level of cultivation, you will have successfully possessed Xianxia. This is also why you don't want to come under my tutelage. But have you ever wondered whether this is real? The old man said softly. When he said those words, Su Ming lifted his head and stared at the old man without any hint of hesitation. My homeland is Arid Triad. The old man fell silent. When the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed, he sighed, and a hint of someone who was lost appeared in his eyes. His hoarse voice echoed in the dark then. Do you still remember what you asked me on the first day I taught you? I asked you what I should cut, Su Ming answered after a while. Many years ago, when I became a 9th-level Dao god and commanded the winds and earth of ancient Zhang in search for the path into boundless Dao realm, I saw my own reflection in a lake. At that moment, I suddenly felt lost. I didn't know whether the person in the lake was me or whether the person beyond the lake was me. That son of a bitch Tianxiu Luo said I was mad, and the moronic old fool Gu Di said I was treading down the wrong path, but I understood my own heart. At that moment, when I saw my reflection in the lake, I asked myself this question. But I couldn't find an answer. I practiced cultivation all my life and understood everything in search for a truth. I searched for an answer to my question, but I couldn't answer it. From then on, I did not know whether the world in which I stood was real or fake. I too thought that I had gone mad, that's why. I cut wood in this place, but when I raise my axe, I don't know whether the left side which I cut is real, or whether the right side which I cut is real. When I can swing axe down and differentiate which side is real, I will reach boundless Dao realm. This is the reason why Tianxiu Luo and Gu Di are somewhat fearful of me, the old man said slowly. He sounded lost before he finished with a soft sigh. I have already come in touch with the truth of the world, and now, your words have coincidentally tallied with my Dao. Su Ming, tell me, will you become my disciple? Accept and help me cut this Dao. What do you say? The old man stood up slowly and looked at Su Ming. If this world is real, then the both of us can stand at the peak and laugh at ancient Zhang. If this world is fake, then I will cut my Dao and help you succeed in your possession. At the instant the old man stood up straight. A presence that made the entire world rumble swiftly spread out from him. Each of his words carried weight. And it was clear that he was a man of his word. Well, aren't you going to formally acknowledge me as your master? The old man stood still for a long time. In the darkness, his back was straight. The release of his presence and the air around him that said he stood supreme in the world would cause many cultivators to find their hearts shaking while their blood boiled. But even though his presence had already spread out of his body for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Su Ming remained silent. The old man immediately returned to his original nature and shouted angrily. Why you? You just don't respect the old and love the young. During the rare occasion I decided to use my domineering air, you refuse to even acknowledge me as your master? Do you want me to die of anger? All right, fine. As long as you don't acknowledge me as your master, I won't sleep, won't eat, won't sleep, and my health will no longer be good, and I won't be able to sleep until I wake up naturally, and if I can't wake up naturally, my health will not be good. And I won't be able to eat dog meat. And my health will not be good. If my health is not good, I won't be able to eat and I will die. The old man went to stand beside Su Ming while shouting loudly. Su Ming smiled wryly. He watched the old man in front of him, then sighed softly before he stood up. He swung his arm and knelt down in front of the old man. I, Su Ming, have only ever acknowledged one master in my life. Today I will acknowledge my second master. Master, please accept my greetings. The old man immediately smiled brightly, but he quickly steeled his expressions, trying his best to appear a little sterner. However, the joy on his face was something that could not be hidden. He let out a few dry coughs, then picked up Su Ming while beaming with joy. He patted his own chest and said loudly, All right, if anyone bullies you in the future, just mention my name. Those who know me will immediately be scared out of their wits, and those who don't, we'll talk about that later. My dear disciple, tell me, what do you want? As long as you mention something, then even if I have to tread through mountains of blades and seas of flames, leap through fire and walk on boiling water, have my blood boiling with anger or whatever, you know what I'm saying, but no matter what, I will definitely fulfill your request. If you tell me you want to eat that white dog tonight, we will make dog meat stew. If you tell me you like that big rump girl, then darn it all, I will grab her and bring her back for you. Tell me, what do you want? The old man swung his arm in a very imposing manner, giving off the air of someone who would definitely do whatever Su Ming requested so long as he said it. But before Su Ming could say anything, the old man immediately blinked and looked at him awkwardly. You won't make any outrageous requests, right? Such as destroying one Dao sect or massacring a Jura clan or snatching Gudi's throne or something. Those are, ahem. Su Ming sat down on the wooden stump again and threw a question back at him. You can't do those things? Who said that? Who did? Who told you I can't do it? Are you looking down on me? I can do it. If I want to do those things, I can do so with just a flick of my finger. Those are nothing. I'm invincible. The old man immediately huffed and glared, looking at Su Ming as if he had humiliated him. Ahem, since you don't believe me, we'll agree to disagree and set this matter aside first. Now, I'll tell you my divine abilities first. I have two great divine abilities. One of them is to use my axe to cut people. That's fun, just so you know. I've researched it. You can cut their heads, their bodies. You can cut everything you want to cut. The power of this divine ability is so great that there is no one in ancient Zhang whom I cannot cut. The second divine ability is to absorb others' cultivation bases. Speaking of this divine ability, I created it on my own. When talking about it, I have to talk about myself when I was still a teenager. There were plenty of people who had better potential than I did, lived better than I did, and also had greater levels of cultivation than I did. I got angry and I started cutting people, and as I did so, I somehow figured out how to snatch their cultivation bases. As long as they caught my fancy, I would immediately snatch their cultivation bases and no one managed to escape. The old man looked incredibly smug. As he spoke, he squatted down beside Su Ming and whispered to him softly. It's especially so for female cultivators. They're even better for this. My good disciple, you have to try it when you have the time. Come. I'll teach you this divine ability right now. As the old man spoke, he suddenly grabbed Su Ming's right hand. With a powerful squeeze, a mark was immediately left on Su Ming's right palm, like a brand. It was the mark of a moon. When it appeared, Su Ming did not feel anything, but when he looked at it closely, he instantly felt like the brand could absorb his gaze. When he looked at it closely, he noticed that the air in the world around him seemed to be flowing towards him at that instant. Wisps of air was seeping into the brand on his right palm. My dear disciple, with this divine ability you will be invincible. The old man stared at Su Ming very seriously, then stood up, stretched, turned around, yawned, and walked into his house. Continue cutting wood. Since you are now my disciple, the number of wood you will have to cut will double so that we can get more money for wine. Heh, or else I will chase you out of my house. As the old man spoke, he returned to his house. Su Ming lowered his head and smiled wryly. No matter what, this master was a little unreliable, but perhaps it was precisely because of this that Su Ming was reminded of Xianxia. After a long while, he picked up the axe and continued chopping wood on the dark night. Days passed just like that. The old man would skip out of his house every single morning, shout a few words talking about how his health was good. If he was in a good mood, he would start chasing the 2 white dogs in the courtyard, occasionally cackling strangely and saying things like how he would eat the dog he caught that night. In terror, the 2 white dogs would play with him to his heart's content. As for Su Ming, he remained by the side and continued cutting wood. Right then, he had already learned how to not intentionally bring down his axe, but have it naturally swing down to split the log of wood into half. His actions became more natural, and he no longer needed to think about anything. He could even occasionally turn his head sideways to look at the skipping old man and the 2 white dogs. Once a long time had passed, the 2 white dogs looked as if they were about to forget that they were once cultivators while being chased around. They gradually discovered that the old man was all bark and no bite, and he did not truly seem to want to eat them. Hence, after a few months, the 2 white dogs also knew how to handle his antics. Then one day, the old man was livid, and he shouted a few words that caused the 2 white dogs to shudder. With a howl, they immediately ran at full strength. You 2 thugs, did you think that I wouldn't notice that you 2 were slacking off during the past few months? Fine. My darling disciple won't let me eat you, but I can fuck you. Darn it all, whoever I catch today will have to sleep with me in the house. The old man's words were so fierce and intense that not only did the 2 white dogs shudder, even Su Ming, who had already grown used to the old man's occasional shocking words, could not help but be stunned. He suddenly realized that he could never underestimate his master, because when he thought that he had already understood him, he always discovered that the old man had many habits that he could not imagine, such as, right then, White 3 was howling shrilly. It was just about to be caught by the old man. Su Ming quickly turned around and continued cutting wood. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had already spent a year with the old man. It had been relatively calm, though the number of white dogs in the courtyard had increased from 2 to 5. One of the new dogs was White 4, another was White 5, and there was one more who was called White 3 as well. Hence, every single Su Ming called out to White 3, 2 large white dogs would immediately run towards him. One of the new dogs was from one Dao sect, and the other 2 from Azura clan. When another half a year gradually went by, Su Ming received a letter from Gutai. They had discovered the approximate region where the space whip was, and they should be able to locate its precise spot within another month. They wanted Su Ming to make preparations to be relocated to that place at any moment. Su Ming thought that he could live out that 1 month calmly, but on the 5th day before he had to leave and the sun shone brightly at noon, someone knocked on the door to the courtyard. The next moment, the old man who was chasing down White 5 frowned slightly. Su Ming had already stood up and walked to the door to the courtyard. The son of a BTCH is here. Open the door for the son of a BTCH. The old man shouted before snorting. Su Ming's expression remained the same, but his eyes focused slightly. When he opened the door, he saw a man standing on the other side. He was middle-aged and appeared to be calm while dressed in long white robe. His hair was black and danced in the air. When he stood there, he gave off an air that made others instantly ignore everything around them to focus on him the moment they saw him. His figure alone seemed to be left in the entire world. When Su Ming observed the middle-aged man before him, the man also examined him. His eyes were clear, and not a single hint of emotion was contained in them. He smiled softly. Su Ming's expression remained the same as always. He did not speak, but instead turned around and walked to the stump. He sat down on it, picked up the axe, and continued chopping wood. With a smile on his face, the middle-aged man stepped into the courtyard, but the instant his foot landed, even though not a single wisp of his aura spread out from him, the courtyard seemed to have distorted. It instantly became duller, and even the light in the sky disappeared. It was as if only the middle-aged man alone truly remained in the whole world. This was a domineering air that was not distinct and not strong, but incredibly great. If it was revealed outside, it would not seem strong, but when it was kept within a person, it gave the person an extreme state of domineeringness. And that was what the middle-aged man had. He walked into the courtyard, but did not speak. Once he swept his gaze past the 5 white dogs. He did not look at the old man. Instead, he went next to Su Ming and watched him bring the axe up before swinging it down to chop wood. Not bad. Remove yourself from the competition between the successors and I will make sure you will not die, or else you will have a hard time, I will have a hard time, and he will have a hard time, the man in white said faintly. He did not release his domineering presence outwards, but his words were like a thunderclap. They rumbled in Su Ming's heart as if they had replaced every single thought in his mind. They charged straight for his will, forming invisible rumbles with the wills belonging to the 4 great true worlds. Su Ming's hand froze while holding the axe. He slowly lifted his head and looked at the man in white coldly before he asked flatly, "You're looking down on me?" The moment Su Ming said those words, the old man who had grabbed White Five's tail laughed loudly, and the originally gloomy expression on his face due to White Five not cooperating with him disappeared without a trace. Not bad as expected of my good disciple. Those words are far too domineering. The old man let go of White Five's tail and placed his hands behind his back. He moved next to Su Ming and stood beside him while staring at the white-robed man who was now smiling pleasantly. "You son of a bitch, what are you doing here?" the old man shouted angrily. The moment he said that, the man in white frowned. Only the old man before him would dare to say such words before him in all of ancient song. "Oh wow, you're even frowning? Even when you frown, you're still a son of a bitch," the old man shouted out loudly while glaring at him. The man in white stared at the old man coldly. After a long while, the frown disappeared, and he said, "We've finally met again. So could you stop talking in such a crude manner every single time you flap your mouth, you mad old man?" The old man glared and even rolled up his sleeves before roaring loudly, "You son of a bitch." The man in white shook his head, and his gaze landed on the exit. When he swept his gaze past the area calmly, he spoke languidly. "Hanyu, come in. This is the person I want you to meet." After he said that, a figure appeared at the door of the courtyard. It belonged to a woman. Her long black hair spilled over her shoulders and she was dressed in white. She was incredibly beautiful and the calm look in her eyes gave off an elegant feeling that caused others to feel comfortable. She was clearly a woman whose personality was also gentle. Her skin was fair, and she seemed to be 20 years old. Once she appeared, she walked slowly into the courtyard and bent her knees slightly to bow respectfully to the old man. "I am Han Yu. Greetings, Senior Hong Yu." Su Ming's expression remained the same. His expression did not change. He lifted the axe and continued cutting wood. It did not matter who appeared in the courtyard. He did not pay much attention to it, even if he had already guessed the white-robed man's identity. When the sounds of wood being cut echoed in the air, the old man saw Han Yu, and the cynical look on his face instantly disappeared. It was replaced by a hint of solemnness. "She's the baby from all those years ago?" the old man asked slowly after staying silent for a while. Even his voice was different from before, causing Su Ming to turn his head slightly to cast a glance at him. "Han Yu, show me your right arm." When the white-robed man said those words, Han Yu's face turned slightly red. She glanced at Su Ming, then lowered her head and rolled her right sleeve up until she revealed her elbow. There was a red birthmark on her fair skin. The old man scrutinized it. He stood silent, then sighed softly, without a single hint of his usual craziness around. Instead, it had turned into calmness. He cast a deep glance at Han Yu, then looked at the white-robed man with a complicated expression. "I might not approve of your Tao, but I have to admit that your Tao is indeed astonishing." The old man shook his head. He moved next to Su Ming and patted his shoulder. "Greet this old son of a bitch. You should already know who he is." When Su Ming heard this, he put down his axe with a calm expression, then got up, wrapped his fist in his palm, and bowed to the white-robed man. "Greetings, Senior Tian Xiao Luo." The white-robed man stared at Su Ming. After some time, he frowned, but soon, That frown disappeared. Are you using this person to cut your Tao? But what is so special about him besides his bloodline? Even if he managed to sound 9 Tao spirit voices, it's quite impossible for him to stir up your interest and for you to take him in as your disciple to clear the confusion in your heart, the white-robed man said calmly. As long as you don't cut your Tao, it'll be impossible for you to step into boundless Tao realm. This will be the last day I come here. My goal isn't your disciple either, but to prove that my Tao is true in ancient Zhang. I've already gone to the royal capital, the white-robed man said faintly. When he spoke, he swept his gaze past Han Yu and there was a gentle, kindly look in his eyes. I acknowledge your Tao, but also don't acknowledge it. I still believe that your Tao is the stray path, the old man said slowly after staying quiet for a while. A stray path? Over the last tens of thousands of years, I've adopted tens of thousands of Han, yes, and nothing wrong appeared in every single one of them. This isn't a stray path. This is my Tao. The white-robed man smiled faintly. Su Ming listened to their conversation while deep in thought. His gaze was on Han Yu, who remained elegant and quiet. Once he cast a few close glances at her, he slowly frowned. The old man cast Su Ming a glance and asked calmly, "You can tell as well?" Su Ming was silent for a moment before he answered slowly. She should be a man. He should have been a man, but since he was brought up as a girl since young, he always thought that he's a woman. The old man's calm voice landed in Su Ming's ears at that moment, causing Su Ming's pupils to shrink. This also proves that my Tao is the great Tao. The white-robed man moved his gaze away from Su Ming and fixed his eyes on the old man. My Tao is one of lives and deaths of all living beings as well as their destinies not existing. Living and dying as well as the differences in our destinies only exist because the wills of the world have deceived all of us. It tells all manner of living that we need to live and die, and so we die. It told all living beings that we need destinies, and hence different destinies appeared. In truth, all manner of living should be able to live eternally and exist forever. The moment we are born, we should be in boundless Tao realm. But because the will of the world lied to us, all the lives in the world believe that we will live and eventually die. We believe that we have destinies and that when our lives are formed, we walk down the path of pursuing the truth our entire lives. Looks at Han Yu. She is an example. She is one of the tens of thousands of examples I've created. I brought him up since he was young and gave him everything belonging to a girl. Hence, he is a girl. If all the women around him have the same physical structure as him, then who can say that he is not a woman? If all the women were also transformed in this manner, then in terms of body structure, we would be able to overturn our gender identities and change them. All of that has already been proven by my Tao. The white-robed man's voice echoed in the air. When his words landed in Su Ming's ears, his heart trembled. The difference in Tao and a particular person's persistence in it was something he saw on the old man before, and he experienced it from Tian Xiao Luo as well. That's why once I come to a complete understanding, I will cut the will of the world that has been bestowed upon me, telling me that a person will live and die, that all lives have destinies, that I am weak and can only become strong after walking down the path of cultivation step by step. When I cut it away, I will reach boundless Tao realm, and in fact, I will surpass boundless Tao realm. The man in white swung his arm with great confidence on his face. That confidence was like his Tao, filled with an extreme domineering air. It was clear that he was not just aiming to cut the will that deceived him, but also to use his will to control all manner of lives. Your Tao is one of seeking the truth and falsehood in the world, Gudi's Tao is one of kismet, and my Tao is one of wills lying to us. The three of us, the 3 9th-level Tao gods in ancient Zhang, have 3 different Taos. It's impossible for 3 Taos be great Taos. Only one exists and it belongs to me. Since you took in the 3rd prince as your disciple, he should have some sort of connection with your Tao. Oh well, I will then take in the 2nd prince as my disciple and have him inherit my Tao. Surely, the eldest prince, who Gudi values the most, chose one Tao sect because it is connected to Gudi's Tao of Kismet. When I return to Azura clan, I will enter a 1,000-year period of isolated training. 1,000 years later, when I egress, if you still remain in this state, you will die. If Gudi still hesitates, he will die as well. Ancient Zhang will then, perhaps no longer need a royal family. Ancient Zhang sect or Ancient Zhang clan? Which do you think is better? The man in white smiled faintly. He walked forward, moved past Su Ming, and went to the door. Han Yu followed behind him with her head lowered. Her expression was still one of elegance and calm. After the two of them walked out of the courtyard and disappeared, the courtyard returned to silence. Su Ming did not speak while the old man stared at the night sky in a daze. He did not speak even after a long time had passed. The silence lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before the old man shook his head. It's easy to cut Tao, but if we cut it in the wrong manner, we will live a wrong life. The process of hesitating isn't really hesitation, but the searching and questioning of our Tao. Why should we be in a hurry to cut our Tao? Why should we force the other two to cut their Taos as well just because we insist on cutting our own Tao? Exhaustion appeared on the old man's face. He then turned around and walked into the house. Su Ming moved to the stump with a contemplative look in his eyes. Be it the old man or the white-robed man, they were people who stood at the peak of ancient Zong. After Su Ming thought about their Daos, he could not help but think of his own Tao. What is my Tao? He mumbled softly. Speaking of which, my Tao is rather similar to Tianxiu Luo's, and it's also similar to the old man's. As for the Tao of Kismet, since I sensed it before in harmonious Morris Alba, that is why I acknowledge it too. Su Ming closed his eyes and recalled his whole life. Then, he found that he could not figure out what his Tao was. Perhaps I don't have a Tao. The only path before me is a path of wanting to resurrect the familiar faces and let them smile. For this, I can fling all caution to the wind. His eyes flew swiftly open, revealing the resolve in them. Time trickled by, and 7 days later, the old man had yet to walk out of his house and the courtyard lost its usual lively atmosphere. Only the sound of Su Ming cutting would still echoed in the air every day. He would occasionally turn his head to look at the house with a hint of worry on his face. Tianxiu Luo's arrival and departure as well his words might not have had a great effect on Su Ming. But clearly, the old man felt oppressed in a manner that Su Ming could not understand. That oppression did not concern life or death. It was a persistence towards Tao, or rather, it was an unseen battle of arts won between the 3 9th-level Tao gods of ancient Zong. When the sun set on the 7th day, Su Ming lifted the axe and placed it gently by the side. He sensed Gu Tai calling to him, and with a flip of his hand, a jade slip appeared on his palm. At that moment, it shone with an increasingly brighter light, which was the sign of a relocation rune on the verge of being activated. Based on their promise, when the relocation started, it would mean that Seven Moons sect had nearly found the Space Whip's exact location. They were only waiting for Su Ming to head over, and then Seven Moons sect would use their full power to help him obtain the Space Whip. While he stared at the light from the relocation rune in the jade slip on his hand, Su Ming quietly put the jade slip away, stood up, and went to stand in front of the door to the house. He stood there quietly. After a long while, he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply. Master, I am going to leave, and I don't know when I will return, he said softly. After living together for about 1 year, Su Ming had grown used to the peace and quiet. He had grown used to the old man's personality, causing him to feel a semblance of reluctance when he was about to leave. It could be said that during the year he lived in the courtyard located in the ordinary village among the mountains, Su Ming's heart was at its calmest since he had come to live in ancient Zong. The door to the house was slowly pushed open. The old man walked out, and he looked slightly older than he did 7 days ago. There was the light of wisdom in his eyes, and when he looked at Su Ming, a smile full of affection appeared on his face. Go. No matter what, this place is somewhere you can stay for long. Take the 5 dogs with you. I hope that when I hear your name next time, you have already become a Tao paragon, the old man said softly while looking at Su Ming with a smile. Su Ming stared at the old man before him, and after staying quiet for a period of time, he bowed deeply, but just as he was about to turn around. Wait! The old man called out to him. I have no use for the axe. Take it with you. Remember the 3 states I told you about. The first is to cut people, the second is to cut wood, and the third is to cut all that you wish to cut, the old man said with a smile. The kindly look on his face was very different from the craziness he usually showed. Su Ming was quiet. He turned around and took the axe. Once he put it away, he turned his head around and looked at the old man. Master, I'll be leaving. he whispered softly. Go. Remember this, no one will dare to provoke my disciple. If they dare to provoke you, cut them down. If you can't, absorb them. No matter what, don't suffer any losses. The old man lifted his head, and an arrogant look appeared on his face. The crazy air from the past seemed to have returned to him at that instant. Su Ming watched the old man, then nodded. A powerful light of relocation was spread out from the jade slip in his hand. It enveloped him and blocked the old man and his gaze. At the instant Su Ming was about to be relocated. When the old man saw that Su Ming was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to have remembered something and quickly shouted, Hey, remember this. If you run into any girls with big rumps, bring them back. You might not like girls with big rumps, but I do. His voice shot through the light screen caused by the relocation rune and landed in Su Ming's ears. It caused a smile to appear on his face. As he smiled, his body disappeared from the courtyard. Disappearing along with him were the 5 white dogs. When the courtyard returned to silence, the old man stood by himself in a daze. After a long while he sighed softly. The cynical look was no longer present on his face, and he seemed to have returned to the time 1 year ago when his shadow was the only thing to be found in the courtyard. With a desolate air about him, he quietly walked over the threshold of his house and sat down on the stump. It seemed like he was truly a mortal old man. Once the sun set and the sky gradually became dark, he picked up his smoking pipe and took a few quiet puffs from it. In the darkness, the flickering light from the smoking pipe alternating between light and darkness seemed to be reflecting his thoughts. It did not seem like they would never be extinguished in the courtyard. Oh! There was a never-ending stretch of mountains to the southwest of ancient Zong. There were about 1 million mountains in that place, and they were connected to each other in a never-ending stretch, causing all the people who saw them feel lost. They would feel like they did not know where they were, because when they cast their eyes over the land, they would only see mountains rising and falling. The limitations on divine senses there were incredibly strong. Unless someone was a great Tao paragon, they would lose their perception granted to them by their divine sense. There was a mountain whose peak had been flattened. Thousands of cultivators surrounded that place while keeping a vigilant eye on the area. The exhausted expressions was something they found difficult to hide. They were cultivators from Seven Moons sect. During the past year or so, they had searched through the entire southwestern region based on the clues provided by Su Ming's jade slip and had finally fixed their attention on the flat-topped mountain. Then, after conducting a detailed search, they found their target at long last. Gu Tai could not participate in the search for the space whip. He had to manage all the affairs in Seven Moons sect, which was why the person who led the search was Su Zhongfan. At that moment, he stood outside the rune and watched it shine. When the light of the relocation rune reached its brightest, it vanished, and Su Ming appeared in the rune. There were 5 large white dogs around him. When Su Zhongfan saw Su Ming, a smile appeared on his face and he nodded at him. Su Ming's expression remained calm. Once he wrapped his fist in his palm, he walked out of the rune. The 5 white dogs quickly followed behind him. When all of them walked out of the rune, the thousands of Seven Moons sect disciples in the area cast surprised looks on the dogs. We're in a hurry, so I'll get straight to the point. This is the exact location we found based on the details you provided in your jade slip. Go along the trail ahead, and you will see an ancient cave. That is the place where Guru Xingchen obtained the projection of the space whip. We haven't entered the cave. Great Sect Elder Gutai gave strict orders that no one was allowed to be the first to enter the cave besides you. That place belongs solely to you. Based on our investigations as well as the investigations from the other Great Sect Elders when they came over here, we obtained some knowledge. If you fail, it's fine, but if you successfully obtain the space whip, 3/10 of the 1 million mountains in the southwestern region will collapse. In fact, there is even a high possibility that even more will do so. It will cause a violent tremor. It will attract the attention of the sects in the area, and the appearance of the Sword of Foreign Treasure will surely start a great fight over it. There are 3 sects and 6 clans in the area. We don't know who will come here, but a wide-scale battle is unavoidable. You don't have much time, only 2 hours. You must return here in 2 hours, and we will activate the relocation rune to head back to Seven Moons sect. We will do all we can to fight for those 2 hours for you. In fact, the The sect has even brought out a large number of precious treasures and set them up in the area. We even laid out powerful runes. You must return to this place in 2 hours, Su Zhongfan said in a solemn voice. Su Ming nodded his head slowly, then wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Zhongfan. He then turned into a long arc and instantly flew out. His clothes transformed and turned into a black robe. His purple hair fluttered in the air. Following behind him were 5 white arcs which belonged to the 5 white dogs. In an instant, Su Ming arrived at the mountain range Su Zhongfan had mentioned. When he looked ahead, he instantly saw a huge hole underneath. It looked like a cave, and there were waves of freezing air spreading out from it, making it look like clouds and fog surrounding the entrance. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he said faintly, "White 5." The moment he spoke, the eyes of the 5th white dog shone with a dark light. It turned into a white arc and charged at the cave shrouded in fog. Su Ming closed his eyes slightly and a moving picture appeared in his mind. It came from White 5's observations. The 5 white dogs had already formed a connection with Su Ming that not even Gu Di, Tian Xiaoluo, or anyone else in ancient Zhang could easily sever. It was a connection of the mind that had been personally set up by the old man, unless there was someone who had a level of cultivation which surpassed that of the old man and had reached boundless Dao realm. Powerful warriors like Gu Di and Tian Xiaoluo would only be able to sever the connection if they were willing to use the power of their lives. After a moment, when Su Ming opened his eyes, he moved, and with the 4 white arcs behind him, he rushed into the fog and entered the cave. The cave was not entirely dark. Instead, there was quite a lot of phosphorescent light on the walls. It was very quiet, however, with only the wind Su Ming stirred up creating soft moaning sounds. Su Ming's expression was calm. He charged forward while the white dogs followed him with constant vigilance. When the time it takes for an incense stick to burn went by, Su Ming came to an abrupt halt. He noticed an increasingly stronger chill. It covered the walls in frost, but it was not the reason behind why Su Ming had stopped. The reason behind it was a huge door of ice in front of him. It was semi-transparent, and a cave abode could be vaguely seen behind it. The door was clearly the entrance to the cave abode. Su Ming also saw 3 words carved beautifully on it. Xianxia's abode. At the instant he saw those 3 words, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. He stared at Xianxia's name for about a dozen breaths. "Break the gate." When Su Ming said those words faintly, the eyes of the 5 white dogs sparkled. They were all powerful Dao paragons from one Dao sect and Azura clan, and they were all at Su Zhongfan's level. In any sect, they would be great sect elders. If the 5 of them worked together, then in a certain sense, they could even change how a sect operated. Yet right then, they were forced to follow Su Ming, and because of it, there was always a ball of anger burning in them, but they did not dare show any hint of it. When Su Ming spoke, the 5 of them immediately howled. They might be animals, but before they left the house, their cultivation bases had been completely restored. Hence, aside from the fact that Su Ming had their lives in his hands and that their bodies had been transformed, their levels of cultivation were no different from before. The 5 white dogs attacked at full strength, and their power was equivalent to 5 powerful Dao paragons attacking at full strength. Loud rumbles instantly echoed through the cave, creating endless echoes that made the cave tremble. When the cultivators outside heard it, it sounded like someone was roaring. The ice door immediately let out cracking sounds. Yet when the noise appeared, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. The gate shattered, but the next moment, it returned to its unbroken state. It was as if the 5 Dao paragons could not break the gate. However, a string of simple words appeared on the ice gate. "If you want to enter my sect, then perform the ceremony of 3 bows and 9 kneels. Those who are fated can enter." Su Ming stared at the string of words. He now knew why Guru Xingchen had been able to enter, but he would definitely be unable to do it. He could formally acknowledge Gu Hong as his master because the old man was indeed sincere to him, but there was no way he would bow to Shenzong. An aloof look appeared in his eyes. He took a step forward and arrived before the gate. He lifted his left hand and pushed at the gate, then flung his right hand backwards. When he flipped his palm up, the 5 white dogs approached him and touched his right hand, or rather, they touched the mark of the crescent moon on his palm. The 5 white dogs' vast cultivation bases instantly surged into Su Ming's body through his right hand. At the same time, a dark light shone in his eyes. The moment he pushed his left hand against the ice gate, he said faintly, "Time reversal." He wanted to use his cultivation base to reverse the time on the ice gate, making it return to the moment countless years ago before it was formed. Su Ming had no idea how much time would be reversed, but it was the only way for him to break open the gate. The air around Su Ming started distorting. It was the sign of the reversal of time. Soon, a reflection appeared on the ice gate. Its reflection was not of Su Ming but Guru Xingchen. From the reflection, it could be seen that Guru Xingchen had come many years ago and kowtowed repeatedly at the door. When his figure disappeared, White 5 shuddered and fell down. All its cultivation base had been sucked away, and it began to circulate it immediately, trying its best to recover at the fastest speed possible. After all, the power that sucked out its cultivation base did not remain in its body, and the foundation was still there. Only when the foundation was destroyed could someone turn their target's cultivation base into their own possession, which was why the method of borrowing power would not affect White 5 by too much. Several breaths passed, and the white dogs behind Su Ming fell down one after another. At that moment, the ice gate in front of Su Ming began growing thinner. Soon, it was reduced to the point it looked like a thin layer of skin, then vanished. Su Ming's eyes sparkled swiftly. He saw a scene that no one else was capable of. He saw the back of a figure dressed in black robes. While standing in front of him, it lifted its right hand in the direction of the empty spot where the ice gate originally was. Su Ming would never forget that back. Belonged to Sun Zong. Not many changes of expression could be detected on his face, however. He only cast a single glance before taking a step forward and walking into the cave abode. At the instant he moved in, the ice gate behind him reappeared in its full form, and the chilling air it exuded was aggressive, but at that moment, Su Ming was already standing inside the cave abode. When he swept his gaze past the area, the first thing he saw was a huge ancient mirror. A cushion was positioned right in front of it. There were 6 chambers in the cave abode. 3 of them were opened, while the other 3 were sealed tight. When he moved his gaze away from them, Su Ming went to the first sealed chamber. After a moment of pensive silence, he lifted his right hand and touched the stone wall. The moment he did so, a layer of ripples appeared on the stone wall. When they ripples spread out, the stone wall gradually became transparent. Su Ming was then able to see through the stone wall. There was a corpse sitting cross-legged in the chamber. A huge medicinal cauldron was before, as if the person had been making cures before he died. There were also some racks in the chamber. They held quite a number of medicinal bottles, but most of them had already fallen. There were many broken bottles and a mess of medicinal cores on the ground. But there were some medicinal bottles that were still whole. There might not be many of them, but based on the light shining from within them, Su Ming could tell just how extraordinary the medicinal cores inside them were. Su Ming's eyes shone, but he frowned. When he lifted his right hand, the ripples on the stone door to the chamber froze and disappeared. He could no longer see inside the chamber. It's a pity that the power to reverse time is something I can't use here with my current level of cultivation. The power I have remaining in me is only enough to go out. In silence, Su Ming moved to the second sealed chamber. Again, he lifted his right hand, and the instant he touched the stone door, ripples immediately spread out of the second sealed door, and it became invisible. It allowed Su Ming to see another corpse in the chamber. It clearly belonged to a woman. She sat in the room with a feng shui compass in front of her. A corner of it was missing, which made it likely that the woman was using the last ounce of her strength to repair it. Su Ming cast his gaze on the feng shui compass, and as he stared at it, a dark light shone in his eyes. If he magnified that feng shui compass countless times, he was sure it was the one Xianxia had sat upon in his memories. In silence, Su Ming took his right hand off the door and walked to the final sealed chamber. At the moment he touched the door with his right hand, his pupils shrank. He felt as if an ear-shattering roar had echoed in his heart. That roar felt incredibly real. When the ripples spread out and the door became invisible, Su Ming finally saw what had brought about that roar in his heart. It was a black python. There was a ferocious dragon head on the python's tail. At that moment, be it the python or the dragon head, both were hissing and roaring at him from behind the stone door. As they roared, an invisible impact seemed to seep through the stone door and land on Su Ming's body, crashing against his memories. Under it, Su Ming felt as if his mind had been torn apart, and the image of a galaxy forcefully entered his mind. That galaxy had countless planets, and they were rapidly rearranging themselves together to form a huge whip. Those who enter the abode are fated. 3 doors may be opened, and the other 3 will not open unless someone is the master of the room. I will grant you the projection of the space whip so that you can search for my master. The voice sounded ancient, and when it resounded in Su Ming's mind like thunder, causing him to tremble. He took his right hand off the door and staggered 3 steps back. Blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. When he lifted his head, he stared at the stone door that was swiftly becoming non-transparent. When he looked over again, he did not see any python or dragon head. What he saw was a red bracelet made of thin string floating in the chamber. That item was the thread Su Ming remembered to be binding the 9 reversed spirit pearls that Xianxia held in his right hand. Su Ming wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth. His goal for coming was the space whip, after all. A glint appeared in his eyes, and when he brought his right hand up, the power of time gathered on him. He then pointed at the stone door leading to where the space whip was located. The moment Su Ming pointed at the door, it let out a bang, and a huge rebound tumbled at Su Ming. It had reflected the power of time reversal right back at him. When it was about to envelop Su Ming, he swung his arm, and the power of time reversal instantly vanished. His face was dark when he stared at the stone door for a long period of time. Time reversal is useless on this door. Su Ming frowned. He swept his gaze past the cave abode, and then his eyes landed on the ancient mirror. At the instant he saw it, he thought of something. He approached the mirror, then saw his face in the reflection. It belonged to Wang Tao. He stared at the ancient mirror quietly, then sank into contemplation before sitting down cross-legged on the cushion. At the instant he sat down and looked at the ancient mirror, a brilliant sparkle appeared in his eyes. As expected, he said softly. As he stared at the ancient mirror, he no longer saw Wang Tao, and neither did he see himself. Instead, he saw a face he would never forget. It belonged to Xianxia, who was clothed in black and meditating. If that's the case... Su Ming sighed softly and lifted his right hand to cut the tip of his finger. When blood poured out, he swung his right hand. Immediately, 3 drops of fresh blood flew out and landed on the 3 sealed doors. At the instant he did so, the 3 stone doors rumbled and turned blood red. Then they started spreading outwards as if they were melting. Soon, all the stone doors opened. At the instant the stone doors were open, the space whip, which had the head of a python and the tail of a dragon head, charged at him. Su Ming was silent and did not dodge. Instead, a resolute light shone in his eyes. He lifted his right hand and extended it at the incoming python. At the moment it closed in on him, the body of the snake vanished to turn into a red thread that bound itself around Su Ming's right wrist. At the same time, the feng shui compass in the chamber with the woman's corpse flew out with a buzz. When it approached Su Ming, it merged with the cushion beneath him, and it turned into a huge feng shui compass. Su Ming lifted his head quietly, then looked at the ancient mirror again when a loud rumble shook the sky and earth in the cave abode. It sounded like the earth was shaking and the mountains were moving. "I am not you," Su Ming said faintly. The feng shui compass flew out and merged with the cushion under Su Ming. When the ground in the cave abode seemed to have turned into a huge feng shui compass, and the space whip flew to Su Ming to turn into a red thread around his right wrist. The mountain around the cave abode began trembling. Booming sounds rose and fell, and in the millions of mountains in the southwestern region of ancient Zong, it felt like an earthquake had descended. The mountains swayed violently, rocks fell, and dust flew, making it look like there was a huge sleeping dragon under the mountains. At that moment, the dragon had woken up and was shaking off the dust and earth that had settled on its body in the passage of time, which was why the place looked as if the mountains were about to shatter and the ground about to crumble. Loud booming sounds shook the sky and earth. In the blink of an eye, many mountains collapsed. Dust clouds filled the sky and earth, and the expressions of the thousands of people from 7 Moons sect led by Su Zhong Fan turned anxious. At that moment, the sects and clans beyond the mountains noticed the abnormality in the area. Long arcs charged over with loud whistles in their wake. While Su Zhongfan was feeling anxious, a white light suddenly flew out of the cave with its gaze fixated upon them. In that light was not Su Ming, but a large white dog. It approached Su Zhongfan, and an old voice immediately spoke in Su Zhongfan's heart. The young master has a message. He will not be able to come out of the place for the time being. Please go back to Seven Moons Sect on your own. Once he comes out, he will go to all of you in Seven Moons Sect. Once the white dog sent the message through a divine thought, it turned around and returned to the cave. At the instant it flew back, a loud bang shot into the sky from the cave. Shattered rocks tumbled inside, and the cave collapsed. Hesitation appeared on Su Zhongfan's face, but when he saw the mountain swaying and the runes unable to stop that even when all of them were fully activated, he made his decision. As the mountains collapsed and numerous cracks appeared near where they had laid down their relocation rune, Su Zhongfan gritted his teeth and swung his arm. Once the cracks spread to the relocation rune, all of them would be unable to leave, and the abnormality in the place had already attracted the attention of the sects and clans in the area. Before long, many of them would rush over, and hence, to preserve the secrets in the place. Seven Moons Sect disciples, we leave now. At his order, the thousands of people charged into the rune. At the instant light shone from the relocation rune, they all disappeared without a trace. The moment they vanished, long arcs from all directions could be seen in the distance. Those cultivators had seen the light from the relocation rune, but they had not gotten a glimpse of the faces of who had left. When the people from Seven Moons Sect left, the mountain where the relocation rune was collapsed, and the rune shattered to pieces, making it impossible for others to reverse the process of the relocation and drag back the people who had left. Immediately after, the rune's Seven Moons Sect had set in the area self-destructed simultaneously. When booming sounds echoed in the air, all traces of Seven Moons Sect were completely destroyed. The booms formed by the self-destruction of the runes were connected with the tremors of the mountains, and dust clouds filled every inch of air in the area. Soon, more cultivators arrived, but few of them ventured into the dust fog. They only stood in the air and stared at the mountains in surprise and bewilderment. Then, powerful Dao paragons from those sects and clans arrived and conducted detailed investigations. But only when the tremors in the mountains gradually calmed down after 3 days did they begin searching through the area for clues. But in the end, they found nothing and could only leave with hearts filled with various guesses. Hence, even more detailed investigations were conducted, and they lasted for months before they slowly dying out. In time, no cultivators from any sects or clans paid any attention to the mountains anymore. The matter of nearly 3/10 of the mountains in the southwestern region of ancient Zhang suddenly collapsing had become an enigma. But there were still some cultivators who believed that there was something wrong with the place, and they would occasionally go there, hoping that luck would allow them to find some clues that no one else was able to. Time passed slowly like that. Su Ming remained sitting cross-legged in the cave abode. The tremors from the ground and mountains in the world outside had caused a large number of cracks to appear in the cave abode as well. It seemed like it was about to crumble, but in the end it did not collapse. However, it did look to be in a rather pathetic state. Su Ming continued sitting on the cushion through it all. He had his eyes closed and was immersed in meditation. He had not left the place because the person who appeared in the ancient mirror was Xianxia. If he did not settle this matter, Su Ming would not get out. Behind him was the ice gate, and at that moment, the 5 white dogs stayed guard outside it while waiting for his return. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye a year went by. During it, Su Ming had only opened his eyes twice. The first time he did so was half a year after the event. When he opened his eyes, he looked into the ancient mirror, and who he saw was still Xianxia, dressed in a black robe and sitting on his feng shui compass. Then, Su Ming closed his eyes, and when another half a year went by, he had already meditated in the cave abode for a full year. At that time he opened his eyes again, and who he saw was still Xianxia. In silence, Su Ming stood up slowly from the feng shui compass on the ground. He took off the red thread and threw it on the ground, and when he looked at the ancient mirror again, who he saw was no longer Xianxia, but neither was it Wang Tao. He saw himself. If I want your treasures, then I will have to become you. When Su Ming said those words faintly, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. He had not gone out because he was not Xianxia. If he did not resolve the problem he saw in the ancient mirror, it would become a thought buried deep in his heart, which was not appropriate for him. There was another reason for it as well. Be it the space whip or the feng shui compass, Su Ming needed time to refine them. He could already predict that when he turned those two treasures into his own possessions, when he looked at the ancient mirror again, he would no longer see Xianxia, but himself. While remaining silent, Su Ming sat down on the feng shui compass. Once he closed his eyes, he spread out his cultivation base to fuse it with the feng shui compass beneath him. At the same time, the third eye at the center of his brow opened. His Dao spirit in the eye formed a seal with its hands, and immediately an invisible ball of fire spread out from Su Ming's body to begin his process of refining the feng shui compass. Su Ming's will also filled the entire cave abode and fused with his cultivation base as well as his Dao spirit to turn into a power that belonged solely to him. It began an unprecedented process of refinement on the feng shui compass. Time passed gradually. When Su Ming had been refining the compass for 10 years in the cave abode as if he was going through a process of isolated training, not many cultivators could be seen any longer among the mountains in the world outside. 10 years might not be long, but far too many people had their journey rewarded with nothing after they came. The tremors that happened 10 years before were gradually being forgotten. But there were still some persistent cultivators who did not want to leave the place. Only when another 10 years passed, they left with regret in their hearts. When Su Ming had isolated himself in the cave abode for a total of 30 years, the mountains in the southwestern region of ancient region returned to the old times when there would seldom be people who visited the area. It became a very quiet place, just like in the past. Su Ming opened his eyes. At the moment he did so, he looked at the ancient mirror. The first thing he saw was still Xianxia, but when he cast a second glance, he saw himself. Right then, about 2/10 of the feng shui compass had been refined by him. Su Ming was not in a hurry. He closed his eyes again and immersed himself in the process of refinement. When another 30 years passed and he had been in isolation for a total of 60 years, 5/10 of the feng shui compass had been refined. When he looked at the ancient mirror again, he saw a blurry figure as a result of his own image overlapping with Xianxia's. No divine sense could extend into the mountains where the cave abode was located. Unless someone set up a rune, it would be impossible for them to even relocate to that place, much less send any divine thoughts there. Hence, no one besides Seven Moons sect knew about Su Ming being in there. All the thousands of disciples who had left the area all those years ago had their memories of that place wiped off by the great sect elders the moment they returned to the sect. And because of it, only 13 people knew that Su Ming was in the cave abode. Those 13 people were naturally the 13 great sect elders. They locked down all information about Su Ming and waited quietly for the day he egressed. Time passed, and when another cycle of 60 years passed and Su Ming had been refining the feng shui compass for 120 years while he isolated himself in the cave abode, he opened his eyes and looked at the ancient mirror. At that moment, he no longer saw Xianxia but himself. He could not completely refine the feng shui compass, but he had refined 9/10 of it. The final 1/10 seemed to have been sealed, and no matter how Su Ming refined it, he could not make it fuse with his brand. Yet even so, this could not be considered to be a burden in his heart, which was why Su Ming lifted his right hand from the feng shui compass and grabbed the red thread he had taken off his wrist 100-something years ago. The red thread immediately at his right hand and bound itself on his wrist, and when Su Ming looked at the ancient mirror, he saw Xianxia again. Su Ming calmly closed his eyes and began the process of refining the red thread formed by the space whip. Like that, another cycle of 60 years went by. When Su Ming had isolated himself in the cave abode for a total of 4 cycles of 60 years, he opened his eyes again, and the person who appeared in the ancient mirror was him. As he stared at the image of himself, a dark light shone in his eyes, and he stood up slowly. The 4 cycles of 60 years is quite a long time, but since I could refine 9/10 of the space whip and this feng shui compass, it was worth it. Su Ming lowered his head to cast a glance at his right wrist. Then, when he turned around to look at the ice gate, he lifted his right hand and gave a casual swing in its direction. With it, The originally bright sky beyond the mountains instantly turned dark. The stars in the sky looked to be connected with one another. In a flash, an illusory whip appeared in Su Ming's hand. At the moment it touched the ice gate, booming sounds echoed in the air, and the ice gate fell apart to reveal the 5 white dogs who were looking at Su Ming at that moment. "Let's go." When Su Ming spoke, a feng shui compass appeared beneath his feet. He could change its size at will, and right then it was only the size of a cushion, allowing him to stand on it. He then turned into a long arc and charged into the distance. There were 3 long arcs beyond the millions of mountains at that moment. One of them was in front of the other 2, and they were slicing through the air as they charged forward. The one in the front was a woman. Her face was pale, but it only emphasized her delicate beauty. She was incredibly beautiful. In fact, it could be said that she was more charming than beautiful. The faint moles on her neck and the corners of her lips only increased her charm. Right then, there was panic in her eyes as she charged forward. There were 2 middle-aged men chasing after her. They had aloof expressions, and when they attacked, their attacks were filled with killing intent. While chasing after her, they gradually approached the millions of mountains in the southwestern region. "Fellow Taoist Su, you can't escape after stealing something from our sect," one of the 2 people said faintly, and his voice resounded through the air. "Your young master personally gave me this item. There's no such thing as me stealing it." The woman snorted coldly. When she spoke, her eyes shone, and she charged to the millions of mountains ahead of her. She had long since known of the strangeness in this area, and she knew that divine thoughts and divine senses would be oppressed greatly there. If she could widen the distance between herself and her pursuers before losing them, it would be difficult for them to find her again. It's useless even if you run into the millions of mountains. The 2 of us are only the first batch of people to come after you. You should know that there are plenty of other sect disciples behind us. They have already received the order to chase you down and are on the way, the middle-aged man to the right said faintly. While speaking, he suddenly lifted his right hand. Several huge scorpions instantly flew out of his sleeve. Those scorpions did not have any corporeal bodies, but were formed by fog. If anyone looked at them, they would think that they had been drawn on a piece of paper with ink. At the moment they flew out, they let out piercing screeches and charged at the woman. The woman's face turned pale. When the scorpions approached her, she formed a seal with her hands, then pointed backwards. The figure of a scorpion instantly appeared behind her. It screeched and collided with the scorpions rushing at the woman. A loud bang shot up, forming waves of impact that swept outwards in every direction. With those waves, the woman's speed instantly increased exponentially. However, her pursuers behind her cast some unknown art. Because of it, their speed did not slow down but had instead become faster. The 3 of them instantly appeared among the millions of mountains in 3 long arcs and sliced through the sky as they charged forward. When the 2 men saw that the woman ahead of them had charged into the mountains where divine senses would be suppressed, they did not show any hesitation. Instead, cold sneers appeared on their lips. The moment the middle-aged men sneered at the woman and she stepped into the mountains, dozens of long arcs appeared out of nowhere in front of her. All of them charged straight at her. As her expression changed, more long arcs appeared in the distant sky to her left and right. There were long arcs all around her, and they formed an encirclement. The woman narrowed her eyes. At that moment, a crazed laughter rang out in the air. Hundreds of cultivators had appeared in the sky. A dozen of them were carrying a palanquin with a huge seat, and sitting on it was a young man in a pink robe. There were 5 scantily dressed female cultivators around him, and they were embracing him while staring at the woman named Su coldly. "You bitch! You took my treasure and still refuse to become my furnace? I'd like to see how you'll escape this time. Once I capture you, I will have my way with you in this place. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will give you to the people who followed me to this place." The young man had a handsome face, but his expression was ferocious. A cold glare shone in his eyes, and when he spoke, he exuded an unseen arrogant air. "Remember this. I want her alive." The face of the woman named Su turned even paler. She gritted her teeth, then moved. Immediately, black fog surrounded her, and the shadow of a huge scorpion manifested. At the same time, she fled downwards, But no matter how fast she was, there were hundreds of cultivators surrounding her. They immediately laughed coldly and flew out together. Like a net that covered the entire sky, they forced the woman named Su to the ground. She could simply not flee from her predicament. When she was forced to the ground, she would be caught in a net like an overturned bowl, and there would simply be no chance for her to escape. She knew it clearly, but there were hundreds of cultivators around her, blocking her way no matter which path she chose, and with those obstructions, she would instantly surrounded. There was only one path before her, and it was the way down, but there was also a limit to that path, unless there was no end as she descended downwards, but that was clearly impossible. However, right then, when the woman named Su was filled with anxiety and the cultivators in the area forced her to descend to the ground, she suddenly saw a black-robed cultivator standing on a summit of one of the many mountains below her. That cultivator had long hair that danced in the mountain breeze, and there were 5 white dogs behind him. Needless to say, it was Su Ming. At the instant the woman named Su saw the cultivator, she felt her heart thump in dread, but when she looked closely, she found that she had never seen him in the sect before. A thought appeared in her heart, and as she charged forward, she immediately spoke. "Brother Zhang, help me." After shouting that, she changed direction and charged straight at Su Ming. The young man sitting in the chair in the sky ate a celestial fruit given to him by one of the women beside him and shouted arrogantly, "As I thought, that Beseeched has someone waiting for her in this place. Kill him. Kill. I want that Beseeched alive. As for the rest, kill." Right when he said those words, a dozen people split up from the hundreds of people chasing after the woman named Su and charged towards Su Ming. When the woman named Su saw this, she immediately made a decision in her heart. The image of the scorpion behind her collapsed with a bang and turned into a wave of impact that swept up her body to make her instantly draw close to the mountain where Su Ming was. Once she appeared behind him, she did not stop but instead spoke quickly. "Brother Zhang, run. I buried the item in the place you requested. We'll meet in the spot we agreed on previously." After saying that, she felt smug and thought that the person could only be considered to be unlucky. She hoped that he could attract some people after him so she could have a chance to escape. There were plenty of loopholes in her act. It was nothing worth mentioning, but right then, it was a critical moment, and her act served to be slightly useful. But right when she spoke, a calm voice reached her ears. "Leaving just like this?" The woman named Su had been about to flee, but her body suddenly froze, and she found herself bound by an invisible power. She could not move even an inch forward and was forced to stop behind Su Ming. This scene immediately caused her expression to change drastically. At that moment, the hundreds of cultivators in the area closed in on them and surround the mountain on which Su Ming stood. None of the hundreds of cultivators were in Tao Divinity Realm. In fact, they were not even in Avacania Realm, and the female cultivator was just in Void Tribulent Realm. When the mountain was surrounded, Su Ming did not bother about the people in the area. Instead, he turned around and looked at the pale-faced woman named Su. She stared back at him in shock. At that moment, if she still did not know that Su Ming's level of cultivation had far surpassed hers, it would have been impossible for her to have survived in ancient Zong for that long. "Senior." When she spoke, the cultivators around them attacked Su Ming. They were grossly overestimating their own strength, and the moment they attacked White 3, the one with the missing leg, barked at the sky while standing among the other white dogs beside Su Ming. Its bark shook the sky and earth, sounding as if thunder had roared. The sky and earth tumbled about, clouds crumbled, and so did the hundreds of cultivators in the area. Banging sounds shot up along with a blood-red fog. At that instant, all the cultivators had been reduced to blood mist due to the shock they received from the bark. The scene shocked and intimidated the woman named Su, and the young man in the palanquin shudder as well. The bodies of the women around him broke down at that moment, and his body was dyed red by fresh blood. He let out a shrill scream, and 4 figures manifested around him. They were 4 old men, and their expressions were incredibly solemn while their eyes sparkled. The presence of those in Tao Divinity Realm spread out from their bodies. They were all powerful warriors in the first level of Tao Divinity Realm. Senior, please save me. I've been forced to a corner by these ruffians and had to resort to seeking shelter from you. I hope that you will not blame me. In truth, I've been driven into a corner." The woman named Su immediately pleaded. Her voice quivered slightly, which was a telling sign that she had been completely intimidated. "What's your name?" After glancing at the woman behind him, Su Ming sighed quietly in his heart. Her appearance was identical to that of Su Hui. Even her moles were the same. "I am Su Hui," the woman named Su quickly said. She felt incredibly nervous, and her nervousness grew even more when she looked at the white dogs who had previously appeared unassuming. With just one bark, one of them had killed hundreds of people. The shock she received from seeing that was too great. And there were 5 of such dogs around him. "Can you drink?" Su Ming closed his eyes and hid the sadness as well as the reminiscence in his eyes. "Ha!" The woman named Su was momentarily stunned. She hesitated for a moment, but before she could answer, Su Ming had already opened his eyes. "Drink with me once and I will help solve this predicament." The moment he said it, he turned around and swung his sleeve. The 5 white dogs beside him immediately flew out and charged at the sky. The young man in the chair turned stark pale. When he screamed, the pupils of the 4 old men around him shrank. A strong sense of life-threatening danger rose in the old men, and they did not dare to attack. Instead, they grabbed the young man, turned around, and tried to escape. But the 4 old men did not stand a chance against the 5 white dogs. The dogs instantly caught up, and shrill screams of pain rang out. "How do you harm me? I am the son of the great sect elder of Cloudsift sect. My father is a Tao paragon. You!" The young man's speech turned into a scream of pain. It soon disappeared, and the 5 white dogs returned to Su Ming's side. The young man's pale head was in White Five's mouth. "I'm also a Tao paragon." This was what White Five had said. "I'm also a Tao paragon. Darn it all, if you lot are Tao paragons, then I'm a Tao paragon as well." All 5 white dogs whined at that moment, then laid down on their stomachs beside Su Ming and fiddled with the young man's head. Su Hui sucked in a sharp breath, and her face turned even paler. When she looked at Su Ming, her gaze was filled with indescribable terror. The life and death pursuit she thought would certainly kill her had been easily resolved by Su Ming, but more importantly, he had not even attacked. The white dogs alone had done everything. Su Hui had been able to recognize the 4 old men beside the young man. They were sect elders from Cloudsift sect, and their cultivation bases were practically over the roof. They were in Tao Divinity Realm, the stage that surpassed Avacania Realm. Su Hui did not know their precise level of cultivation, but to her, those 4 old men were powerful entities equivalent to the will of heaven. If she knew that they had been there since the beginning, she probably would have lost the courage to flee. However, those 4 were sent to protect the young man and would not bother to deal with her. Yet those powerful warriors had been easily ripped apart by the white dogs of the person before her. Even the men's souls were destroyed, which filled Su Hui's heart with indescribable fear. Senior, Su Hui trembled. Only when she spoke did she notice that she had regained mobility. Su Ming sat down on a mountain rock. When he lifted his right hand, a few pots of wine appeared in front of him. They were all what he had prepared for the old man. At that moment, when he brought them out, he raised his head to look at the woman who had the exact same face as the woman in his memories. "Drink." Su Ming picked up a pot of wine and stared at the woman before him in a daze before he took a big swig. Su Hui's face was pale, and she felt her skin crawl slightly from how Su Ming looked at her. He had such a high level of cultivation that he was the strongest person she had ever seen in her life, but his personality was very strange. He had actually asked her to drink wine. Also, there seemed to be a hint of sadness in his eyes, and that sadness made her think that he was thinking of someone else when he looked at her. Su Hui thus gritted her teeth, picked up a pot of wine, and drank a mouthful as well. With it, a dash of red instantly appeared on her pale cheeks. When she put the pot of wine down, she quickly spoke. "Senior, I can't drink too much, Drink." Su Ming laughed while looking at Su Hui before he picked up his pot and took a large gulp from it again. Damn it. He might be a senior with unfathomable strength and have quite the pleasant face, but no matter what, he's an old monster. Could it be that he wants to make me drunk and then use me as a furnace? Su Hui felt conflicted in her heart, but she did not dare to refuse to drink. She quickly forced herself to smile, then gritted her teeth and drank another mouthful. With it, Su Hai immediately felt a little tipsy. She might have quite a few urges when she practiced Tao, but she seldom drank. At that moment, she instinctively wanted to circulate her cultivation base, but when she saw that Su Ming did not do so, she became worried that once she did, it would cause the other to do something weird, what with his strange personality. A pitiful expression appeared on her face from the conflict in her heart. Su Ming also took another mouthful of wine from his pot. His gaze was fixated on Su Hui. In his mind, he saw the times when he drank with Su Hui in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Back then, his level of cultivation had not been as high, and his knowledge of the world was still incomplete. He still struggled against the forces of the world. But when he looked back at that time, he was blessed, because everything that belonged to him was still around, and he was only separated from them by distance, unlike. Su Ming lowered his head, and anguish from remembering the past appeared in his eyes. He raised his wine pot and drank again. Su Hui, this time, I'll play fair and square, Su Ming mumbled. He had said those words softly, and the conflicted Su Hui could not hear them. The pot of wine was still in her hands, and she did not know whether to put it down or continue holding it. An urge to throw all caution to the wind stirred in her, and she was about to tell Su Ming loudly that she did not drink when she caught sight of the 5 white dogs toying with the human head. That one glance instantly stole her courage, and she had a vague feeling that if she refused to drink, there was a high possibility that the 5 white dogs would get to play with 2 human heads. When Su Hui thought of that, she felt indignant and decided to just raise her pot of wine and take a big swig from it. Once she finished drinking, she put down her pot and suddenly noticed Su Ming sway, as if he could no longer handle the alcohol. This discovery immediately caused an idea to pop up in Su Hui's head, and her spirits lifted. Heh, I'll give it my all, she thought in her heart and immediately put on a charming expression before picking up a pot of wine to deliver it to Su Ming. Senior, thank you for saving my life. This is a toast of gratitude from me, Su Hui said. She took a big gulp first and her petite face grew even redder. Su Ming stared at her as if he was looking at the past and quietly drank. Senior, meeting is fate itself. Come, let's drink again. Senior, I have to thank you for saving me. One more toast. Senior, I thank you for saving me again. Senior, irk. Let's not say anything else. Let's just drink. Senior, I still don't know your name. The two of them drank mouthful after mouthful, and gradually, for pots of wine were emptied by them. Su Hui was already drunk, but she found that even when she was drunk, she could still drink more. Instead, the senior who had a strange personality and harbored malicious intent became even drunker than her. This filled her with confidence. When Su Ming brought out another 4 pots of wine, the two of them continued drinking. At the time the sky gradually turned dark and was adorned by glittering stars, Su Hui stared at Su Ming with a silly smile. Drink up. Why aren't you drinking? Su Ming was drunk. He had always been a lightweight and he did not want to use his cultivation base to get rid of the effects of alcohol. On top of that, this time he wanted to become drunk. He did not want to cheat. Under the moonlight, he stared at Su Hui, and his vision seemed to have become blurry, causing him to be unable to tell whether they were in Divine Essence Star Ocean or Ancient Zong. I'll drink. Last time I didn't, but Su Hui this time. I will drink with you, Su Ming mumbled. He picked up a pot of wine and drank a huge mouthful from it. At that moment, Su Hui finally became certain that the strange senior did really treat her as someone else. But she was curious why the senior named Su Ming would call out her own name even though he was seeing someone else through her. Could it be that his old friend is also called Su Hui? When that thought appeared in her head, she spoke softly while feeling tipsy. Yeah, you didn't drink with me last time. I was the only one drinking, but you cheated. This time, you have to get drunk. When Su Ming heard it, he laughed. Dgomo Sha, bring more wine here. Su Ming shouted with a laugh, but no one answered his call. The mountain where they sat was not the mountain in Divine Essence Star Ocean. There was no person called Dgomo Sha there. Su Ming fell silent and shook his head in anguish. He then brought out a few pots of wine himself and placed them by his side. When he did so, he sighed softly. If only life was as beautiful as it is in the beginning. This time, Su Hui did hear his soft murmurs, and she stared at the senior who had been strange in her eyes. She saw sadness and grief in his eyes and how he seemed to be reminiscing about the past. She suddenly felt that the senior before her did not harbor any malicious thoughts. He only thought that she resembled his old friend after he saw her, which was why he had felt sentimental and asked her to drink with him. Perhaps there had been a woman whom she resembled at some point in the passage of time, who also sat on a mountain and drank with him under the night sky. That time he cheated and did not drink too much. Perhaps there was also a person called Dijo Emosha by his side at that time, which was why he called out to him. Su Hui stared at Su Ming, and she gradually felt that he was a very pitiful man. She sighed softly. He saved me, so I will be his old friend for a while. When she thought of this, Su Hui looked at Su Ming again, and a gentle look appeared in her eyes. Su Ming, she said softly. When she said those words, Su Ming's hand, which had picked up a pot of wine in anguish, came to a swift halt. He stared at her in a daze. Don't keep thinking about the past, please, Su Hui said softly and looked at Su Ming gently. He stared back at her. At that instant, he could not quite tell who the person before him was. He slowly lifted his hand and touched the woman's face. You didn't finish drinking with me last time. This time you did it. Don't keep reminiscing about the past and making yourself sad. If you do, I will be sad as well, Su Hui said gently while looking at Su Ming. She did not know why, but her heart suddenly ached in pain. It was the first time she ever felt such pain in her life. Su Ming's hand swept past Su Hui's face. When his hand fell, he closed his eyes. Time trickled by, and when the time it takes for one incense stick to burn passed, Su Ming opened his eyes, and when he looked at Su Hui, a smile appeared on his face. Thank you, but you are not her. Su Hui bit her bottom lip. Her original intent was to pretend to be Su Ming's old friend, but he had already woken up from his drunken stupor. Yet for a reason she did not understand herself. The pain in her heart had only grown stronger. Su Hui was about to say something, but she did not know what to say or even where to begin. Thank you for drinking with me. Where is Cloud Civ Sect? Take me there, and I will help you get rid of your problems, Su Ming said softly while standing up. Su Hui rose after him in a daze. When Su Ming looked over, he lifted his right hand, intending to help her dispel her drunkenness. But Su Hui took a few steps backwards and shook her head. Cloud Civ Sect is about 7 days south from this place. Once she said that, she closed her eyes. Her body became limp and she fell. Su Ming held Su Hui, who had fallen unconscious due to being drunk. He stared at her rosy cheeks and noticed that her originally sweet breath was now laced with alcohol. While lying in Su Ming's bosom, she let out faint whistles made by a sleeping person. Those sounds caused the ripples of memories to stir in Su Ming's heart. After standing quietly on the mountain for some time, he sighed softly. He then turned around and while holding Su Hui charged into the south. The 5 white dogs immediately followed after him. They turned into 5 white rays of light that charged behind him. One of them, White 5, had a human head between its teeth. The journey of 7 days to Cloud Civ Sect was calculated based on Su Hui's speed, but Su Ming could reach that place in an instant. Cloud Civ Sect was not one of the 7 sects, but one of the smaller sects under the 7. There were quite a number of small sects in ancient Zhang, but most of them were not famous, such as Cloud Civ Sect. The presence of a Dao paragon guarding it had only made it slightly reputable in the area. In just the time takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, Su Ming saw Cloud Civ Sect in the distance. It was built on a mountain and it looked quite extraordinary. There were green pines surrounding the sect and a flight of stone stairs going down the mountain. Clouds and fog filled the area, and a huge hall could be vaguely seen at the summit. At the bottom, right before the mountain, there was a huge stone erected with 2 words carved on it. Cloud Civ. It was Cloud Civ Sect. Su Ming turned his gaze away and lowered his head to cast a glance at Su Hui in his arms. When he lifted his head, his gaze was aloof and callous. He bore no grudges against the sect himself. But if he ignored it, Su Hui would certainly be chased down because of the deaths of the young man and the hundreds of cultivators. And it was impossible for Su Ming to take Su Hui away. She was not the person in his memories, and it was impossible for him to form any sort of connection with her. If he did, it would only entangle him even more with the world and push him into losing himself one day. Before, he had thought it was not difficult to keep his mind clear. He could do it as long as he kept true to himself, but when he saw Su Hui, he realized that it was not as easy as he thought. He should have found the people who had the exact same face and voice to the people in his memories to be incredibly familiar to him. But right then, when he looked at them, he found the barrier of unfamiliarity separating them. However, the people in his memories had died, but he could see them right before his eyes. It forced him to continuously tell himself that all he saw was fake, even if it felt so real that it was scary. And that was just with Su Hui. If he ran into Fang Zhonglan, Yuxian, his eldest senior brother, second senior brother, Hu Zi, and the others, Su Ming did not know whether he could bear to cut off all his ties with them. That was why when he faced Lan Lan of Seven Moons sect, Su Ming chose to keep as far away from her as possible. She bore the slightest hint of resemblance to Fang Zhonglan, and he did not know whether he could still keep true to his heart if he got closer to her. Would he become a pitiful man who would be unwilling to believe that everything was fake even though he knew that it was fake and would rather believe that everything around him was real? Su Ming knew himself well, and it was precisely because of it that he did everything he could to avoid the people he knew. He understood all too well that he was this sort of person. He sighed softly. When an aloof glare appeared in his eyes, he decided Cloud Civ Sec's fate. It could not continue to exist. Only when it lost the ability to pursue Su Hui could Su Ming leave her alone and cut off his ties with her. But he also knew that when he destroyed the sect, he would have already formed a connection with Su Hui. The best possible thing for him to do was to let go of Su Hui and turn a blind eye towards her survival, as if she was just a gust of fleeting wind. But he could not do so. In silence, Su Ming brought his right hand up and pointed at Cloud Civ Sect. A fierce light lit up in the eyes of the 5 white dogs behind him. They turned into 5 long arcs that charged towards Cloud Civ Sect. Only kill those who are above Avacania realm and the successor disciples of this sect. By the time Su Ming finished speaking, the 5 white dogs had already rushed into Cloud Civ Sect. After a moment, booming sounds surged into the sky. Enraged roars as well as cries of surprise shot up, and a slaughter began in Cloud Civ Sect. All cultivators above Avacania realm, the sect master, the successor disciples, and all of sect elders dyed the sky red with their blood on that night. When about an hour had passed and all 5 white dogs flew back, dozens of people, Cloud Civ Sect's sect master, sect elders, and successor disciples were killed. For a sect which numbered to nearly 10,000 people, the deaths of dozens of people should amount to nothing, but when those people formed the small circle that was the peak of the sect, it meant that sect would fall to ruin straight away. Su Ming lowered his head and cast a glance at Su Hui again. When he took a step forward, he reached a mountain in the distance and put Su Hui down. He stared at her quietly for a long while, then lifted his right hand and swung his arm. Glittering light landed on Su Hui's body, and he left. When Su Ming left, Su Hui's eyelashes fluttered. She slowly opened her eyes and confusion appeared on her face, but she soon remembered what had happened and immediately got up to look around her, but besides the darkness of the night, she found nothing. She could vaguely remember drinking with someone. That person had later asked her where Cloud Civ Sect was located, and then she fainted. But once she woke up, she found that no matter how hard she tried to remember, she could not recall the face of the person who drank with her. Su Hui scowled, then shook her head hard and turned into a long arc that left into the distance. Su Ming went away, leaving the southwestern region far behind him. He charged forth and did not stop all along the way, as if he wanted to leave Su Hui far behind him as well as the place where he met her, which had formed a connection with him that he could not sever. He discovered that the more he became immersed in the world, the more he felt that he could not keep his mind clear, but he still tried his best to keep true to his heart. When morning arrived, he saw 7 Moons Sect in the distance. "I've returned," Su Ming said softly. With one step, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing in the air above 7 Moons Sect. The moment he showed up there, all the runes were activated. Countless figures instantly appeared, and waves of divine senses locked down on him. 7 Moons Sect was clearly in a state of extreme caution. Once the divine senses swept past Su Ming, they did not lower their guard in the slightest. Even more waves of murderous intent showed up, but the next moment, a long string of laughter echoed in the air, and Gu Tai took huge strides forward to charge towards Su Ming from the 7th layer of sky beyond the sky. "How was it?" he immediately asked. There were around 10 long arcs charging behind him. Su Zhongfan and Dao Han were among them. When Su Zhongfan saw Su Ming, he immediately smiled. He looked distinctly older, and there were more wrinkles on his forehead, as if he had been constantly frowning over the last couple years. Once he saw Su Ming, the wrinkles on his forehead evened out. Only Dao Han's pupils shrank at the instant he saw Su Ming. His main focus was on the 5 white dogs beside him. Once he scrutinized them, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. When he turned his gaze back to Su Ming, he had a vague feeling that the third prince before him had become vastly different after they hadn't seen him for 200-something years. This was not a feeling brought forth by his cultivation base, but his instincts. They told him that if he attacked, he might not be able to overpower the third prince. He was not the only one who felt this way, though. At that moment, the other great sect elders beside Gutai all had that feeling when they looked at Su Ming. I've taken all of them. Su Ming nodded at Gutai. All right, you came back at the right time. I was worried that you would miss the fight over the phala of Dao verification. Right now, there are a few more decades before it starts. Since you reaped some good rewards this time, you must slaughter your way to fame in the fight over the phala of Dao verification. In that battle, the very first competition of the successors will be launched between 7 Moons Sect, 1 Dao Sect, and Azura Clan. We will fight before the phala, and you will fight in it. We will be fighting for the path of Dao verification, and you will be fighting against the other prodigies of the other sects for the phala of Dao verification. In the past, the respective camps from the 7 sects and 12 clans would dye the sky and earth with fresh blood when they fought, for only then did the path of Dao verification opens. But right now, 7 Moons Sect has formed an alliance with 2 sects and 3 clans. The battle this time will certainly be much greater and more vicious than in the past. When Gutai spoke, he stared at Su Ming with bright, burning eyes. He too had clearly noticed the difference in Su Ming, but he could see much more than the others. The 5 white dogs around him were secondary. What Gutai cared about was Su Ming's right hand. The red thread tied to his wrist filled Gutai with apprehension, and the brand of the crescent moon that occasionally showed up on his palm caused his eyes to shrink. Hidden within them was a hint of shock. This brand is... Gutai sucked in a sharp breath, and a smile lit up at the corners of his lips. A strong wave of excitement appeared on his face. He had managed to recognize where that brand came from. Su Ming nodded and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Gutai and the others. After he cast a glance at Su Zhongfan, he took a step forward and stepped into the 6th layer of sky beyond the sky. If that's the case, I will need to enter isolated training to nourish my enchanted treasures. Senior Gutai, Teacher Su, please wake me up on the day of Dao verification. When Su Ming said those words, Su Zhongfan immediately looked excited. It was the first time that Su Ming had addressed him as teacher. While he might not have addressed him as master, but as Teacher Su, it was already enough for Su Zhongfan. Gutai watched Su Ming leave into the distance, and his smile grew wider. There was great confidence on his face. He believed that even though Su Ming appeared to only be in Dao's spirit realm at that moment, his combat abilities would surely be able to threaten even Dao paragons. If he can enter Dao's spirit realm, he will be the strongest among all under great Dao paragons. This day is far from us. When the path of Dao verification is opened and he enters it, with his tactics, intelligence, and combat prowess, there is a high chance that he will obtain the phala of Dao verification. Once he has it and eats it, he will become a Dao paragon. Gutai said softly with hope shining in his eyes. Besides, he has that brand, and it has been formed by what could be called one of the most terrifying divine abilities in all of ancient Zong. The phala of Dao verification came from the tree of Dao verification. That tree was not in ancient Zong, but in a shattered dimension. Legends had it that the Dao verification art did not belong to ancient Zong in the distant past. However, the Emperor of ancient Zong had used his power of boundless Dao realm to tear apart space and step into the world that practically all the cultivators in ancient Zong found incredibly mysterious even up to this date. In fact, there were quite a lot of people who still did not know that it even existed. That world proclaimed itself to be the beginning of the universe and was the homeland of the tree of Dao verification. It was a huge tree that reached the heavens and provided nourishment to all the lives in that world. giving rise to countless powerful warriors. There were 9 continents in that world, and on each continent was a butterfly. They were the spirits of the continents and existences that were the same state of being as the tree of Tao verification. They served as the pillars of support, allowing the lives on the continents to multiply. The Emperor of Ancient Zhang's entry had immediately caught the attention of the beings in that world. A huge war broke out, and the Emperor of Ancient Zhang fought against the strongest of that world, a powerful warrior named Go Hong. They had engaged in an astonishing battle of arts. The details of the battle were recorded in ancient scrolls that no one could read except for the members of the royal family. And even then, those of the royal family harboring secrets and who were not emperors could not read them. They only knew that the Emperor of Ancient Zhang returned with grave injuries while dragging with him the tree of Tao verification. He left the tree in the tunnel connecting Ancient Zhang and that world, which then became a shattered dimension. After that, the phala of Tao verification from the tree became a supreme treasure that all the cultivators of Ancient Zhang sought for at least once in their lives. As for the Emperor of Ancient Zhang, once he returned to the royal capital, he chose to enter isolated training. After several tens of thousands of years, the princes of that time incidentally discovered that cracks had appeared on the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's life plate, and in their shock, they immediately gathered the entire royal family together to activate the chamber where the Emperor of Ancient Zhang isolated himself, only to discover that the Emperor of Ancient Zhang had disappeared from his tightly sealed isolation grounds. That was a legend recorded on a jade slip, and Su Ming held it in his hand. He sat at the 6th layer of sky beyond the sky and stared at the jade slip that recorded the origin of the tree of Tao verification. It was an item Gu Tai had delivered to him. Su Ming's expression was calm as he held the jade slip, but a huge storm raged in his heart due to the words on it. His breathing became slightly faster while he held the jade slip and sat in the 6th layer. Gradually, he became unable to keep his gaze calm, so he chose to close his eyes. But even though he could close his eyes, he could not quell the storm in his heart. It had turned into a loud sound that continuously roared in his mind. That world has 9 continents, and there are 9 butterflies who serve as the spirits of those continents. If these 9 butterflies are Harmonious Morris Alba, Su Ming opened his eyes swiftly. Then that explains Harmonious Morris Alba's origin. When an accident happened to that world or it crumbled, the 9 spirits fled. They flew through the endless vast expanse in search for a place suitable enough to serve as their home. In the end, one of the Harmonious Morris Alba became tired, and when it rested in the vast expanse, a world was born in its wings. Su Ming's eyes shone with a contemplative light. Emperor of Ancient Zhang. Is there a possibility that Xianxia is in truth not the 3rd prince, but the Emperor of Ancient Zhang? Su Ming's eyes shrank swiftly. The Emperor of Ancient Zhang fought against Go Hong, the strongest of that world. The Emperor might have won, destroyed that world, and killed Go Hong. But he also paid the price of being so gravely injured that he almost died. Once he returned to the Ancient Zhang of that time, he wanted to recover from his injuries. But in the end, he could not do so, and so his life plate shattered. But he was not willing to die just like that, which was why he cast some unknown divine ability before sitting down on the feng shui compass with the 9 reversed spirit pearls in his hand and went to absorb Harmonious Morris Alba in the vast expanse. He searched for the reversed spirits because he's aiming to resurrect himself. When Su Ming thought of that, his eyes shone brilliantly. A huge storm raged in his heart. He had realized that if his guess was real, then, in truth, he might seem to be possessing Xianxia at that moment, but in truth, he was on the verge of losing because he was not fighting against Xianxia, but the 3rd prince. In fact, he did not even know his real identity, so how could he even dream of the day when he would successfully possess him? This discovery immediately caused cold sweat to break out on Su Ming's forehead. His grip around the jade slip tightened, and he gradually narrowed his eyes. In silence, he chose to bury the matter deep in his heart so that it would become one of his many assumptions. Then he put away the jade slip and slowly closed his eyes. There was no need for Su Ming to rush it. He knew that he could not make a mistake in this step. If he did, he would no longer be himself. He was attempting the most difficult possession in his life, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. He had to think about each of his decisions and resolutions carefully before he could take a step forward because he could no longer turn back from this path. If he succeeded, he knew he would become Xianxia, When he opened his eyes, he would see the vast expanse and the hope to resurrect all the people in his memories. If he failed, Su Ming knew that he would no longer be himself. Instead, Xianxia would be the one who would open his eyes. Time trickled by, and decades passed while Su Ming meditated in the sixth layer of Seven Moons Sect sky beyond the sky. As time flowed into the distance like a stream of water, the day when the tree of Tao verification would bear fruit drew closer. On the autumn of one year, Su Ming opened his eyes in the sixth layer of sky beyond the sky and watched the rain fall from the sky, bringing a cooling breeze with it. He watched the rain pour on the ground, and in his third eye, the fourth overlapping shadow of his Tao spirit was no longer completely blurry. Instead, its outline could be seen. If no external force arrived to help with its manifestation, then while it would take time, Su Ming could still use his own power to completely form his fourth Tao spirit. When the autumn rain poured on the world outside, bell tolls echoed from the distance in Seven Moons Sect. There was an ancient tone to that sound, and it stirred up ripples in the sky and earth, making the autumn rain tremble. All the cultivators in Seven Moons Sect lifted their heads. Nearly 6/10 of Seven Moons Sect's elite cultivators, numbering to more than 200,000, turned into countless long arcs that rose into the sky of Seven Moons Sect. Gu Tai, Su Zhongfan, Dao Han, all 13 great sect elders took action. Most of the sect elders also followed them. With the 200,000 cultivators, they rose into the sky while it was the season of autumn rain in the world. At the same time, a dark cloud appeared under their feet. It was huge and covered the ground as well as Seven Moons Sect, which meant that all of the 200,000 cultivators could sit on it. Lightning flashed in the cloud, which had a powerful and mighty pressure. The item, which seemed like a dark cloud, was in truth an extremely powerful enchanted treasure of Seven Moons Sect. Besides the power it had, it could also move through the heavens and earth. It could bring the cultivators of Seven Moons Sect to the battle of Tao verification. Su Ming, Gu Tai's ancient voice echoed in the sixth layer of sky beyond the sky, and Su Ming slowly stood up. It is time. We will accompany you to the battle of Tao verification. At the instant Gu Tai's voice rang out, the 200,000-something cultivators all voiced their obedience. They spoke in unison, and when their voices rang out, they were like the roars of the world that shook the skies. The next moment, a foam shui compass appeared under Su Ming's feet, and he turned into a long arc that charged into the sky. The 5 white dogs followed after him. All of them instantly broke out of the sixth layer of sky beyond the sky to appear in front of the dark cloud. With a single step, they stepped on it. The moment Su Ming arrived, the dark cloud let out a loud rumble and instantly rushed forward, leaving behind an afterimage of its figure in the sky above Seven Moons Sect. By then, its true form had already left far into the distant sky. The afterimage only disappeared after a long while, and during that time, countless rays of light from runes appeared inside and outside Seven Moons Sect. All of them had been activated at that moment. When the runes were put to use, Seven Moons Sect hid itself from the land. If anyone looked over, they would only see mountains. The dark cloud charged forth in the sky, and it was so quick that it instantly covered an incredible distance. The 200,000 cultivators sitting on the dark cloud were all silent, but the murderous intent in their eyes grew stronger with each passing moment. They knew that they were going to the battle of Tao verification among the 7 sects and 12 clans that happened once in a blue moon. However, right then, due to the competition between the successors, the level of devastation and the subsequent tragedy they would have to suffer would be much greater than in the past. But if they won and were not killed, then once they emerged as the victors of the competition between the successors, all those who participated in the battle would have a kismet bestowed upon them, and their levels of cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. That kismet would be the kismet of the competition between successors, the kismet of Ancient Zong. All 7 sects and 12 clans in Ancient Zong conducted similar acts as Seven Moons Sect. As the light from their enchanted treasures shone, the cultivators from each sect and clan charged towards the royal capital at the center of Ancient Zong from all directions in the country. The shattered dimension with the tree of Tao verification was divided into 3 layers. Only when one stepped into the 3rd layer would they be able to enter the dimension where the tree of Tao verification was located. The first to enter would gain the upper hand over others. The first and the second layer were where the 7 sects and 12 clans waged the battle of Dao verification for the right to enter the third layer. A devastating slaughter would happen each time the battle of Dao verification was held because everyone was aiming for the larger phala. The smaller phala was only of secondary importance to them. The larger phala was a reversed spirit pearl, a treasure that could protect a sect or clan. It was a legendary item, and legends had it that its greatest use was to allow a person to gain enlightenment to break through the limits of Great Dao Paragon and become a 9th-level Dao God. And the more reversed spirit cores a person had, the more chances they would get to gain that enlightenment. This was something the emperor in the royal capital had acknowledged and announced to the world. The item did indeed have that effect, but it would vary depending on the person and the number of pearls they had. The tree of Dao verification had borne fruit 7 times and 7 reversed spirit pearls had appeared. They were all fought over by the 7 sects and 12 clans, and the last battle over the 7th phala of Dao verification had resulted in the victory of 7 Moons sect. It had been a long time since 7 Moons sect obtained the phala that some details had been forgotten, but when they thought back on it, they still remembered how treacherous the event had been. Dao Han stood on the dark cloud calmly and stared at the distant sky. A nostalgic look was on his face. It was the second time he participated in the battle of Dao verification, but this time, he would no longer be the person who would step into the third layer of the shattered dimension. Instead, he would be someone who would assist in the first and second layers. He still remembered the first time he had joined the battle of Dao verification. At that time, he had just joined 7 Moons sect, but due to his amazing potential, he had been given the important task of becoming the person 7 Moons sect would send into the third layer while the others would assist him. During that battle, he killed many people, which earned him a reputation. He slaughtered until blood flowed in rivers, and he had also been heavily wounded. Most of his sect members beside him had died, but in the end, perhaps due to luck, he had managed to obtain the big phala. He helped 7 Moons sect gain glory it had never had before. Full of excitement, Gu Tai had protected him while he staggered back from the third layer while pursued by many people. The sky was dyed red with blood on his way back, and it followed him right back to 7 Moons sect. From that moment onwards, he was taken in as Gu Tai's disciple and became the youngest great sect master of 7 Moons sect, while reversed spirit pearl was treated as a legacy treasure. Only the great sect elders who led the sect during each generation could obtain it. A long time had passed since then. When he became the great master, he often looked at the reversed spirit pearl and remembered the faces of his companions before they had died. Right then, he was going to join the battle of Dao verification once more, but he was no longer the main part of the battle. The main focus had shifted to Su Ming. Dao Han lifted his head and looked at him. When he returns in success, I wonder if he will feel the same sort of sentiment as I do. Dao Han closed his eyes. In his mind, the third layer of the tree of Dao verification appeared. When he stepped in all those years ago, he was careful and at full guard all along the way. It was a dimension filled with battles to the death. It was a game of survival. Fortunately, due to the cracks in the dimension, the third layer is incredibly unstable, which is why only those who are weaker than Dao Paragons can enter. Once someone becomes a Dao Paragon, it's impossible for them to step inside. They will be rejected. Dao Han opened his eyes, and his expression became calm again. He no longer thought about his past that made him sigh. Su Zhongfan was also staring at Su Ming. He hesitated for a moment before taking a few steps forward and sitting down cross-legged beside Su Ming. Su Zhongfan was silent for a moment before he said softly, "Be careful along the way." Su Ming opened his eyes, snapping out of meditation. He looked at Su Zhongfan. This person had become his master on his own, without asking for Su Ming's permission. Right then, when he observed the man, Su Ming could tell that his concern to him was sincere. Even though Su Zhongfan cared for his own level of cultivation and kismet, his concern was something Su Ming would remember. There is no need for you to be the first to enter the third dimension. It will only turn you into a target for everyone. Even if you don't obtain the phala, it's fine. When Su Zhongfan looked at Su Ming, there was worry on his face. He mulled over it for a moment before he brought out a medicinal core and placed it in Su Ming's hand. This is a Thanatosis core. Once you take it, your body and soul will be destroyed in an hour. If you run into any life and death situations, you can swallow the core, then flee after faking death, Su Zhengfan said softly. Once he finished speaking, he cast Su Ming a deep glance, then turned around and walked to the back. Su Ming stared at the medicinal core in his hand, then turned his head back to look at Su Zhengfan before he quietly put away the medicinal core. Soon, another 2 hours passed. While sitting on the cloud, Su Ming could already see the central region of ancient Zhong on the ground in the distance. There was an incredibly large city there which remained enormous even when seen from the sky. It was ancient Zhang's capital and also the place where Su Ming would return to 2,000-something years later. He still remembered the master of his who looked exactly the same as Xianxia. He once told Su Ming that when he went to the city gate, he would wait there to help solve his final question. As they drew closer to ancient Zhang's capital, Su Ming saw that quite a number of cultivators from other sects and clans had already reached the sky above the city. Su Ming did not know any of them, but based on their formations, he could tell that 5 sects and clans had already arrived. They rode on different enchanted treasures. One of them was a huge dragon with 9 heads, another a huge gourd, while some cultivators sat on screens of light. 7 Moons sect was the 6th sect to arrive. No one said anything. The cultivators from the other sects and clans sat meditating on their respective enchanted treasures with closed eyes to rest their minds. When another 2 hours passed, booming sounds echoed in the air. More sects and clans had arrived. Su Ming saw one Dao sect and Immortal Qinghan of Azura clan. He also saw the eldest prince surrounded by a group of cultivators in one Dao sect. He was the much younger Extermination, but from a certain way he was a man bearing some resemblance to Lei Chun. At that moment he was staring at Su Ming coldly. At the instant the two's gazes met, their eyes sparkled with killing intent, and they were as sharp as sword glares. When the two of them moved their gazes away to look at Azura clan, they saw a figure surrounded by fog. It belonged to the second prince, and Su Ming saw him for the first time. At the instant he looked over, he found no signs of familiarity. Su Ming closed his eyes and no longer paid any attention to him. When dusk arrived, all 7 sects and 12 clans were in the sky above ancient Zhang's capital. There were millions of cultivators, and they formed a great mighty pressure and enveloped the world. When all the sects and clans arrived, they slowly formed unions by slowly gathering together around 7 Moons sect, 1 Dao sect, and Azura clan as the foundation. In a moment, the first layer will be activated. When you step into the shattered dimension, don't bother about those so-called unions. They are somewhat tolerable on normal days, but during the battle of Dao verification, we won't be able to stop accidents from happening. That is why once we step into the first shattered dimension, no matter where you are and whether there are people of the same sect around you, just remember that if you have the chance to place your brand on the altars, immediately do so. If you don't, then with the fastest speed possible, head to the gathering spot marked on your jade slips. Gu Tai's voice echoed in the hearts of the 200,000 cultivators on the cloud. In every single battle of Dao verification, we need to clear the layers one by one. There are 100,000 altars in the first layer, and whichever sect or clan becomes the first to have 50,000 brands on the altar will get to immediately step into the second layer. If no sect or clan gets to leave their brands on 50,000 altars, then 72 hours later, the sect or clan with the most brands will be the first to enter the second layer. The rest is done in the same manner. The sects or clans with less than 10,000 brands will have no right to enter the second layer. I have already made an agreement with the other sects and clans who are in the union with us. They will assist 7 Moons sect with all their strength to ensure that we will be among one of those who will enter the second layer. But do not entirely believe in this promise. We will have to rely on our own strength. Su Ming, do the same thing. Head to the gathering spot as fast as possible. When Gu Tai's voice echoed in his mind, a weaker murmur suddenly reached Su Ming's ear. If you can head there, then go there, but if you can't, find a place to hide. Great Dao paragons can go to the first layer, so it's very dangerous. As for the second layer, while Great Dao paragons cannot enter, Dao paragons will still pose a threat to you. It'll be better for you in the third layer, but since this is a competition between the successors, it's not easy to predict things. My real agreement with the other sects who have formed a union with us is not what I told the others, but to use their full strength to suppress all the interferences in the dimensions around you, allowing you to bring those 5 white dogs of yours smoothly into the 3rd layer. We are somewhat confident in this, but if we can do this, one Dao sect and Azura clan can do it as well, so you will have to venture with extra caution into the 3rd layer, Gu Ta said to Su Ming. When he heard it, his expression stayed calm, and he nodded. At that moment, an orange-red pillar of light suddenly rushed out from the capital city of ancient Zhang. It was thousands of feet tall, and it shot straight up from the circle formed by the 7 sects and 12 clans to disappear into the empty space in the sky. A loud bang echoed through ancient Zhang's sky. The orange-red pillar of light seemed to have dyed the sky with its color, causing the end of the sky where the pillar of light touched to form a huge orange-red vortex. It rotated with a bang and covered the entire stretch of sky visible to the naked eye. The huge vortex rotated swiftly. When the time it takes for about half an incense to burn past, the orange-red pillar of light disappeared, and a huge black hole appeared in the vortex in the sky. The tree of Tao verification has appeared, and its fruit has bloomed. All sects and clans, please take care of yourselves. A faint voice with a mighty pressure came from the royal capital of ancient Zhang. It echoed in the world, and when all the cultivators heard it, respect appeared on most of their faces because they knew that the person who spoke was the emperor of ancient Zhang, one of the 3 9th-level Dao gods. Su Ming lowered his head to look, since he had a feeling of being watched. It felt like someone in the city below had lifted his head to stare at him. At the instant the emperor of ancient Zhang finished speaking, a suction force that could not be described with words enveloped the area and the millions of cultivators from the 7 sects and 12 clans. Long arcs immediately flew out towards the black hole at the center of the vortex. The moment the cultivators of 7 Moons sect were sucked into the black hole, Gu Tai lifted his hands and pushed down at the dark cloud. It crumbled with a bang and turned into 200,000 jade slips that went into the hands of all those from 7 Moons sect, including Su Ming. He too had a jade slip appear in his palm. Use these jade slips to touch the altars. When Gu Tai's voice rang out in their ears, they were swept into the black hole in the vortex. Millions of figures charged forward, which created an astonishing sight. Su Ming moved and the feng shui compass beneath him disappeared. With the 5 white dogs in tow, he went with the countless figures beside him into the black hole in the vortex. At the instant Su Ming stepped into the black hole while being swept up by the suction force from the vortex, his vision blurred, but it swiftly passed away. When his eyes became clear, he saw a desolate wasteland. Countless shattered stones floated in midair, and there were countless cracks on the ground. Some parts of the ground had already crumbled, and the sky was no longer blue, but gray. When Su Ming looked around, he saw no plants in the area, only a thick wave of aura of death. It was continuously spreading over the ground. The 5 white dogs beside Su Ming had gone missing, but he still had a connection with them in his heart. They could also sense Su Ming and were swiftly heading towards him. Right before Su Ming was a floating rock that was about 10,000 feet big. There was a simple altar on it which had 9 layers but looked very broken. Atop it was a tree that seemed to have been petrified. If anyone took a closer look, they would see that it had 9 branches, and at the end of each branch was a butterfly. When Su Ming at the altar, his eyes shone, and he instantly charged forward. When he closed in, he landed on the altar and stared at the petrified tree with burning eyes. Most of his attention was on the 9 butterflies. The butterflies were practically the same as the harmonious Morris albas Su Ming had seen. It caused his heart to tremble. Suddenly, he turned his head to the right, for he caught sight of a figure appear out of nowhere there. It belonged to a middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. He looked wary, and moments later, his gaze fell on Su Ming and the altar beneath his feet. When the middle-aged man swept his gaze past Su Ming, he had managed to tell his level of cultivation, which was betrayed by a smile that immediately appeared on his face. He walked to Su Ming while spreading out his cultivation base out of his body. It told Su Ming that the person was a powerful warrior in the 4th level of Dao Spirit Realm. Su Ming cast a look at the altar. There were about 100,000 of them in the 1st layer. Without saying a word, he turned around, intending to leave. He wanted to observe the strange world a little more, and there was no need for him to stop for a long time for one altar anyway. When he saw that Su Ming was about to leave, the middle-aged man smiled faintly, but right when he was about to step onto the altar, he narrowed his eyes and took another look at Su Ming, who was leaving the place. Your face. You are 7 Moons Sect's third prince. The middle-aged man jolted, and crazed delight appeared in his eyes. He no longer paid any attention to the altar, but instead turned into a long arc that charged towards Su Ming. Ha! Today my luck is great. Not only did I find an altar, I also the third prince with a bounty on his headset by one Dao sect and Azura clan. You are merely in the 3rd level of Dao spirit realm. Today I am destined to receive my serendipity. When the middle-aged man's laughter echoed in the air, his body turned into a long arc that charged towards Su Ming. A light crease appeared on Su Ming's brow, and his lips curled up in a cold sneer. He had intended to leave, but since the middle-aged man did not want him to leave, but wished to die instead, if Su Ming did not grant his wish, he would definitely not leave the man satisfied. I can try out the space whip. When Su Ming lifted his right hand, the red thread on his wrist disappeared. The sky immediately roared, and a huge shadow of a whip that seemed to have been formed by stars descended on the ground. When it surrounded Su Ming, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He came to a swift halt before he began moving backwards. A hint of shock appeared on his face, which had become solemn. He formed a seal with his hands, and an armor appeared on his body. He also called upon 10 layers of light screens formed by runes. But even so, the instant Su Ming swung his whip, booming sounds rang out in the air. The 10 layers of runes instantly fell apart, and the armor crumbled as well. The middle-aged man coughed up blood when the whip touched his body. His mind was swiftly thrown into chaos, as if the whip had not just struck his body, but had also entered his mind and thrown his thoughts into disarray. After he coughed up blood, a shrill scream of pain came out of his mouth. With a single move, Su Ming closed in on the man. When he lifted his right hand, the mark of the crescent moon on his palm shone, and he pushed it at the center of the man's brow. At the instant Su Ming's right hand came into contact with the man's forehead, a huge suction force erupted from the palm. The middle-aged man's pained scream immediately reached an incredibly shrill degree, and his body withered in a moment. A large amount of life force and cultivation base surged into the mark on Su Ming's palm in just the span of a few breaths, and as the shrill screams grew weaker until they disappeared, the middle-aged man was reduced to only an emaciated and withered corpse before Su Ming. His soul and everything about him had left his body. Su Ming's expression was calm. He had the old man's divine ability, the mark, the space whip, the wills of the 4 great true worlds, and even his level of cultivation was just slightly weaker than that of the middle-aged man. If he could only win after fighting against him for a while, he would not be Su Ming. He pulled his right hand back, and when the red thread appeared on his wrist, he took a step and returned to the altar he just left. When he stood on it, he lifted his left hand, and a jade slip appeared in his hand, which he pushed against the trunk of the petrified tree. The jade slip immediately shone, and the petrified tree on the altar looked life force had returned to its body. It started to gradually resurrect. When it returned to life, a mild fragrance spread out. Su Ming took a sniff of it, and his eyes immediately shone. He noticed that once he took a whiff of that fragrance, his level of cultivation had increased a little bit. With that fragrance around, his Dao spirit in his 3rd eye felt very comfortable. His 4th overlapping Dao spirit had manifested a little more as well. Gu Tai had never talked about this before, but based on logic, it was impossible for him not to mention that the altars could increase their levels of cultivation. After all, even if he did not say it, Su Ming would notice it. Because of that, there could only be one explanation for the unexpected situation. A brilliant sparkle immediately appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Could it be that this fragrance doesn't help other people's level of cultivation? Su Ming's eyes shone. When about 20 breaths passed, the petrified tree on the altar returned to its best state. A pillar of light then shot into the sky. It could be seen even from the distance, since the moment it appeared, Su Ming saw quite a few others charge into the sky. Those pillars of light meant that there were quite a few altars that had been activated at that moment. The pillars of light would exist eternally. However, they could be replaced by other sects and clans at any time, so once they appeared, They were like beacons of light to people from the other sects and clans. Su Ming sank into a brief period of pensive silence. Thinking about the fragrance appeared when the altar was activated. He then charged into the distance, checking the jade slip along the way to head to the gathering spot for the cultivators of Seven Moons sect based on the guide. And on the way, he searched for altars. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, an altar that had been activated showed up ahead of Su Ming. There was a young man who had a jade slip pressed against a petrified tree, which was already partially resurrected. There were 4 other cultivators beside him, dressed in the same manner as him, who were fighting to the death against 4 others, preventing them from interfering with the young man's actions. Once Su Ming saw this, his eyes sparkled and he turned into a long arc that charged to the ground. He traveled so fast that in just the span of a few breaths, he arrived among the 8 people fighting against each other. His level of cultivation surpassed theirs by a lot, and the moment he closed in, their expressions changed. It was especially so for the young man who was activating the altar, for even his pupils shrank in fear. Booming sounds echoed in the air. Su Ming's arrival had stirred up a huge gust of wind that blew away all 8 of the dueling cultivators. His body seemed to have turned into an afterimage when he appeared on the altar. He lifted his right hand, swung it, and immediately, the young man, who was already halfway into activating the altar, coughed up blood. He moved back swiftly without hesitation, and when he glared at Su Ming with a hateful gaze, he saw Su Ming standing on the altar with a jade slip on his left hand. He pushed it against the tree. The 8 people who were blown off turned their heads around and left in silence, not bothering to stay back. Even the young man with the hateful look did not say anything, choosing to leave immediately. When the 20 breaths were over, a pillar of light appeared on the altar where Su Ming was. It shot into the sky, and when the sweet-smelling fragrance spread out, Su Ming sensed his cultivation base change again. A fierce glare appeared in his eyes, and when the fragrance disappeared, he turned into a long arc that charged into the distance. An hour later, Su Ming had passed multiple altars in the first layer. He tried to leave Seven Moons Sect's brand on the altars which had been activated with his jade slip, but while he had managed to change the pillar of light's color, no fragrance spread out. And it made Su Ming understand that the altars would only release it during the initial activation. It seemed like a wave of spiritual aura had accumulated over a long period of time in the altar and was released once it was activated. That spiritual aura was useless to others, but to Su Ming, it was an incredibly valuable supplement. He made some detailed calculations in his head. If he could activate all 100,000 altars, then the aura he could absorb would be enough for his cultivation to increase by a level. But that was quite impossible. However, they were still in the first layer. There was also the second and third layers. A brilliant sparkle shone in Su Ming's eye and his heart had already become invigorated. Su Ming did not give up on the matter of meeting at the rendezvous spot with Seven Moons Sect, so that he could increase his level of cultivation and his Tao Spirit's aura by being the first to activate the altars. After all, great Tao paragons from the 7 sects and 12 clans could enter the first layer. If he made a spectacle of himself, it would be difficult for him to not draw attention to himself. And with Su Ming's identity, if he attracted too much attention in the first layer, he would run into dangers threatening his life. If he met a great Tao paragon, the dangers they posed would be especially great to Su Ming. Which was why while the route Su Ming took seemed to be ever-changing, he was still rushing to the gathering spot of Seven Moons Sect based on the guidelines provided in the Jade Slip. However, he would pay attention to his surroundings on the way to keep a lookout for altars that had yet to be activated. When 12 hours were gone, it was 1/6 of the 72 hours provided to them in the first layer. As Su Ming charged forward, including the initial 2 he activated, he had already performed the initial activation for 7 altars. This number was already very high for a cultivator, but Su Ming seldom fought against others. He only did it to get the altars, and his eyes would shine with a cold glare at that time. As he charged forward, he would occasionally check his jade slip. The spot where he was located was no longer far away from the rendezvous spot of Seven Moons Sect. He could reach it in about 4 hours. Moments later, however, Su Ming suddenly came to a swift halt. His gaze fell on a sunken landmark. It was an altar which had yet to be activated. But when Su Ming saw it, He narrowed his eyes slightly. About 12 hours had passed, and while there were still altars which had yet to be activated in the first layer of the shattered dimension, there weren't many of them, and most of those were in rather obscure places. The altar before Su Ming, however, was in a very obvious place, and it was impossible for no one to have found it till then. Su Ming swept his gaze past the area, but he only stopped for a moment before he turned his head around. Instead, he charged forward, intending to leave. That place was clearly a trap. At the instant Su Ming was about to leave, a cold chuckle came from the altar. A figure dressed in a Taoist robe appeared from behind it. The man's gaze was like lightning, and when looked coldly at Su Ming, he took a step forward and closed in on him in an instant. "Since you saw my altar, it won't be so easy for you leave." A dark and cold voice echoed in the air, and a presence belonging to Tao paragons was instantly released by the figure in the Taoist robe. The weather changed, the ground trembled, and that powerful presence instantly covered a circular area of 10,000 lis. The expression of the cultivators in the area changed the moment they noticed it, and they quickly fled. Su Ming frowned. The presence belonging to Tao paragons made him scowl, and he wanted to swiftly leave the area with the feng shui compass, but a thought appeared in his head at that moment, and he gave up on the idea. Instead, he turned around and cast a cold glare at the approaching figure. It was an old man with an aquiline nose. The Taoist robe he wore was in black and white, the colors of the yin-yang sign. It did not belong to one Tao sect or Azura clan, but dualism sect. "I wonder, what business do you have with me, senior?" Su Ming asked flatly, and the incoming old man laughed coldly. Just as he was about to speak, he swept his gaze past Su Ming's body and was suddenly stunned. Su Ming chose that moment to bring his right hand up, and the space whip immediately replaced the sky, turning it dark. At the same time, the shadow of the whip closed in on the old man before descending on him. A loud bang shot up into the air. When Su Ming cracked the whip, he did not move back, but instead charged forward. Another loud bang followed after, causing the ground to tremble. Su Ming fell back, and blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. Once he landed on the ground, he lifted his head and clenched his right fist to throw a punch at the billowing dust before him. Su Ming's will and his power in Tao's spirit realm were gathered in that punch. The moment he threw it forward, the old man in the Taoist robe roared in anger from the dust fog. He instantly moved away. He looked rather disheveled, since his robes had already been torn to reveal a red whip mark. His eyes were red, and there was a faint hint of absent-mindedness in them. At that moment, he seemed to have forcefully suppressed that absent-minded state. A large amount of white fog surrounded him before it turned into a huge centipede in the air. That centipede was entirely white, and with a ferocious look, it charged towards Su Ming, crashing straight into his punch. Booming sounds surged into the sky, and Su Ming coughed up blood. He moved back, and the white centipede shuddered. It became slightly duller, but it still charged towards Su Ming with killing intent. That was the power of a Tao paragon. It was still something that Su Ming could not hope to win against, but if a Tao paragon wanted to kill him, it would not be easy for them to do so. The moment the centipede closed in on him, a fierce glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he said flatly, "White 5. The instant he said that name, a white figure appeared in front of him at an indescribable speed and crashed straight into the incoming centipede of fog. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth, and the centipede of fog instantly crumbled to pieces. The old man's expression changed, and a grave look appeared in his eyes. He stared straight at the huge white dog which had appeared in front of Su Ming. The white dog was also glaring at the old man with a fierce look. He knew this person, and they were even briefly acquainted to him in the past, but right then, White 5 just felt livid. After all, if Su Ming died, the 5 of them would all die with him. There was no way for them to run away from it. Right then, forget that White 5 had been acquainted with the old man before. Even if they were from the same sect, White 5 would still attack him without hesitation. It opened its mouth wide and let out a howl before it charged forth straight at the old man. "What is this spirit beast?" The old man's pupils shrank and his heart trembled. He could tell that the white dog had the power of a Tao paragon, and it left him in a state of disbelief. Such spirit beasts were incredibly rare in ancient Zhang, but in the blink of an eye he found an answer to his own question. With 7 moons sex power, it was not impossible for them to obtain such a spirit beast for the third prince. No matter what, an animal is just an animal. The old man laughed coldly. When he lifted his right hand, a layer of frost appeared under his feet. It soon cracked, as if numerous centipedes had appeared under his feet. White 5 barked then, and a huge bronze cauldron appeared around him. It had numerous pictures of various fierce creatures. The next moment, the pictures on the cauldron came to life. They filled the sky and charged at the old man, whose pupils had shrank even more and who was slightly shocked. At that moment, Su Ming spoke faintly. White 1. When he said that name, a ray of white light came charging in from behind the old man. At the moment he noticed it, the old man was stunned to his feet. He has one more. And it's also a Dao Paragon? The old man's heart let out a thump and he immediately wanted to retreat. The desire to escape had arisen in him right then. When White 1 and White 5 charged at him, Su Ming's gaze was full of powerful killing intent. He could already sense that White 3, the second one, and White 4 were not far from him. They would close in on them around 10 breaths later. Only White 3, the first one, was slightly further away. Boom! When a loud bang resounded in the air, it stirred up the world and caused the air to distort. When countless ripples spread out, the old man coughed up blood and fell backwards. After him, 2 white figures charged forth. Naturally, they were White 1 and White 5. These 2 white dogs were Dao Paragons, and when they charged, their divine abilities filled the air. The old man suddenly felt like he was not facing 2 spirit beasts, but 2 Dao Paragons who were at the same level of cultivation as him, just with bizarre forms. Damn it! Where did 7 Moons sect get these 2 incredibly valuable spirit beasts? Damn it! The old man's face was incredibly dark, but he did not have time to even wipe off the blood at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he could only think about fleeing instead of how to kill Su Ming. The only thought in his mind was to leave as quickly as possible. He could engage in a fight with a single white dog, but when 2 of them appeared, the old man knew that it was completely impossible for him to kill Su Ming, unless the 2 white dogs did not possess high intelligence. Only then would he stand a chance, but when they exchanged blows, the old man immediately felt his heart tremble because he had the feeling that the 2 spirit beasts were just like cultivators. When he retreated, a cold sneer appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. Killing intent shone in his eyes, and when he took a step forward, he charged towards the old man. The old man stared at Su Ming, and his speed of withdrawal grew even faster. Today, I will let you leave. Now get out of my sight. The old man might have been shocked and felt apprehensive at the 2 dogs' level of cultivation, but he still had an arrogant look on his face. When he spoke, his air of self-assumed superiority was still present. He was certain that the third prince's level of cultivation was not high enough. Even with the 2 white dogs, the third prince would not dare to pursue him too tightly, and he would definitely not want to stall for time either. After all, he had a unique status. If he stayed in one place for too long, he would attract other people's attention. This was something the third prince would not want to face. Because of that, the old man was certain that the third prince would give up on making things hard for him. But I don't want to let you leave, Su Ming said in a flat voice while rushing forward with killing intent shining in his eyes. The old man snorted coldly, but right when he did so, he sensed 2 more Dao Paragons' presences charging over from different directions. There are already other Dao Paragons coming to this place. Since you don't know what's good for you, you might as well never leave this place again. The old man chuckled coldly, but he did not stop and continued retreating. He wanted to wait until the 2 other cultivators with the presences of Dao Paragons arrived. As long as they were not from 7 Moons sect, the third prince would surely face a disaster. A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes, and his lips curled up into a faint smile. When the old man saw his expression, his eyes immediately shrank. An ominous feeling rose in his heart when he saw 2 rays of white light charge towards them. Within those 2 rays of white light were 2 large white dogs. At the moment he saw them clearly, the old man's expression changed drastically. His heart trembled in a manner of a monstrous storm. He felt that his eyes were playing tricks on him. When he looked forward swiftly, he found that the two white dogs which were previously beside Su Ming were still around. F4. That's impossible. How could it be possible for anyone to find four spirit beasts who look exactly the same in all of ancient Zong, and they're all Dao paragons to boot? The old man's heart was filled with shock at that moment. Without any hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and used all his cultivation base to flee swiftly. He could no longer fight. No matter how conceited he was, he did not have the courage to fight against four white dogs who shared the same level of cultivation as him. In fact, a powerful sense that he was about to die had already risen from the depths of his heart. It was not Su Ming's disaster, but his. At the instant he moved in a flash and was about to leave into the distance, Su Ming lifted his right hand, and the space whip immediately replaced the sky. It charged towards the old man, and with a loud bang, it struck him. With the hit stalling him, the four white lights immediately rushed up at him. They were so fast that the old man simply did not have time to flee. With bloodshot eyes, he growled, and loud booming sounds shook the sky and earth, stirring up dust fog that swept outwards in every direction. The old man coughed up blood, and his right arm shattered. He let out a shrill cry, and 9 jade slips that had appeared in front of him at some unknown point in time crumbled to dust. With the power brought forth by the jade slips when they broke, his body was sent flying backwards. The four white dogs charged forth again and were about to close in on the old man, and despair showed up in his eyes. At that moment, the feng shui compass suddenly manifested under Su Ming's feet and rushed forward. The feng shui compass charged forth at a speed that made even Su Ming's heart tremble. It was so fast that Su Ming instantly surpassed the four white dogs. In fact, before the old man could even notice him, Su Ming had already appeared in front of him. At that moment, it was as if Su Ming had forced his way and occupied the old man's eyes. His reflection had completely overtaken the old man's pupils. The old man was stunned. The next moment, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pushed his palm at the spot between the old man's eyebrows. At the same time, the four white dogs arrived simultaneously. Booming sounds shot into the air, and the old man's limbs were all clamped down tightly between the four white dogs' jaws. Their teeth sank deep into the old man's flesh, and immediately, the old man's cultivation base was sealed, causing him to be unable to move even the slightest bit. He widened his eyes, which went red from terror. The old man let out a shrill scream of pain which spread through a circular area of 10,000 lis. The hearts of the cultivators who had left trembled, and they quickly went even farther away. As the screams of pain continued, the old man's body rapidly withered away. His life force, cultivation base, and even his soul all charged into Su Ming's body through the brand on his right palm. Su Ming's injuries quickly recovered. In the blink of an eye, he was completely healed. When he let go of the old man's shrill screams had already disappeared, and he had turned into a mummy. The brand of the crescent moon on Su Ming's palm was shining with a dark light at that moment. While Su Ming could absorb the old man's cultivation base, he could not use it to increase his own. He could only use it to heal his injuries. However, he could gather the old man's cultivation base on the brand, accumulating it to deliver a strike that would be equivalent to one that could be used by the old man was at the peak of his form. Su Ming cast the mummy a cold glance, then looked away and took a step forward towards the altar that had yet to be activated. 20 breaths later, when a pillar of light shot into the sky from the altar, a bright light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He turned around and brought the four white dogs with him to turn into long arcs that charged into the distance. The return of the four white dogs allowed Su Ming to relax. As long as he did not run into any great Dao paragons, there would be no cultivators who could stop him. Just endure a little more. Once we get to the second layer, no great Dao paragon will be able to step into that place, and at that time I will be able to fight for the altars. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Even though some people would definitely use other methods to enter the second and third layers in the battle of Dao verification, and would be able to equip themselves with combat prowess that far surpassed their levels of cultivation, just like Su Ming did with his 5 white dogs, Su Ming was still rather confident that he could have the world at the palm of his hand when he was in the second and third layers. In truth, that was indeed the case. For 7 Moons sect, the hardest was the first layer because all the great Tao paragons from each sect would appear in this layer, and it was impossible for 7 Moons sect to obtain any sort of advantage. However, it was different in the second layer. If no accidents occurred in the second layer, then with Gu Tai's level of cultivation he could stand superior to all others. I still need to be careful in the first layer. As Su Ming thought that, he brought the 4 white dogs into the distance. When 2 more hours passed, Su Ming looked at the jade slip before him. Based on the markers on the slip, he would need about 2 more hours before he could get to 7 Moons sect's rendezvous point. Right then, there were all sorts of fights in the first layer. Pillars of light appeared in the world, and from the distance, Su Ming found that there were 100,000 of them. Clearly, all of them had been activated, and right then all the sects and clans were fighting for them. Su Ming shifted his gaze away and charged forward, but right then, his heart suddenly trembled. He had a feeling that someone had set their sights on him. When their gaze landed on him, Su Ming felt his heart tremble in fear. A faint voice traveled out of empty air, and right after, a figure walked out. It was a teenager who appeared to be about 13 or 14 years old. He was dressed in a long white robe, and when he walked out of the air, he looked at Su Ming with a grin. "I am One Dao Sec's Lin Dong Dong. Greetings, Third Prince." The teenager might have seemed young, but there was an ancient tone to his voice. When he spoke, the world around Su Ming showed signs of freezing, as if it had been sealed. Great Tao Paragon. Only great Tao Paragons would possess this sort of power. This was not the first time Su Ming had met a great Tao Paragon. Sun Mu was not the first great Tao Paragon he met when that person came to 7 Moons sect either. In truth, the first great Tao Paragon Su Ming met was Immortal Qing Han. But since the old man had been around, Immortal Qing Han had been reduced to an incredibly pathetic state. Still, Su Ming had never underestimated the great Tao Paragons of ancient Zhong, who numbered to less than 30 because of it. Could be said that each great Tao Paragon was a powerful warrior who stood at the peak of ancient Zhong. Without the 9th level Tao gods, the great Tao Paragons were at the peak of the level of cultivation. "Third Prince, why are you in such a hurry? Since we met, we must be bound by destiny. Why don't you come with me?" When the teenager spoke with a smile, he walked to Su Ming in the sky. With each step he took, the world would tremble. In fact, if he wanted to, it seemed as if with just one thought, he could flip the world over its head. Su Ming was silent. The pupils of the 4 white dogs beside him had already shrunk. The world around him had been sealed, which seemed to say that his fate of encountering a life-threatening disaster was already set in stone. When the teenager began to walk over, Su Ming lifted his head. He brought his right hand up and pushed down at the area before his feet. With it, the most powerful strike from the old man which Su Ming had bound into the brand on his right palm immediately erupted with a bang. At the same time, the 4 white dogs howled. They brought forth their strongest power and delivered their most powerful strike at the frozen world. When Su Ming attacked and the 4 white dogs delivered their strongest hit, the world around Su Ming looked like it was about to crumble. A large amount of contortions appeared, and Su Ming rushed forth. At that moment, the feeling that the area had been sealed became much weaker, but right when he was about to escape, the teenager smiled with his expression as calm as ever. He took a step forward, and immediately the world instantly froze again. The effect quickly enveloped a circular area of nearly 1 million lis. "The world in 1 million lis has been frozen. How will you escape?" When the teenager said those words with a smile, there was a hint of derision in his eyes. "Perhaps you can try to escape if you like a game of chase, that is." As the teenager spoke, he did not immediately approach Su Ming. Instead, he took a few steps to the side, opening the path ahead for Su Ming. "Hey, I'll give you 10 breaths. 10 breaths later, I'll first kill the white dogs beside you. With each 10 breaths, I will kill one of them, and 40 breaths later, I will capture you." There was still a smile on the teenager's face, but his aloof tone caused a murderous glare to shine in Su Ming's eyes. "1." The teenager shook his head. At the moment he spoke, the feng shui compass appeared under Su Ming's feet. It grew larger at a very rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye it grew to be 100 feet big. The runic symbols on it protruded on the surface and began shining. With one thought from Su Ming, the feng shui compass immediately buzzed and shot forward. The feng shui compass speed was supposed to be extremely fast, but when the world around it had been frozen, it felt as if countless threads had surrounded it, preventing it from traveling too quickly. Su Ming could still hear the teenager's voice echo in his ears. 2, 3, 4. As the feng shui compass charged forward, the feeling of being toyed around caused Su Ming's expression to turn dark. The killing intent in his heart had already become incredibly strong, but the disparity in their strength gave him no way to vent his killing intent, even though it had already become so strong that it was boiling in him. 10, the voice said. When Su Ming turned his head around, he saw the teenager appear right behind himself, and his right hand was already around White One's neck. He shot a smile at Su Ming and squeezed the dog, but right then, madness appeared in White One's eyes, and it instantly chose to self-destruct. Booming sounds reverberated through the air and turned into a powerful wave of impact that swept up Su Ming and his feng shui compass, immediately pushing them into the distance. It also put the teenager in direct line of fire. His robes fluttered rapidly, but he still remained standing at the spot where the impact was the strongest. A hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. It can self-destruct? This isn't a spirit beast. This is a cultivator. When the teenager mumbled those words under his breath, his eyes shone swiftly. Clearly, even someone like him had not expected that the white dogs beside Su Ming would be cultivators. Red appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He did not say a single word, but his heart was already overflowing with killing intent. White One might have been his enemy in the past, but ever since the old man turned him into a white dog, it has been very respectful to Su Ming. Yet right before Su Ming's eyes, it was forced to self-destruct. This scene would not have affected Su Ming's heart before, but the feeling of helplessness in the face of the powerful caused him to remember harmonious Morris Alba, where all the people he cared about had died under Xianxia's single hit. At that time, he had also been powerless. Once that feeling rose in him, it caused Su Ming to throw his head back and let out a shrill cry as his feng shui compass charged forward. One Dao sect. One Dao sect. White One's self-destruction created a wave of impact that was beyond the teenager's expectations. While it could not affect him, it pushed Su Ming and the feng shui compass out of the sealed world. His speed increased exponentially, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 100,000 lis away. You sure run fast, but… The teenager lifted his head and looked at the spot where Su Ming had fled to with a cold glare. His lips curled up into a chilling smile. With one step, he moved, intending to give chase, but suddenly he came to a stop. Around him, or more accurately speaking in an area of 1 million lis around him, snowflakes had started floating down. Once they appeared, a chilling presence immediately filled the entire area. Su Ming had been 100,000 lis away as the feng shui compass continued charging forward by then, but he too saw the snowflakes drifting down. Today, I will repay my debt to you for not going through the door on that day. From now on, we owe each other nothing. A woman's voice rang out in the world, and Su Ming recognized it. It belonged to Immortal Qing Han. When her voice echoed in the air, the snowflakes in the area of 1 million lis instantly swept past Su Ming to form a huge wall of ice and snow behind him. At the same time, the seal in the world of 1 million lis crumbled, allowing the speed of Su Ming's feng shui compass to instantly recover. I see, so it's Immortal Qing Han. It's been a long while, but you actually stopped me? Could it be that you are somewhat interested in them? When the teenager's voice traveled languidly, Su Ming had fled into the distance on his feng shui compass. By his ears, he heard Immortal Qing Han's faint and aloof voice. I owe this person a debt of kindness. Fellow Taoist Lin, I hope you do not mind to please step down. Su Ming could not hear the subsequent conversation. The feng shui compass charged through the world and left into the distance. While sitting on it, Su Ming remained silent, but the madness and killing intent had become so strong that it filled his entire body. His murderous aura reached a monstrous degree. I will definitely obtain the phala, and once I eat it, I will obtain the power of a Dao paragon and will never have to feel this powerless again. One Dao sect. One Dao sect. Until the day I will destroy you, I will not rest even if I die. I cannot hope to stand against great Dao paragons, but when I'm in the second and third layers, I will definitely make one Dao sect pay. Once I become a Dao paragon, I will go and find Lin Dong Dong, and I will make him suffer the consequences. The killing intent in Su Ming's was astonishing. When he thought about those things in his heart, he saw the gathering spot for Seven Moons sect in the distance. There were only 80,000 out of the 200,000 cultivators from Seven Moons sect at that spot. Gu Tai was also there. When everyone saw the feng shui compass with Su Ming, their gazes immediately gathered on it. Immediately after, Gu Tai sensed the incredible killing intent surging around Su Ming. He did not ask Su Ming about it. All sorts of things happened in the chaotic first layer. It was not a bad matter either, since only when it happened could a person's bloodlust be triggered. When Su Ming approached Seven Moons sect's gathering spot, the feng shui compass under his body vanished, and he charged to the people of Seven Moons sect. Once he drew close to them, he did not speak, but instead chose to sit down on the ground with his eyes closed to suppress the murderous intent that was on the verge of explosion in his heart. As time trickled by, Gu Tai and all the great sect elders of Seven Moons sect would occasionally lead some people to venture outwards. Gu Tai's jade slip flashed nonstop, sending his messages to the sects and clans which had formed a union with Seven Moons sect. With the strength of the union gathered together, Seven Moons sect was guaranteed to smoothly enter the second layer. In the blink of an eye, 20-something hours passed. The limit of 72 hours was fast approaching. Gu Tai's expression became more solemn, and the Seven Moons sect disciples in the area continued coming in and leaving without stop. Sometimes there would be about 100,000 something people in the gathering spot, and at other times there would only be thousands of them. When the final 2 hours arrived, the number of disciples in Seven Moons sect had already dwindled to less than 100,000. More than half of them had died. Even though their bodies could not be seen, but based on the other people's expressions, it was easy to tell that the battles had been incredibly devastating. It could be said that the 100,000 pillars of light in the world were changing ownership every half an hour, yet no sect or clan managed to have 50,000 altars in their possession. Once the final, most critical 2 hours passed, the 100,000 pillars of light in the first layer swayed. Moments later, a huge vortex formed in the sky. When it rotated with loud bangs, a huge black hole appeared within it. Right after, nearly 30,000 of the 100,000 pillars of light instantly extinguished. At the same time, a powerful suction force came out from the black hole. It did not descend onto the ground, but only to the region where One Dao sect was, bringing all the cultivators from One Dao sect into the black hole in the vortex. Then, another 30,000 pillars of light extinguished. Azura clan became the second clan who had the right to step into the second layer. Once the cultivators from Azura clan flew into the black hole, the third sect who had the right to enter was revealed. It was Seven Moons sect. More than 10,000 pillars of light lost their light, and Seven Moons sect, including Su Ming, immediately sensed the suction force from the vortex in the sky. Their bodies instantly flew up and headed to the black hole. There were only 30,000 something pillars of light left after Seven Moons sect was gone, and there was no longer any sect or clan who had more than 10,000 pillars of light in their possession. This was not because their sects or clans did not have enough power, but because this time, due to the existence of the three camps in the battle of Dao verification and the competition between successors, which led to the exchange of mutual benefits, those sects and clans had given up on the chance to participate in the battle. Or else, with how much One Dao sect and Azura clan were trying to stop Seven Moons sect, it would have been very difficult for Seven Moons sect to earn the right to enter the second layer. At that moment, only One Dao sect, Azura clan, and Seven Moons sect were in the second layer. They would launch a crazed battle there, and from then on, the disciples of the sect or clan who won the battle would become the first to enter the third layer. After all, the disciples who became the first to enter the third layer would have a much greater chance to obtain the Phala. It would mean that they had gained the initiative. If they could turn that initiative into an advantage step by step, then they would naturally be successful in seizing the Phala. One Dao sect. Once nearly 400,000 cultivators from the sects and clans stepped into the second layer, they were split up like in the first layer. Killing intent flashed in Su Ming's eyes. When he looked around himself, he saw that the second layer was no longer a vast empty wasteland like the first layer. Instead, there were countless rocks floating in the sky. Those floating stones seemed to be connected to the sky, and there was no end to them. Clearly, everyone had to step on the stones to charge to the sky.